Chapter 441. Not only was the third emperor shocked, all the other men were shocked as well. The 9 stars killing formation was their trump card, and it was specifically prepared to deal with Jiang Qin. But they never expected Jiang Qin to be so miraculous, and be able to recognize the 9 stars killing formation with just a single glance. If that was the case, since Jiang Qin was able to recognize the 9 stars killing formation with just a single glance, could he possibly have a way to break it? At this moment, these people who were extremely confident in themselves started to feel nervous. After all, this monster in front of them was really amazing, and it seemed like there was nothing impossible for him to do. However, since it had come to this, it was impossible for them to back down now. This group of several hundred people were all elites of the Martial Saint dynasty, and the emperors and crown princes represented the face of the Martial Saint dynasty. If they were scared off by a single man, it would be too humiliating. Furthermore, they still had a trump card. The third emperor had a king weapon, and as a late combat soul warrior who was only 1 step away from the combat king realm, they knew very well how frightening a king weapon could be. The 9 stars killing formation is just an ordinary killing formation. Is it really that strange to be recognized? Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders and said in an indifferent manner. His words caused the third emperor's expression to turn ugly. The 9 stars killing formation was an extremely mysterious and rare killing formation, and it was extremely difficult to construct. There were only a few people in the entire eastern continent who could construct such a formation. But when it came to Jiang Qin, he actually said that such a frightening killing formation was just an ordinary one. Wasn't this a huge blow to their confidence? Of course, they didn't know that Jiang Qin wasn't exaggerating at all. Perhaps the 9 stars killing formation might be a top killing formation in the eyes of the third emperor and the others, but in Jiang Qin's eyes, it was just an ordinary formation. After all, the world he lived in was different, and the place he lived in was different as well. Compared to the 5 elemental life-killing formation constructed by those superpowers in the divine continent, this 9 stars killing formation was just too weak. Jiang Qin, I admit that you're a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years, but since you've chosen to become the Martial Saint dynasty's enemy, only death awaits you. Although your combat strength is formidable, and you're able to kill late combat soul warriors, do you have the confidence to protect yourself in a situation like this? I advise you to surrender and avoid suffering. If you sincerely plead guilty, His Majesty might be merciful and take back the imperial edict to exterminate your entire family. The third emperor said. If I were you, I wouldn't waste my breath here. Jiang Qin coldly snorted as a tidal wave of aura gushed forth from his body. Jiang Qin's black hair fluttered in the wind, his battle intent was unparalleled as the bones in his body creaked. Not only did the 9 stars killing array not cause him to feel the slightest bit of fear, it actually stimulated his battle intent. If that's the case, I won't hold back any longer. Kill them all. The third emperor let out a loud shout, causing all 9 late combat soul warriors to unleash their auras at the same time. At this moment, the entire sky above the mountain range was filled with frightening energy waves. Countless rainbow-colored beams shot out from the 9 stars killing array, and each beam looked like a sharp sword that sliced through the air. The entire sky was covered in killing intent. The combination of 9 late combat soul warriors, and a few hundred more mighty warriors who were constantly pouring their energy into the array, this was a frightening lineup. Just thinking about it was enough to make anyone's scalp numb. In the distance, Taoist Black and Guishan raised their heads and stared at the battlefield in the sky. Both of them had pale faces, and even though they were quite far away from each other, both of them felt their bodies trembling, and they felt like they were suffocating. This lineup is too strong. Let's move back a bit more. If not, when the battle starts, the shockwaves will spread out and will be caught in the crossfire. Taoist Black reminded them. After that, he pulled Guishan and continued retreating. With their strength, not to mention being in the middle of a battle, even just watching from afar was enough to make them feel scared. Damn it, 9 late combat soul warriors, dozens of combat soul warriors, and over 200 divine core warriors. I'm afraid only the Martial Saint dynasty can come up with such a huge lineup. Brother Jiang Qin is really amazing. He's fighting against such a powerful group all by himself, and he doesn't show any signs of fear on his face. Guishan said with mixed emotions. Just by watching from afar, he could feel his blood boiling, as if he was fighting against the entire world all by himself. If Jiang Qin didn't die in today's battle, his reputation in the eastern continent would definitely reach new heights. I wonder if Jiang Qin can fight against such a powerful group. Taoist Black was still worried. Although he knew how strong Jiang Qin was, the enemy's group was simply too frightening. It was a group that he had never even dreamt about. I'm very confident in Brother Jiang. Sect Chief, let's make a bet. One day, the Black Sect will definitely stand at the top of the Eastern continent under Jiang Chen's name. Guishan's eyes lit up. Although this was a kind of awakening, it wasn't impossible. The 9 stars killing formation was instantly activated, and all the energy was gathered onto the Third Emperor's body. Right now, the Third Emperor's body was bursting with energy. He threw his head back and let out a loud roar. The powerful feeling made him yearn for it. Jiang Chen, I don't believe I can't kill you in my current state. Take this heavenly imperial finger. The Third Emperor's voice rumbled like a thunderclap. He pointed his finger toward Jiang Chen, unleashing a huge golden finger that carried the might of an emperor. The finger was like a pillar that could support the heavens, and it was powerful enough to crush a mountain. Competing in finger techniques? Your crude heavenly imperial finger is too weak. 6 solar fingers. Jiang Chen coldly harumphed. He raised both of his hands and unleashed a golden light from his fingertips. After that, he suddenly pointed his finger forward. In an instant, 6 gigantic fingers appeared. The 6 solar fingers merged into one, then they collided with the Third Emperor's heavenly imperial finger. Boom. 2 gigantic fingers collided with each other. The shockwaves generated from the collision caused the sky to change color. A mountain underneath was struck by the shockwaves, and it was instantly turned into dust. The scene was filled with golden lights. This ultimate confrontation couldn't be described with just the word, terrifying. Tap tap tap. Under the impact of the heavenly imperial finger, Jiang Chen was forced to take a dozen steps back before he could stabilize his body. He could feel the blood and qi in his body tumbling, and he felt an indescribable discomfort. After the Third Emperor merged with the 9 stars killing formation, although the energy unleashed by his attack wasn't as strong as a combat king warrior, it was equivalent to the combat strength of a half-step combat king warrior. Jiang Chen was only an early combat soul warrior, so of course he was no match for the Third Emperor. Seeing this, the Third Emperor and the others immediately revealed joyful expressions. It looked like the power of the 9 stars killing formation had exceeded their estimation, and Jiang Chen was no match for it. But at the same time they were shocked. Their combined combat strength was incredibly strong, and Jiang Chen was only an early combat soul warrior, but he wasn't killed by the Third Emperor's attack, and he wasn't even injured. This showed how frightening this abnormal young man was. Haha, Jiang Chen, just give up, don't struggle for nothing. The Third Emperor burst into laughter. Right now he felt like he was extremely powerful, like a combat king warrior, standing high above the masses, omnipotent and dominating everything. A faint smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. This situation was within his expectations, and it was also the reason why he released the Crown Prince without hesitation, and didn't injure the Crown Prince at all. In fact, Jiang Chen had many ways to break the 9 stars killing formation. With Jiang Chen's abilities, breaking the 9 stars killing formation was just too easy. It was impossible for these 9 men to have perfect teamwork, and there were bound to be loopholes in the formation. Therefore, Jiang Chen could first cut off the connection between these 300 men in the formation, then break the formation one by one according to the loopholes. In less than 10 minutes he would be able to break the 9 stars killing formation. However, Jiang Chen didn't choose to break the formation. He chose to face it head-on, as he needed the pressure from the 9 stars killing formation. Normally this kind of pressure would be useless to him, but it was different now. The dragon transformation skill was on the verge of transforming. Last time in the Fragrant Sky City, it had increased by 1,000 dragon marks, but the dragon transformation skill had yet to complete its transformation. For Jiang Chen this was a rare opportunity. He wanted to use the pressure from the 9 stars killing formation to stimulate the dragon transformation skill, so that it could stimulate his potential and undergo a true transformation. This was Jiang Chen's biggest goal. Initially, Jiang Chen thought that the Imperial Emperor would personally attack him, and if that was the case, he would have no choice but to give it his all and complete his transformation under the pressure from the Imperial Emperor. However, the Imperial Emperor was a true combat king warrior, and fighting him would be extremely dangerous. On the other hand, the 9 stars killing formation created by the Third Emperor was perfect. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. With his current condition he wasn't suitable to fight a combat king warrior, but it was perfect for him to collide with a half-step combat king warrior. Only by doing so would he be able to obtain the result he wanted. Just like when he collided with the heavenly imperial finger just now, Jiang Chen's dragon transformation skill had started circulating at a high speed. What a joke. Do you see me struggling? 9 murdering flood dragons. Jiang Chen was fearless. Facing such a powerful formation he took the initiative to attack. Both his arms glowed brightly, unleashing one terrifying flood dragon after another toward the third emperor. He didn't attack the others and only targeted the third emperor, who was the strongest among them. Even the third emperor didn't expect to use such a fighting method. According to the third emperor's expectations, Jiangchen would definitely choose to attack them one by one, and wouldn't dare fight him head-on. However, he didn't expect Jiangchen to do the exact opposite, and use the most suicidal fighting method. However, this was exactly what the third emperor wanted. He wanted to use his strength to kill Jiangchen. Rumble. The battle became even more intense. Another collision occurred and Jiangchen was once again sent flying away. This time, blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth, and his aura was in a mess. In the distance, Daoist Black and Guishan were shocked. Why would Jiangchen choose such a stupid fighting method? This doesn't seem like his style. Daoist Black was stunned. With his understanding of Jiangchen, this was definitely not the fighting method Jiangchen would use. Jiangchen has always been a smart guy. Can't he see that if he continues fighting like this, it will be disadvantageous for him? Daoist Black was puzzled. Don't worry, Jiang brother must have his own reasons. Guishan was still very confident in Jiangchen. Chapter 442. Under the influence of the 9 stars killing array, Jiangchen was like a mad ancient beast, attacking again and again without any regard for his own life. He was beaten by the third emperor until he kept coughing up blood. This scene was extremely frightening. Jiangchen was obviously in a disadvantageous position, and it seemed like his life was in danger at any moment. However, the third emperor and the others didn't feel happy at all. Damn it, what is this kid made of? He's already injured, but he's still getting stronger and stronger. He's like a cockroach that can't be killed. What the hell? The third emperor felt depressed. He had never seen such a crazy man before. Jiangchen was fighting like a madman without any regard for his own life. He was now a half-step combat king warrior, and Jiangchen was no match for him. However, the third emperor was still fighting with fear. Every time he attacked, he could injure Jiangchen, but he couldn't kill Jiangchen. Right now, Jiangchen was in a very mysterious state. He had cultivated the dragon transformation skill, which gave him a very strong body. After experiencing the heavenly tribulation and being tempered by the heavenly lightning, his body had become even more terrifying. Therefore, these injuries were nothing to him. Little did the third emperor know that Jiangchen wasn't fighting at all. Instead, he was using this method to squeeze out his potential and stimulate the transformation of the dragon transformation skill. Right now, the dragon transformation skill was circulating at a high speed, and it would never stop. Every time Jiangchen attacked, new dragon marks would be formed in his body. In just a short period of time, he had formed 500 dragon marks. These dragon marks were formed when the dragon transformation skill stimulated the potential in his body, and their quality was much higher than when he absorbed demon spirits. With this method, no matter how many dragon marks he formed, it wouldn't affect Jiangchen's foundation. Ever since the last transformation of the dragon transformation skill, Jiangchen had gained a certain amount of experience, and he knew how frightening it was. It could bring him unimaginable benefits. Putting aside the fact that the dragon transformation skill could allow him to awaken the true dragon combat skill, just the number of dragon marks and the increase in his cultivation base brought him unimaginable benefits. This time, the dragon transformation skill was about to undergo its second transformation. Naturally, Jiangchen wouldn't let go of such a rare opportunity. The 9 stars killing array had condensed everyone's combat strength to the half-step combat king level, and under such pressure, Jiangchen would benefit the most. The third emperor and the others didn't know that not only did their continuous attacks not cause any damage to Jiangchen, they were also helping Jiangchen. Ha again! Jiangchen burst into laughter as he unleashed all of his skills. The Firethorn combat armor covered his body, and his hands were covered with blood-red dragon scales as he unleashed the true dragon palm at the third emperor. Although Jiangchen wanted to use the pressure from the intense battle to stimulate the dragon transformation skill, Jiangchen had to give it his all. Otherwise, he might suffer unimaginable injuries. Furthermore, using a combat skill under such pressure was also a kind of tempering for the combat skill itself. I don't believe I can't beat you to death. Sky-flipping seal. The third emperor's eyes turned red. Jiangchen's stubbornness had infuriated him, and he didn't believe that he couldn't kill him. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Martial Saint Dynasty's terrifying combat skill, the Sky-flipping seal. Its power was even greater than the Heavenly Imperial Finger, and with the third emperor's cultivation base, he could unleash its full power. Rumble, the air trembled and a gigantic golden seal appeared in the sky. It looked like a mountain of treasures and its surface was covered with runes. Then it collided with Jiang Chen's true dragon palm. The earth trembled and the mountains shook. Although the 9 stars killing formation was impregnable, the mountain range underneath it was still shattered into pieces. Huge craters appeared on the ground, and black smoke kept rising up from the craters. Puff! Under the violent impact of the sky-flipping seal, Jiang Chen spurted out another mouthful of blood. However, his expression didn't change at all. Instead, he became even crazier. "Ah, let's fight." Jiang Chen's laughter was like the 9 heavens' thunder, roaring across the sky. His black hair was fluttering in the wind, blood could be seen at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were glowing with blazing light. Both of his hands were covered with dragon scales and his sharp dragon claws were terrifying. At this moment, Jiang Chen had completely turned into a madman, a peerless madman. In his eyes there was only battle left. His monstrous battle intent turned into endless blazing flames, rushing forward with indomitable will. Jiang Chen let out a dragon roar. As the dragon transformation skill continued to transform, and the number of dragon marks in his body continued to increase, Jiang Chen's roar now contained the might of a dragon. How can this madman be so tenacious? Xuanhuan Sheng's expression turned extremely unsightly. Damn it! How can he be so strong? Is he still human? The crown prince gnashed his teeth. Although he hated Jiang Chen so much that he wished he could eat Jiang Chen alive, he had to admit that he, the so-called #1 genius of the eastern continent, was still far from being comparable to Jiang Chen. This man must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise there will be endless troubles in the future. Tianganyi was shocked as well. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed such a peerless madman existed. Kill him. He must be killed. I must avenge my father. Wu Tsong, who was in the back of the crowd, tried his best to channel his yuan energy into the 9 stars killing formation, supporting its operation. Jiang Chen was truly terrifying. He wasn't a human but a peerless monster. Rumble, Jiang Chen continued attacking the formation for a dozen more times, but each time he would be repelled by the 3rd Emperor's powerful attacks. Each time he would be severely injured and throw up blood. However, it was as if the blood would never run out, and it was as if his combat strength would never be depleted. His entire body was glowing with a bright light, like a blazing sun that would never fall. Up until now, Jiang Chen had a total of 9,000 dragon marks in his body, and he was only 1,000 away from 10,000 dragon marks. He was getting closer and closer to the mid-combat soul realm. Jiang Chen's face was filled with excitement. Right now, the only thing he wished for was for the 3rd Emperor to keep attacking, and for the 9 stars killing formation to keep operating. If that happened, he would have a chance of breaking through to the mid-combat soul realm. It wasn't just a chance, it was a certainty. What is Jiang Chen doing? What's the point of fighting like this? Daoist Black was shocked. He had never seen anyone fight like this. He had no idea what Jiang Chen was thinking, but every time Jiang Chen was injured and threw up blood, Daoist Black would break out in a cold sweat. If my guess is correct, Brother Jiang Chen is trying to use the pressure from his opponent to stimulate his own potential. Guishan squinted his eyes and guessed. Within the 9 stars killing formation, Xuanhuan Sheng furrowed his brows. He kept staring at Jiang Chen. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and his expression changed. He seemed to have realized something. 3rd Emperor, this guy is using the pressure to stimulate his potential. Don't waste any more time, use your king weapon and kill him. If not, the consequences will be unimaginable. Xuanhuan Sheng quickly shouted out. Upon hearing this, everyone, including the 3rd Emperor, cried out in shock. Swoosh! The 3rd Emperor dared not hesitate any longer. He immediately took out his king weapon. The golden spear let out a loud cry, unleashing a frightening king's aura. The spear kept shaking and producing a buzzing sound. The 3rd Emperor was a peak combat soul warrior. Although he hadn't comprehended the spatial force, which prevented him from unleashing the full power of his king weapon, with the support of his king weapon, his combat strength would at least double. The 3rd Emperor didn't plan to use his king weapon at first. In his mind, the 9 stars killing formation was more than enough to deal with Jiang Chen. And that was indeed the case. Jiang Chen was no match for him. However, after being reminded by Xuanhuan Sheng, he realized that he had almost fallen into Jiang Chen's trap. Jiang Chen, you should be proud to be killed by a king weapon. Now die. The 3rd Emperor held the golden spear in his hand. The spearhead pierced through the air and arrived in front of Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. The spear unleashed a frightening king's aura, causing those who looked at it to tremble. The spear locked onto Jiang Chen, giving Jiang Chen no chance to dodge. With the support of his king weapon, the third emperor's combat strength had doubled. If Jiang Qin didn't have any powerful skills to defend himself, he would be killed by the golden spear just like before. Swoosh. Too bad, the third emperor's plan was doomed to fail. Although he had a king weapon, Jiang Qin had his own natal weapon as well. Although the Heavenly Saint Sword was only a peak superior weapon, after merging with the 3 broken parts of the Heavenly Saint Sword, its power was comparable to a king weapon. The Heavenly Saint Sword let out a sharp cry. The golden sword danced like a dragon, and the true dragon flame and heavenly lightning flame merged together, covering the surface of the Heavenly Saint Sword. With incredible speed, Jiang Qin raised the Heavenly Saint Sword high up and slammed it toward the third emperor's king weapon. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions, instantly forming a sea of fire. The shockwave released by the collision of the 2 terrifying combat weapons directly smashed the void. Black airflow overflowed from the void, bringing with it an ice-cold aura, which made people shiver. Dong dong dong. Under the impact of the collision, Jiang Qin took a dozen steps back like before. The king weapon didn't kill Jiang Qin in an instant. What? The third emperor cried out in shock. He stared at the sword in Jiang Qin's hand as if he was looking at a ghost. Only now did he remember that Jiang Qin had used this sword to break the Crown Prince's golden halberd. The Crown Prince's combat weapon was an upper-tier peerless weapon, but it was broken by his opponent's sword. Could it be that his opponent's sword was also a king weapon? Obviously it wasn't a king weapon. However, when it collided with the king weapon, the power unleashed by Jiang Qin's sword was no weaker than the golden spear. How could this be? Xuanhuan was dumbfounded. They all knew that Jiang Qin had a mystical and sharp long sword, but they never expected it to be this terrifying. Now the situation had changed. The third emperor had a king weapon, and Jiang Qin also had a combat weapon that could fight against a king weapon. The gap between them had been pulled back, and it seemed like killing Jiang Qin had become even more difficult. Chapter 443. Haha, you bunch of old fools, do you really think you can kill me? What a joke. Jiang Qin burst into laughter. With the Heavenly Saint Sword in his hand, he once again dashed toward the third emperor. He discovered that after the third emperor's combat strength had increased after using the king weapon, the pressure he was feeling had become even greater. The circulation speed of the dragon transformation skill had doubled, and the speed at which dragon marks formed had increased as well. If this continued, it wouldn't take long before he broke through to the mid-combat soul realm. Boom. Ignoring the shocked expressions of the third emperor and the others, Jiang Qin continued slashing down with the Heavenly Saint Sword. The third emperor knew that his opponent was using the pressure he was giving him to increase his combat strength. However, he had no other choice but to defend with all his strength. Xuanhuan and the others were gnashing their teeth in anger. However, as they were supporting the 9 stars killing formation, they didn't even have the chance to attack. Unless Jiang Qin arrived in front of them, he would be able to use the formation to transfer everyone's energy to them and defend against Jiang Qin. If they chose to attack now, they would only disperse the energy of the 9 stars killing formation, and the effect would be much better than if the third emperor attacked alone. Boom. Once again, the golden spear collided with the Heavenly Saint Sword. Once again, Jiang Qin was knocked flying back. However, in the next second, Jiang Qin once again dashed toward the third emperor like a madman, causing everyone to gnash their teeth in anger. This was the most depressing and frustrating situation. You're obviously stronger than your opponent and you're able to injure your opponent every single time, but your opponent just won't die. Not only that, he's getting stronger and stronger. Third Emperor, what should we do now? Tianganyi couldn't help but ask. There's no other way, I don't believe I can't kill this guy. Everyone, let's put in more effort. With my king weapon, I want to see how much blood he can shed. The third emperor said in a vicious manner. With the current situation, apart from fighting Jiang Qin head-on, there was no other way for him to kill Jiang Qin. The situation was clear. Jiang Qin was using the pressure from the 9 stars killing formation to temper himself, stimulate his potential, and improve his combat strength. As for the third emperor and the others, they had no choice but to fulfill Jiang Qin's wish, because they had no other choice but to continue fighting with Jiang Qin. If they removed the 9 stars killing formation right now with Jiang Qin's strength, none of them would be able to withstand his attack. At that point of time, hundreds of them would become lambs waiting to be slaughtered by Jiang Qin. Even the third emperor who possessed a king weapon wouldn't be able to withstand Jiang Qin's attack. Therefore they had no other choice but to continue fighting. Their only hope was that Jiang Qin wouldn't be able to withstand the continuous injuries, and would eventually be killed by the king weapon. Although they didn't know how high the probability of that happening was, they had no other choice. In fact, since the beginning of the battle, all the great warriors, including the third emperor, were regretting their decision. If they knew that Jiang Chen had become so frightening, even if it meant losing face, they would still inform the imperial emperor and ask him to deal with Jiang Chen. If that was the case, they wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Jiang Chen was extremely arrogant, and he kept laughing crazily. He knew that the third emperor and the others were feeling very aggrieved right now. But too bad it was already too late. Today his enemies were going to help him achieve his goal. Once he broke through to the mid-combat soul realm, all these men in front of him would be dead meat. From afar, Taoist Black and Guishan were startled by what they saw. This battle was really strange. In the beginning, it was the third emperor who was laughing crazily, but now the third emperor and the others clearly had the upper hand. However, Jiang Chen, who had been severely injured, was laughing crazily, while the third emperor and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. What's going on? Taoist Black was stunned. He was too far away, so he couldn't see the change in Jiang Chen's expression. This is Jiang Chen's way of doing things. I told you he has his own intentions. Look, the expressions of those from the martial Saint dynasty are starting to change. A smile emerged on Guishan's face. He knew that Jiang Chen would never fight a battle he had no confidence in winning, even if he was facing the mighty martial Saint dynasty. Within the 9 stars killing formation, Jiang Chen was getting crazier and crazier. The third emperor and the others' expressions were getting uglier and uglier. Jiang Chen's ferociousness had truly frightened them, and the third emperor was getting more and more frightened. Jiang Chen's eyes were glowing, and he was on the verge of going berserk at any moment. The circulation of the dragon transformation skill doubled once again, and the number of dragon marks in his body started increasing at an insane speed. 9,400, 9,600, 6,700, 9,900. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen let out a thunderous roar. He had gone completely berserk and countless golden beams shot out from his body. He looked like a scorching sun that was shining brightly. For the final strike, Jiang Chen threw all caution to the wind and dashed toward the third emperor. Fight! The third emperor gnashed his teeth. Looking at Jiang Chen's berserk state, he was truly shocked. The 9 stars killing formation was crazily circulating, and no one dared underestimate it. Even those combat soul warriors were sweating profusely. The golden spear unleashed millions of dazzling killing beams, and the third emperor was preparing for his strongest strike. Boom! The heavenly saint sword and the golden spear collided once again. Both terrifying combat weapons were equally matched, and as expected, Jiang Chen was once again knocked away. This time he threw up 3 mouthfuls of blood, and his injuries were more serious than any of the previous times. This situation caused the eyes of the third emperor and the others to light up. It was as if they had seen a new hope. On the other side, after receiving this heavy blow, Jiang Chen had finally circulated the dragon transformation skill to its limit. 100 dragon marks were instantly condensed, and at this moment, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had finally reached 10,000. Boom! A massive energy wave burst out from Jiang Chen's body like a tidal wave. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen's aura was growing like a tidal wave, and it kept rising. Huge amounts of earthly elixir were tossed into Jiang Chen's mouth by Jiang Chen, as if it was free. The third emperor and the others were dumbfounded. Jiang Chen had actually broken through to the next realm. Cracking sounds could be heard coming from Jiang Chen's bones. All the injuries he suffered just now had completely healed, and not a single scar was left on his body. At the same time, Jiang Chen's energy was like a pillar that could support the heavens, piercing through the clouds. Right at this moment, 10,000 dragon marks had been formed, and Jiang Chen had truly broken through to the mid-combat soul realm. The only flaw was that the dragon transformation skill still hadn't completed its transformation. However, after breaking through to the mid-combat soul realm, Jiang Chen could no longer feel the pressure coming from the third emperor and the others. In his eyes, these existences in front of him were just too weak. Right now, Jiang Chen was strong enough to fight any ordinary combat king warrior. This was the frightening power of the dragon transformation skill. In the distance, Taoist Black and Guishan finally understood what Jiang Chen was trying to do. Sensing the massive energy coming from Jiang Chen's body, both of them felt their nerves going numb. Heavens, is this the powerful energy that a mid-combat soul warrior should have? How could he be so strong? Taoist Black felt his mouth going dry. However, seeing Jiang Chen undergo such a powerful transformation, he was extremely happy and excited. This is Jiang Chen, a peerless monster. You'll never know how much potential he has. Guishan said with mixed emotions. When he recalled the first time he met Jiang Chen, he felt as if it was a lifetime ago. Who would have thought that an outer circle disciple of the Black Sect would be able to reach such a terrifying level in such a short period of time? To be able to reach such a terrifying level in such a short period of time, who would have thought that the unknown youth would one day stir up a storm in the Eastern continent? Not good. The third emperor had a bad feeling about this. Right at this moment, everyone's expressions turned ugly. Before Jiang Chen attacked, just the energy unleashed from his body had caused the 9 stars killing formation to violently tremble, and it looked like it was going to collapse at any moment. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold and cruel. He harumphed, then he unleashed the true dragon palm and grabbed the air. Crack. The 9 stars killing formation instantly shattered. The stubborn formation couldn't even withstand a single attack from Jiang Chen. It was simply too powerful. They were not on the same level at all. Right now Jiang Chen was like a real combat king warrior. A miserable scream sounded out, especially those 300 men who were constantly supplying energy to the formation. All of them were throwing up blood as the backlash from the 9 stars killing formation was simply too powerful for them to handle. Puff. Not only them, even the 9th Emperor and the other late combat soul warriors were throwing up blood. Their bodies were swaying, and they were staring at Jiang Chen with a frightened expression. Third Emperor, you've been fighting for so long, it's my turn now. After saying that, Jiang Chen unleashed the true dragon palm. The third emperor was shocked, and he immediately unleashed the golden spear. However, the third emperor had suffered serious injuries, and he couldn't unleash the full power of his king weapon. Also, the gap between him and Jiang Chen was too huge. He was no match for him at all. King weapon, give it to me. Jiang Chen extended his hand and forcefully snatched the golden spear from the third emperor's hand. Give me back my combat weapon. The third emperor's expression changed dramatically. This combat weapon was given to him by the old emperor, and if he lost it, it would be a huge loss for him. You've already lost your life and you still want a combat weapon. Without saying anything, Jiang Chen struck out with his palm, shattering one of the third emperor's arms. Jiang Chen, if you dare kill me, the imperial emperor will never let you go. The third emperor roared. Don't worry, I'll keep your head and give it to the imperial emperor as a congratulatory gift. This kind of meaningless threat was completely useless to Jiang Chen. He waved his hand again and the third emperor's body exploded into a blood mist, leaving behind a head with a frightened expression. Jiang Chen grabbed the head and stored it into his storage ring. Run! The fourth emperor cried out in alarm. Only now did everyone react. Without hesitation they immediately turned around and started running. What was the point of fighting now? If they didn't run they would die. Jiang Chen was even more ferocious than a devil, and even the third emperor who had a king weapon was killed by him. So they were nothing. Chapter 444. At this moment, the mighty army of the Martial Saint dynasty had fallen into a state of panic. Everyone was terrified and they had completely lost their composure. Let alone those divine core and combat soul warriors, even the remaining 8 late combat soul warriors were fleeing for their lives, completely losing their image. Only now do you know how to run. When you were trying to kill me, I bet you didn't think about this. Today none of you will leave this place alive. Jiang Chen said with a cruel expression. He had completely transformed into the god of slaughter, then he threw the heavenly saint sword into the sky. The heavenly saint sword instantly transformed into a gigantic golden sword that was hundreds of meters long. Then Jiang Chen waved his hand and unleashed a beam of divine light into the heavenly saint sword. Swoosh! In an instant, numerous beams of golden light shot out from the heavenly saint sword. These golden beams stretched out at an incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, they had covered the entire sky above the mountain range, turning into a gigantic golden net that completely sealed off the entire sky. Not good, it's the Grand Imprisonment Formation. We can't escape. Damn it, this Jiang Chen has been prepared for this. He set up this formation in advance and now he's using it to trap us. We're all injured and Jiang Chen has broken through to the mid-combat soul realm. There's no way we can break this formation. This is evil. Jiang Chen is really evil and cruel. What should we do now? He will definitely kill us all. Endless fear emerged in everyone's mind. When running away had become an extravagant hope, all that was left was the fear of death. Jiang Chen's plan was flawless. He had set up the Grand Imprisonment Formation in advance, and it was hidden within the Heavenly Saint Sword. This was a formation created by the greatest saint, and with the help of the Heavenly Saint Sword, no one would be able to break it unless they were a combat king warrior, let alone these shrimps and crab soldiers who were panicking right now. Swoosh! Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon Xuanhuan. His eyes were extremely cold. Jiang Chen would never show any mercy to Xuanhuan and Tiangang. Jiang Chen took a step forward and arrived in front of Xuanhuan. Sensing the frightening aura leaking out from Jiang Chen's body, Xuanhuan couldn't help but tremble. As the Xuanhuan clan's clan chief, a mighty warrior at the peak of the combat soul realm, he had never felt this kind of trembling before. Only when he faced the Imperial Emperor would he feel fear. Xuanhuan, right? I heard that you've put in a lot of effort to deal with me. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. Jiang Chen, you don't dare to kill me? Instead, Xuanhuan laughed. Is that so? Give me a reason not to kill you. Jiang Chen said with great interest. Because I still have a lot of men in my hands. As long as I give the order, they will all die. I don't think you'll just ignore their lives, right? Xuanhuan said in a prideful manner. All the men from the Yu family, Guan family and Tian family were in the hands of the Xuanhuan clan and Myriad Sword sect. This was the last card that Xuanhuan and Tiangang could use to save their lives. After being enemies with Jiang Chen for so long, they had some understanding of Jiang Chen. Although this man was a cruel and merciless man, he was a man who valued friendship. There was no way he would just watch those men from the Yu family die without doing anything. Jiang Chen, as long as you let me go, I can guarantee with my identity as the Xuanhuan clan's clan chief that from now on, the Xuanhuan clan will no longer be your enemy, and all the grudges between us will be written off. What do you say? Xuanhuan put forward his condition. Idiot. Jiang Chen sneered, then he grabbed Xuanhuan's neck. Under the terrifying pressure, Xuanhuan could only struggle, he couldn't fight back at all. Xuanhuan, even if the Heavenly King is here today, he won't be able to save your life. I don't mind telling you this, I'll let you die knowing that those men who stayed in the Yu family have already met the King of Hell. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent manner. What? All of this is part of your plan. Xuanhuan cried out in shock. He finally knew how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Being enemies with a man like this was simply a nightmare. It turned out that everything was under Jiang Chen's control. Right at this moment, Xuanhuan knew that he was finished, the Xuanhuan clan was finished, and many people were going to die. He had a feeling that even the mighty martial Saint dynasty would be destroyed by this young man one day. A man like this was just too frightening. I've always been an obedient man, I won't attack those who don't attack me first. However, not only did you guys attack me, you even attacked my family and friends. Xuanhuan, I'll kill you right now and give you a quick death. That's the greatest mercy I can show you. After saying that, Jiang Chen slapped down with his palm. Xuanhuan's ending was exactly the same as the third emperor's. His body exploded, and even his combat spirit couldn't escape. What was left behind was a head filled with unwillingness and fear, which was then stored away by Jiang Chen. Clan Chief. The Xuanhuan clan's great elder, Xuanhuan Qingming, shouted out with bloodshot eyes. Don't shout, it's your turn now. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with indifference and ruthlessness. Once again he slapped down with his palm. Xuanhuan Qingming was no exception. He followed Xuanhuan's footsteps and died on the spot. The Heavenly Saint Sword had sealed off this entire area, making it impossible for anyone to escape. All of them were now like lambs waiting to be slaughtered by Jiang Chen. Seeing 3 late combat soul warriors being killed in such a miserable manner, everyone was extremely frightened, and they felt as if their guts were about to explode. Tiangang, it's your turn. Jiang Chen's black hair was fluttering in the wind, making him look like a devil. With a casual sway of his body, he arrived in front of Tiangang. A powerful energy wave burst out from Jiang Chen's body and firmly suppressed Tiangang. Jiang Chen, do you really have to kill us all? Don't be so ruthless. Tiangang was really scared and he hurriedly said. However, his request, hoping that Jiang Chen would show mercy to him, was just too childish. Damn you. Leave some leeway for me. You guys who think you're so high and mighty when you imprison my family, did you ever think about leaving some leeway for me? A bunch of combat soul warriors are bullying my family and friends. Where is your face? Where is your sense of shame? If it wasn't for you guys worrying about me, Jiang Chen, my entire family would have been turned into corpses by now. If I spare your lives, those souls who died because of me will never forgive me. Jiang Chen said with a stern voice. He didn't show any mercy and with a single slap, he shattered Tiangang's head. Sect Chief. The late combat soul warrior from the Myriad Sword sect couldn't help but roar out. Stop shouting, none of us are going to live today. Jiang Chen's eyes had turned red. He dashed toward the Myriad Sword sect's sect elder and killed him with a single slap. After breaking through to the late combat soul realm, Jiang Chen had become really frightening. Killing late combat soul warriors was like killing ants to him. In just the blink of an eye, all 5 late combat soul warriors were killed by Jianghu. The remaining 4 late combat soul warriors were all high-ranking men of the martial Saint dynasty: the Crown Prince, the 4th Emperor, the 5th Emperor, and the 6th Emperor. But right now, all 4 of them had lost their previous elegant demeanor. Their bodies were trembling, and they were looking at Jianghu as if they were looking at a devil. Swoosh! Jianghu's ice-cold gaze landed on the 4th Emperor. His killing intent soared into the sky. Men always carried all kinds of responsibilities on their shoulders. Sometimes they had to kill to protect their loved ones. They had to kill, this was the law of survival. Wait. The 4th Emperor hurriedly shouted out. Do you have anything to say before you die? Jianghu stood in front of the 4th Emperor and spoke in a lung-leng manner. Jianghu, let me give you a piece of advice. You better not become the martial Saint dynasty's enemy. The martial Saint dynasty's overall strength is not something you can fight. If you don't kill us today, I'll write off all the grudges between us. With your talent and cultivation, as long as you serve the martial Saint dynasty wholeheartedly, your future will be limitless. The 4th Emperor said. Slap. Right after the 4th Emperor finished speaking, Jianghu immediately slapped his face, causing him to spin 3 times on the spot. How dare you say such bullshit? Do you think Daddy is an idiot? Nobody can live, but you people from the martial Saint dynasty must die. Jianghu cursed, then he thrust out his palm again, causing the 4th Emperor's body to explode. His head was now in his hand. The 4th Emperor's words were simply bullshit. Jianghu had killed 3 emperors of the martial Saint dynasty, and he had even castrated the Crown Prince. How could he possibly write off all the grudges between him and the martial Saint dynasty? A life-and-death battle between him and the martial Saint dynasty was unavoidable, and he couldn't let these mighty warriors of the martial Saint dynasty go. If he let them go today, they would become the executioners who killed his family and friends tomorrow. This scene had completely frightened the 5th Emperor and 6th Emperor. They could tell that Jianghu was a mad devil who killed without batting an eyelid. He didn't care if they were emperors or not, he just killed them without any hesitation. He didn't care if they were emperors or not. From the moment the Imperial Emperor issued the Imperial Decree, the annihilation of the martial Saint dynasty was already fated. Since you want to annihilate my clan, I'll annihilate your clan as well. Emperors, don't you think what I said is reasonable? Step by step, Jianghu walked toward the 5th and 6th emperors and said with a sneer on his face. The 2 emperors' hearts clenched. It seemed like Jianghu's words were right. Since they wanted to annihilate Jianghu's family, why would Jianghu be polite to them? Jianghu, you're going against the martial Saint dynasty, you won't have a good ending. The Imperial Emperor and the Crown Prince are both high and mighty, and it was Yan Qinyu who offended the Crown Prince, that's why the Imperial Emperor gave the Imperial Decree. The 5th Emperor said. Bullshit. The lives of the martial Saint dynasty are precious, but don't tell me the lives of my family members aren't? Let me tell you, in the eyes of Jianghu, the life of a servant from my Jiang family is 100 times more precious than yours. I'll kill you all today, and tomorrow, I'll bring your heads to the Imperial Emperor as a congratulatory gift. I'll let him have a taste of having his entire family killed. Jianghu said with a loud voice. The Imperial Emperor's imperial decree had completely infuriated Jianghu. He believed without a doubt that if it wasn't for him, just because of a single sentence from the Imperial Emperor, all of his family members, his friends, the relatives of his friends, and everyone else who was involved in this matter, would die a horrible death. That scene was simply unimaginable. Chapter 445. Boom. Jianghu slammed his palm onto the 5th Emperor's body. The 5th Emperor could only let out a miserable shriek before he was turned into a mist of blood and died on the spot. His head was held in Jianghu's hand. Arg! The 6th Emperor, who was standing not far away, let out a roar. He took out the combat weapon in his hand and unleashed a powerful aura, then he took the initiative to attack Jianghu. He knew that he was going to die, therefore he no longer begged for mercy, nor did he try to threaten the martial Saint dynasty. He knew that both begging and threatening were useless. After falling into the hands of a ruthless man like Jianghu, his fate was sealed. Rather than begging for mercy, he might as well fight with his life on the line. You're quite courageous, but the ending will be the same. Jianghu glanced at the 6th Emperor, then he punched out with lightning speed. This punch contained a tremendous force. The 6th Emperor felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, and he felt as if his body was going to be torn apart. In the end, the 6th Emperor let out a miserable shriek. Even though he had used all his strength, he still couldn't withstand a single strike from Jianghu. Jiang Qin took another head. From now on, the heads of the 3rd Emperor, 4th Emperor, 5th Emperor, 6th Emperor, 7th Emperor, and 10th Emperor of the Martial Saint Dynasty had fallen into Jiang Qin's hands. For the Martial Saint Dynasty, not only was this an unimaginably huge loss, it was also a serious provocation to the dynasty's dignity. After the Martial Saint Dynasty had been established for so many years, this was the first time someone dared to disregard the dynasty's dignity like this. Killing 6 emperors of the Martial Saint Dynasty was a heaven-defying act. In the entire Eastern continent, only Jiang Qin had the ability to do such a heaven-defying thing. The entire scene instantly became silent. The remaining 300 people all looked at Jiang Qin pitifully. They did not continue to escape, nor did they have the slightest intention to resist. This was because they knew very well that regardless of whether they tried to escape or resist, it was useless. All of their fates were now in the hands of this young man before them. The crown prince was so nervous that he couldn't even breathe. Although he had become a eunuch, he didn't want to die. 8 of the 9 late combat soul warriors had been killed, and all his imperial uncles were dead. He was the only one left, and he didn't dare hope that Jiang Qin would let him go. At this moment, the crown prince was no longer high and mighty in front of Jiang Qin. He was like a stray dog. However, Jiang Qin didn't even glance at the crown prince. Instead, he was looking at the crowd in front of him. His eyes were ice cold, and anyone who looked at him would feel a chill. It was as if under his gaze, they would be executed by 1,000 cuts. In the end, Jiang Qin's gaze landed on a certain person, Wu Tsong. "Get out here." Jiang Qin shouted at Wukong. Wu Tsong's body trembled, and his face turned pale as if he was about to collapse. He never thought that Jiang Qin wouldn't kill the crown prince first, but him. The mid-combat soul Wu Tsong's body was trembling, and he couldn't control his body at all. Seeing this, a disgusted look emerged in Jiang Qin's eyes. He extended his hand and grabbed Wu Tsong's body, unleashing a powerful suction force that pulled Wu Tsong toward Jiang Qin. "If I remember correctly, you were the one who planned this from the beginning to the end, right?" Jiang Qin stared at Wu Tsong Lung, as if he was looking at a man who was about to die. However, there was no pity in his eyes. Jiang Qin had learned from De Huang Dog that all of this was because Wu Tsong had instigated the crown prince to meet Yan Qinyu. If not for Wu Tsong's instigation, the crown prince wouldn't have gone to the martial palace, and it would have been impossible for him to meet Yan Qinyu. If that was the case, none of this would have happened. Wu Tsong was completely terrified. He couldn't come up with an answer even after a long while. "I killed your father, don't you want to avenge him? Since you're going to die today, why don't you attack me with all your strength? I'll give you a chance to get your revenge." Jiang Qin looked at Wu Tsong with a ridiculing expression. This was a coward, and Jiang Qin hated someone like this from the bottom of his heart. Furthermore, he had no intention of letting this culprit go. Wu Tsong's face turned even paler. What a joke, he didn't have the courage to attack Jiang Qin. Although he really wanted to avenge his father, after witnessing how frightening Jiang Qin was, he couldn't muster up any courage to fight. Trash. Jiang Qin glanced at Wu Tsong with one last look of disdain. He waved his hand, and a sharp golden light instantly streaked across Wu Tsong's neck. Wu Tsong's head flew into the air, and even until the last head was dead, Wu Tsong's face was still filled with fear. Everyone was trembling with fear. They seemed to have foreseen their own ending, which was to be decapitated. Some people said that when a person was on the verge of death, their will to live would be stimulated, and they would fight back regardless of the consequences. However, among these 300 people, not a single one of them fought back because of their will to live. Their fear of Jiang Qin's space had already seeped deep into their bones, and they simply couldn't muster up any will to fight back. After killing Wu Tsong, Jiang Qin turned around and looked at the last crown prince. At this moment, the crown prince, who had just experienced a moment of fear, let out a bitter laugh. "Come, if you want to kill me, then kill me." The crown prince suddenly changed his tone and became a bit more unyielding. In any case, he was going to die soon. "Don't worry, I can't bear to kill you right now because you're still of great use to me. You're much more useful than these heads," Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. Hearing that Jiang Qin wasn't going to kill him, a pleasantly surprised look emerged in the crown prince's eyes. However, in the next moment he understood Jiang Qin's intention. "Are you trying to use me as a hostage to threaten my father?" The crown prince said. "You're not stupid. When fighting against the Martial Saint Dynasty, I always need to leave some leverage." Jiang Qin didn't deny it. The reason why he spared the crown prince's life was to threaten the imperial emperor. After all, the crown prince was the imperial emperor's favorite son, and his value couldn't be compared to those emperors. Of course, Jiang Chen's leverage wasn't just the crown prince's life, but also the heads of those emperors. Since the emperors of the martial Saint dynasty were dead, they would definitely return to their ancestral lands. In order to get those heads back, the imperial emperor would do anything. Jiang Chen didn't like using other people's relatives to threaten him. Even if they were his mortal enemies, he still hated doing this. But now he had no other choice because the people closest to him were still in the imperial emperor's hands, imprisoned in the martial Saint dynasty. Jiang Zhenhai, Yan Xuanhuan, and Wu Jiao. The lives of these people were too important to him. If he didn't leave some leverage behind, he would only be threatened by the imperial emperor. Furthermore, the lives of Jiang Zhenhai and the other two couldn't be guaranteed. Jiang Chen had no doubt that after the imperial emperor found out that he had killed so many emperors, he would probably kill Jiang Zhenhai and the other two to vent his anger. Therefore, Jiang Chen spared the crown prince's life. Sparing the crown prince's life was equal to sparing the lives of Jiang Zhenhai and the other two for the time being. Jiang Chen Yu slapped before the crown prince could finish his words. Jiang Chen slapped his face. Leng Leng said, "I've told you before, eunuchs shouldn't talk. Didn't anyone tell you that your voice is disgusting? Also, from this moment onwards, remember your identity. You're just my Jiang Chen's slave." Puff. Jiang Chen's words were much more powerful than the slap. The crown prince immediately coughed out a mouthful of blood. He was the crown prince of the imperial emperor, a man who stood above the imperial emperor. He had never been humiliated like this before. But now that he was in Jiang Chen's hands, he could neither live nor die. He didn't even have the ability to kill himself. At the same time, the crown prince kept quiet. He knew very well that Jiang Chen wouldn't show any mercy to him. The only reason he spared his life was to threaten the imperial emperor. If he didn't have this little bit of value, he would have ended up like the other imperial uncles. In fact, the crown prince hated his own voice. Right at this moment, two figures flew over from afar. They were Taoist Black and Guishan. Both of them had been hiding far away, and when they saw Jiang Chen slaughtering his enemies, they were shocked as if they were struck by lightning. Only now did they react, and when they saw that Jiang Chen had taken control of the situation, they flew over. Jiang Chen casually waved his hand and tore open a gap on the barrier formed by the heavenly saint sword, allowing both of them to enter. Right at this moment, the way both of them looked at Jiang Chen had completely changed. The scene of Jiang Chen slaughtering his enemies was like a dream to them. It was extremely frightening. If the news of today's battle spread out, Jiang Chen's reputation would reach an unimaginable height. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Although they knew Jiang Chen was one of their own, subconsciously, both of them had developed a sense of respect and fear towards Jiang Chen. "Brother, what should we do with these people? Are we going to kill them all?" Guishan looked at the 300 men who were trembling in fear. Killing them all is indeed against the heavenly Tao, but some people must die. Older brother Gua, sect chief, how many people have died in the black sect? Jiang Chen asked. "I don't know. We've been imprisoned here, so we don't know what's going on outside," Taoist Black said. "Then let's bring these people back to the black sect and let the disciples of the black sect identify them. Those who deserve to die will die, and those who don't deserve to die will be crippled. We have to avenge those disciples of the black sect. I need to give them an explanation." After saying that, Jiang Chen flew toward the black sect. Under the protection of the heavenly saint sword, the 300 men had no choice but to follow him. All of them had ugly expressions on their faces. They knew that there was no way they would be able to resolve this peacefully today. Jiang Chen had said that some of them would be killed because they had killed disciples and elders of the black sect, and those who didn't would be crippled. Taoist Black and Guishan looked at each other. Excitement could be seen in their eyes. With Jiang Chen around, the black sect would rise again sooner or later. Chapter 446. These 300 men were from different factions. No matter if it was the martial Saint dynasty, the Xuanhuan clan, or the myriad sword sect, they were all extremely prestigious existences. Normally, any one of these men would be proud and arrogant, no matter where they went. Wherever they went, they could show off their strength. But right now, all 300 men were like stray dogs. Their lives were in someone else's hands and they couldn't even fight back. All they could do was wait for the god of death to deal with them. It was a tragic scene, especially for those from the Xuanhuan clan and myriad sword sect. They used to be the overlords of the Jian province, and their pride was ingrained in their bones. But today, 2 of the strongest men in the Jian province had been killed, and even 2 of their late combat soul great elders had been killed. This was a huge loss, and even if they didn't die, these 2 superpowers would never be able to dominate the Jian province again. Their decline was inevitable. The people of the Martial Saint dynasty were even sadder. Their 6 emperors were dead, their princes were dead, and even the crown prince had become a prisoner, tightly controlled by Jiang. The crown prince, who used to be in a high position, didn't even dare let out a fart when he was with Jiang. This was a situation that couldn't be described with just the word tragic. Right now, the Black Sect was in an extremely restless state. The scene of Jiang fighting so many enemies alone was something that they couldn't help but care about, because it concerned their lives. If Taoist Black hadn't given the order that no one was allowed to leave the Black Sect, many of them would have gone to the battlefield by now. The truth proved that Taoist Black's order was a wise one. The battle was too intense, and the shockwaves from the battle swept across the entire mountain range. Even with Taoist Black and Guishan's cultivation, they were still having a hard time breathing because of the shockwaves. If it were the other disciples of the Black Sect, they would have been killed by the shockwaves. Did you guys hear that? I can hear the intense shockwaves from 1,000 miles away. Senior disciple Jiang has started fighting with them. This is really worrying. I wonder if senior disciple Jiang can win. I don't think it's going to be easy. They are just too strong. There are so many late combat soul warriors and a few hundred powerful warriors helping them, but senior disciple Jiang is all by himself. This is really worrying. Just wait and see. Senior disciple Jiang has always been good at creating miracles. During the war between the northern and southern dynasties, he created a miracle, and I'm sure it will be the same this time. All of the Black Sect's hopes are placed on senior disciple Jiang. Bless senior disciple Jiang's victory, bless the Black Sect's prosperity. Many disciples of the Black Sect were praying for Jiang. In their minds, Jiang was like a god, and they naturally hoped that their god would win. If the god in their minds fell, the Black Sect would fall as well. While everyone was discussing amongst themselves, a gigantic golden barrier appeared from afar, and it was flying towards the Black Sect at an incredible speed. On top of the gigantic golden barrier, a gigantic sword that was several hundred meters long was hovering in midair. Within the golden barrier, a few hundred men were forced to move at the same speed as the golden barrier. Look, what's that? Oh heavens, senior disciple Jiang is back. Sect chief and sect elder Guishan are here too. Look at those men, they are from the Martial Saint dynasty, Xuanhuan clan, and Myriad Sword sect. Look at their terrified faces. I'm sure senior disciple Jiang has beaten them to a pulp. Did you guys notice that all those late combat soul warriors are gone? Don't tell me senior disciple Jiang killed them all? Haha, senior disciple Jiang has won. Oh, the entire Black Sect was in an uproar. Someone was shouting and yelling, and tears were flowing down from their eyes. This was such a sacred moment. All disciples of the Black Sect, head to the training ground now. Taoist Black's voice once again sounded out from the sky. After receiving the order, no one from the Black Sect dared hesitate. They all headed towards the training ground. They had no idea what they were going to do there, but they knew it must be something good. The training ground of the Black Sect was huge. It was big enough for all the disciples of the Black Sect to enter without feeling crowded. Jiang brought over 300 men and landed on the huge training ground, but he didn't remove the barrier. Soon, everyone from the Black Sect had arrived at the training ground. The place was filled with people, but it was extremely quiet. No one was talking. All the disciples and elders of the Black Sect were staring at the young man in white in front of them with a burning passion in their eyes. The man who was like a god in their hearts. He was the idol of all the young men. They didn't wish to reach the same heights as Jiang one day, but if they could achieve even 1% of what Jiang had achieved in the future, they would be thanking their ancestors. All elders and disciples of the Black Sect, listen up. Although the Black Sect is only a small sect in the Qi province, we are not a place that anyone can bully. If people don't offend us, we won't offend them, but if people offend us, we'll fuck their ancestors. All of you, raise your heads and look at these arrogant bastards. Look at them now, they are like stray dogs. If I, your father, want them dead, they won't be able to live past the next second. These people have been imprisoning the Black Sect for the past few days, causing us to suffer a lot, and many of our elders and disciples have been killed by them. Now these people are here, come forward and identify them. If anyone's hands are stained with the blood of our Black Sect's disciples, point them out immediately, and we'll take revenge on them. Jiang voice was loud and mighty. It resounded in the ears of every disciple and elder of the Black Sect. With just a few words, everyone in the Black Sect felt their blood boiling, and their morale skyrocketed. That, if people offend us, we'll fuck their ancestors, it had struck a chord in everyone's heart. This was too domineering. This was the courage of a real man. So what if the Black Sect was a small sect in the Qi province? Did they have to be bullied by others? These guys in front of them, who had been standing high above the masses, were now like stray dogs. They were just standing there with pale faces, and they didn't even dare breathe loudly. Damn it. How ironic was that? Damn it, these bastards have been bullying and cursing us for the past few days. What goes around comes around. Daddy wants to find those two scumbags who killed junior disciple Lu. A hot-tempered disciple was the first one to step forward while cursing. He arrived in front of the group of over 300 disciples, and when he glanced at them, many of them immediately lowered their heads. Senior disciple Jiang, it's him, he killed junior disciple Lu. The disciple pointed at a man from the Xuanhuan clan and said while gnashing his teeth in anger. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, he just stretched out his hand and grabbed the man. Under Jiang Chen's control, the man couldn't even breathe, and he had completely lost his freedom of movement. I'll leave him to you. Jiang Chen handed the man over to the Black Sect's disciple. Thank you, senior disciple Jiang. The disciple bowed deeply toward Jiang Chen. After that, he took out a sharp blade and stabbed it into the man's chest without saying anything. Junior disciple Lu was tortured to death by you, and I'm showing him mercy by stabbing him. The disciple said with hatred in his voice. Jiang Chen, you cruel executioner. If you want to kill us, just kill us. Why do you have to humiliate us like this? Someone couldn't take it anymore and shouted out loudly. Since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill your wish. Jiang Chen didn't even look at the man, he just casually pointed his finger and unleashed a golden beam. The golden beam was like an indestructible sword, and it instantly pierced through the man's head, leaving behind a bloody hole. He died on the spot. Senior disciple Jiang Chen is so amazing. That man was an early combat soul warrior, but senior disciple Jiang just casually pointed his finger at him and killed him. This is terrifying. Senior disciple Jiang Chen is only 17 years old this year, but he already possesses such formidable combat strength at such a young age. It's not something we can imagine. If I could have half of senior disciple Jiang's ability, I'd be thanking the heavens. What are you thinking? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Don't compare yourself with senior disciple Jiang Chen. All the people of the Black Sect were amazed by Jiang Chen's abilities. They didn't witness the fight from 1,000 miles away, but they did witness how Jiang Chen killed an early combat soul warrior with just a single finger. At this moment, everyone's admiration for Jiang Chen was like a raging river. Let me tell you, this isn't a humiliation, it's a reversal of your positions with the Black Sect. I'll let you have a taste of what it's like. If anyone else wants to die, you can do so right now. If you don't want to die, just stand here obediently, and you might be able to keep your lives. Jiang Chen looked at these people in front of him and said with an indifferent tone. After that, all the disciples of the Black Sect stepped forward to identify these people. In their minds, they wanted to kill those who had humiliated them even in their dreams. Therefore, these people had left a deep impression on them, and they would be able to recognize them even if they were burned to ashes. During the past few days, all the disciples of the Black Sect had been imprisoned in different groups. Every place was guarded by people from the Xuanhuan clan and Myriad Sword sect. The people from the Martial Saint dynasty had just arrived yesterday, and their main goal was to deal with Jiang Chen. Therefore, they didn't really treat the disciples of the Black Sect. In the past few days, countless disciples of the Black Sect had been killed. This debt of blood had to be repaid with blood. After nearly half an hour of identification, all the people from the Xuanhuan clan and Myriad Sword sect had been identified. All of their hands were stained with the blood of the disciples of the Black Sect. For people like this, Jiang Chen would never show any mercy. Jiang Chen decisively gave the order, handing all these people over to the Black Sect's disciples, letting them do whatever they wanted. They had been imprisoned for more than a dozen days, and they had suffered all kinds of inhumane humiliation. Even the slightest bit of annoyance would cause them to be beaten and scolded. It wasn't hard to imagine how the disciples of the Black Sect were feeling right now. Now that they had the chance to fight back, those who had bullied them would never have a good time. Following a series of miserable screams, all the men from the Xuanhuan clan and Myriad Sword sect fell into a pool of blood. Chapter 447. The entire training ground was covered in blood, and the pungent smell of blood made people frown. This place had turned into a living hell, and the remaining 200 men from the Martial Saint dynasty were so scared that their faces had turned deathly pale. They didn't even dare breathe. Jiang Chen was too frightening, and in their eyes he had turned into a devil. Soon, all the men from the Xuanhuan clan and Myriad Sword sect were executed. Next, it was the men from the martial Saint dynasty's turn. Jianghu didn't look at them, he turned to the men from the Black Sect and asked, "Are they here?" "Senior disciple Jiang, they just arrived yesterday and they didn't bully us," a disciple from the Black Sect said. Upon hearing this, the men from the martial Saint dynasty couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It looked like they had a chance to keep their lives. At least, they would have a better ending than the xuanhuan clan and myriad sword sect. Very good. I've said it before, kill all those who deserve to die. In fact, all of you deserve to die as well. If I fell into the hands of the martial Saint dynasty today, I'm sure all of you know what would happen to me. Once I die, you'll attack my family and friends mercilessly. Am I right? Jianghu glanced at all the men with an interested expression. When they looked into Jianghu's eyes, all of them felt like they were suffocating. However, what Jianghu said was right. If the ending was reversed and instead of them falling into the hands of Jianghu would be captured by them, Jianghu would have a miserable ending. Once something bad happened to Jianghu, the imperial decree of exterminating all his family and friends would be carried out immediately, and everyone in the Black Sect would die a miserable death. Therefore, none of them dared to refute Jianghu's words. Jianghu was a smart man and he could see everything clearly, so it was useless to refute him. In front of such a person, your life was completely at his command. Everything depended on whether Jianghu was happy or not. Begging for mercy or threatening him were all useless. But like I said before, as long as your hands aren't stained with the blood of the Black Sect's disciples, you won't have to die. But you can still be punished. I'll give you two choices now. The first choice, cut off your arms and leave this place. The second choice, I'll cripple your cultivation and spare your lives. Jianghu said. Hearing this, although the faces of these people from the martial Saint dynasty were drenched in cold sweat, many of their eyes were filled with joy. That's right, such a punishment was indeed a pleasant surprise. They thought they were dead for sure. Although losing 2 arms was a severe punishment, it was still better than losing their lives. I lost my arm. Without hesitation, a combat soul warrior took out a sharp longsword and chopped off his left arm. After that, he threw the longsword away and chopped off his right arm. Since someone had made his move, the others didn't waste any time either. They all took out their own weapons and chopped off their own arms. The entire scene was filled with blood and violence, but the people of the Black Sect were excited. Chopping off their own arms, no ordinary man would have the courage to do so. However, none of these people dared hesitate. They weren't familiar with Jianghu, but after today's battle, they had completely understood what kind of man Jianghu was. He was a cruel and merciless man who would never go back on his words. They could imagine that if they were a little bit slower, Jianghu would have killed them. Although Jianghu had given them 2 choices, everyone chose the first one. 4 powerful warriors, even an idiot would know which one to choose between losing one's arm and crippling one's cultivation. Losing one's arm would have a great impact on one's future cultivation. It could even cause one's cultivation to stagnate, unable to advance any further. However, there were miraculous pills that could regrow one's arm. Even if one couldn't find them with one's current cultivation base, one could still live well without both arms. However, if one's cultivation base was crippled, it would be no different from death for a powerful cultivator. The life of a cripple was something they couldn't imagine. Therefore, they had decided to cut off their arms. Let's go, get the hell out of the Black Sect. Jianghu casually waved his hand. None of the 200 men dared hesitate. They immediately turned around and left. To them, this place was like hell and they didn't want to stay here for even a second longer. Wait. Jianghu suddenly said. Those who had already left the training ground immediately halted their steps. Each and every one of them were terrified as they had no idea what this malefic was going to do. Could it be that he had suddenly changed his mind? Since all of them had lost their arms, if he continued to kill them, wouldn't he be bullying them? With your current condition, it's better if you don't return to the martial Saint dynasty. All the emperors are dead and even the crown prince is gone. If you go back without your arms, the imperial emperor will be furious and he will definitely kill you. Besides, you're useless to the martial Saint dynasty now, so I suggest you leave and find a place to live a normal life. Jianghu said. His words had reminded these men of something. Many of them were startled at first, but soon after, they looked at Jianghu with grateful expressions. Jianghu was right, they had followed the 3rd emperor and the crown prince to the war, and now the 3rd emperor and the crown prince were dead, but they were going back like this. It would be strange if the imperial emperor didn't kill them. Even the emperors were dead, so why didn't they die? Besides, with their current condition, they were useless to the martial Saint dynasty. If they went back, they would definitely be killed. Therefore, it was better for them to listen to Jianghu, leave and hide their identities. That way they could still survive. After all the men from the martial Saint dynasty left, the black sect was greeted with a loud cheer. All the disciples were shouting and cheering. Today's battle had swept away all the gloominess they had, and all the grievances they had felt were gone. When they looked at Jiang Chen, their eyes were filled with respect. It was because of this young man that they had been given a new life. Jiang Chen, the god of war. Jiang Chen, the god of war. Jiang Chen, the god of war. Thousands of disciples of the black sect surrounded the huge training ground and roared. The roars of thousands of people circulating their yuan energy could definitely shake the heavens and the earth. The atmosphere of the black sect was unparalleled, and even Taoist Black and Guishan had joined in the cheering. Although Taoist Black was the black sect's sect chief, ever since Jiang Chen defeated the northern and southern dynasties and conquered the Qi province, the black sect's true sect chief was Jiang Chen. Therefore, the threat Jiang Chen posed to the black sect was much higher than Taoist Black. This could be seen from the statue of Jiang Chen that was erected in the center of the black sect. Taoist Black knew this very well, and in his mind, Jiang Chen was the black sect's savior. This was the second time he had saved the black sect. Jiang Chen waved his hand and the screams came to an abrupt end. Fellow disciples, I Jiang Chen have returned, and I won't let anything bad happen to the black sect. From now on, the black sect will return to the right track. Everyone go back to cultivating. After saying that, Jiang Chen waved his hand and unleashed a sea of fire onto the training field. The corpses and severed limbs on the ground were burned into nothingness in the blink of an eye, not even a speck of ash was left behind. With a strong gust of wind, the training field became clean again as if nothing had ever happened. What a powerful flame! Guishan's eyes lit up. As an alchemist, he had some knowledge about flames, but he had never heard of such a terrifying flame like Jiang Chen's. After the true dragon flame had merged with the heavenly thunder flame, Jiang Chen's flame had reached a new level. Not to mention these dead bodies, even the hardest rock would be burned into ashes in an instant. Jiang Chen, father will never forgive you for what you've done. The crown prince who stood next to Jiang Chen said while gnashing his teeth in anger. It's still too early to say who will forgive who. Also, you damn eunuch, from now on don't say another word. If you say another word, I'll cut off your tongue. Jiang Chen glared at the crown prince. The crown prince gnashed his teeth in anger, but he dared not say another word. He didn't think Jiang Chen was joking with him. On the same night, within the black sect, Han Yin, De Huang Dog and the others had returned one after another. When they heard about Jiang Chen's achievements, they were extremely excited. Little Qinzi, you're too fierce. I think those imperial emperors are going to be pissed now. Yu Zihan said. This is too fierce. He's simply inhuman. All 6 emperors of the martial Saint dynasty are dead. Such a great loss has never happened in the history of the martial Saint dynasty. But this battle is really exciting. That's right. Yu Zihan burst into laughter. His admiration for Jiang Chen had increased to another level. How are things on your side? Jiang Chen asked. Don't worry, as long as I, De Huang, am involved, nothing will go wrong. Up until now, all the hostages are safe. However, Lord Jiu, your father, and Yan Zhanyun are still in the martial Saint dynasty. De Huang Dog said. I'll settle this score with the imperial emperor. If anything happens to my father, I'll make the martial Saint dynasty fall. Jiang Chen coldly harumphed. 2 cold beams flickered within his eyes. It was a frightening scene. By imprisoning Jiang Zhenhai, the imperial emperor had crossed Jiang Chen's bottom line. Little Qinzi, the martial Saint dynasty is still a very powerful dynasty. You've killed so many of their men today, I'm sure the imperial emperor is going to be furious. If he sends his army to our border, how are we going to defend ourselves? Han Yin said with a frown on his face. The war with the martial Saint dynasty is unavoidable. Tomorrow I'll head to the martial Saint dynasty with the crown prince and the heads of those emperors. I'll rescue my father, father-in-law, and brother Jiu. Jiang Chen said. The reason why he kept the crown prince alive was to save them. If not, because of what he had done, the imperial emperor would never let Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun go. However, little Qinzi, although you've broken through to the mid-combat soul realm, and you're considered invincible among all combat soul warriors, the imperial emperor is still a combat king warrior. If you fight him, do you have the confidence to win? Chapter 448. Everyone threw their gazes onto Jiang Chen. This was a very important question. To put it bluntly, the martial Saint dynasty had a huge and deep foundation. No matter how they looked at it, it was not an existence that the black sect could compete with. Or, in other words, The war with the Martial Saint dynasty was actually a fight between Jiang Qin alone, a fight between Jiang Qin and the Imperial Emperor. Only when Jiang Qin had the strength to defeat the Imperial Emperor would he have a chance to turn the situation around. However, the gap between the Combat Soul realm and the Combat King realm was just too huge, and it was extremely difficult to cross the gap. Not to mention that Jiang Qin was only a mid-combat soul warrior. The Imperial Emperor is only a first-grade combat king warrior, and with my current combat strength I can fight a first-grade combat king warrior. Therefore, I don't really care about the Imperial Emperor. What I'm worried about is that the Martial Saint dynasty has ruled the Eastern continent for so many years, and they have such a deep foundation. I'm afraid they have more than one combat king warrior, and they might even have second and third grade combat king warriors. If that's the case, things will get really complicated. Jiang Qin said with a frown on his face. First-grade combat king? Han Yin and the others were startled, as they didn't understand what Jiang Qin meant. It's normal that you don't know about it. After all, there are only a few combat king warriors in the Eastern continent, and those who haven't reached the combat king realm will never understand how frightening a combat king warrior is. Furthermore, after reaching the combat king realm, the division of levels will change as well. When a combat soul warrior breaks through to the combat king realm, the gap between each level will be huge. The difference between an early combat king warrior and a mid-combat king warrior is completely different, as this is related to a combat king warrior's control over the spatial force. In order to reduce this huge gap, each level of the combat king realm is divided into 3 minor realms. Jiang Qin said. It was understandable that Han Yin and the others didn't know about these things. After all, this was the Eastern continent, not the Divine continent. Here, a single combat king could rule the entire continent. In the eyes of countless people, a combat king was a combat king, and it represented power. Compared to the Eastern continent, the only combat king that people knew about was the Imperial Emperor. Therefore, they didn't know the true division of the combat king realm. Only those who had truly reached the combat king realm would be able to experience the huge gap between the combat king realm, and learn the specific division of the combat king realm. First grade combat king to third grade combat king belongs to the early combat king realm, fourth grade to sixth grade belongs to the mid combat king realm, and seventh grade to ninth grade belongs to the late combat king realm. This is the division of the combat king realm. The cultivation realms of a cultivator are the Qi Jing realm, Qi Hai realm, mortal core realm, heavenly core realm, and divine core realm, but they are just the 5 basic realms. The combat soul realm is the realm that has just surpassed the basic realms and formed a combat soul. Jiang Qin explained everything to the crowd in detail. In his mind, these people all had the potential to become combat king warriors in the future, and they would learn all this knowledge sooner or later. After listening to Jiang Qin's explanation, the crowd were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. None of them knew anything about what Jiang Qin had just told them. Little Qinzi, how did you know all this? Han Yin couldn't help but ask. Because I'm handsome, that's why I know everything. Jiang Qin said with a grin on his face. Hearing this, the crowd immediately raised their middle fingers at Jiang Qin. However, they soon felt relieved. In this world, there were some freaks that couldn't be judged with common sense, and Jiang Qin was one of those freaks. He was so young, but he knew everything as if there was nothing in this world that he didn't know. After listening to what Big Bro Jiang said, I've learned a lot. Looks like only after reaching the combat king realm can one truly step into the path of cultivation. I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to become a combat king warrior in my lifetime. Yu Zihan sighed. You can definitely do it. Han Yin patted Yu Zihan's shoulder. Big Bro Jiang, you don't have to comfort me. I'm just a late divine core warrior. I haven't even broken through to the combat soul realm, let alone the combat king realm, which is even more difficult. Yu Zihan said with a smile on his face. He knew his own limitations very well. Jiang Qin just smiled and didn't say anything. In fact, Yu Zihan had a high chance of breaking through to the combat king realm. Ever since he absorbed the energy vein source essence and improved his physique, he had been improving at an incredible speed. From the early heavenly core realm, it only took him 1.5 years to break through to the late divine core realm. With such progress, he could be considered a genius no matter where he went. Therefore, there was no need for Yu Zihan to feel depressed. The only reason he felt depressed was because he was comparing himself with Jiang Qin and Han Yin. The Imperial Emperor is just a first-grade combat king warrior. I'm more than enough to deal with him. But, if we are to go to war with the Martial Saint dynasty, the Black Sect won't have the upper hand. Tomorrow, I'll pay the Martial Saint dynasty a visit and find a way to rescue my dad and the others. You guys try your best to disperse all the disciples of the Black Sect. As for those below the divine core realm, Don't stay in the black sect for the time being. If not, once the war breaks out, they will all become cannon fodder. Jiang said, the war with the martial Saint dynasty is unavoidable. As for the details, I'll discuss it with the Imperial Emperor tomorrow after I meet him. I'm afraid the Imperial Emperor won't give us another chance. Han Yen said. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with it. Jiang said. His eyes were glowing, and no matter what situation he was in, he always had a confident look on his face. Little Qinzi, if you're going to the martial Saint dynasty, you better be careful. Han Yen reminded. Don't worry, it's just the martial Saint dynasty. If I want to leave, no one can stop me. A confident smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. The next day, Jiang Chen started his journey towards the martial Saint dynasty in the wee hours of the night, and he arrived at his destination just before dawn. Jiang Chen was flying at full speed. When he arrived at the martial Saint dynasty, his speed didn't slow down at all. Soon, 6 golden guards approached him. Stop right there. Who are you? The leading golden guard shouted out loudly. A few of them lined up and blocked Jiang Chen's path. They didn't know who Jiang Chen was, but they knew the people around Jiang Chen. Crown Prince. The few of them cried out in shock at the same time, and their expressions changed dramatically. Not only was the Crown Prince the martial Saint dynasty's Crown Prince, he was also the leader of these golden guards, the true commander. I'm Jiang Chen. Tell the Imperial Emperor that I'm here to give him a gift. Let me see what this is. After saying that, Jiang Chen waved his hand. In an instant, a series of heads flew up into the sky. 6 emperors, Prince Wu Tsong, and the vice-commander of the Golden Guards, Yuan Long. All these hideous human heads were hovering in midair, emitting a frightening coldness. What? Those are the emperor's heads. Oh heavens, something big has happened. The few Golden Guards instantly panicked, and the shock on their faces had reached an extreme level. The leading Golden Guard immediately gave out an order, and it echoed throughout the entire martial Saint dynasty. Jiang Chen stood there with a faint smile on his face. He didn't stop the Golden Guards from giving out the order, and he just stood there, waiting for the Imperial Emperor to arrive. Swoosh, 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 numerous powerful auras soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of powerful figures appeared in the sky outside the martial Saint dynasty, surrounding Jiang Chen and the Crown Prince. These people were the prestigious Golden Guards of the martial Saint dynasty, and the powerful Imperial Army. Every single one of them was a mighty warrior. At this moment, the gazes of these people landed on the floating heads, and their expressions changed drastically. Something big had happened. This was something that had never happened in the history of the martial Saint dynasty. So many emperors were killed, and someone even brought their heads to the martial Saint dynasty to show off. Such a provocation was the biggest humiliation to the martial Saint dynasty. These heads and the imprisoned Crown Prince made everyone look at Jiang Chen with fear in their eyes. They had heard about Jiang Chen's name before, and the Imperial Emperor had given the imperial decree to exterminate all of his family and friends. It was all for the sake of this young genius. But who would have thought that this young man would become so terrifying all of a sudden? Not only did they fail to capture Jiang Chen, they were all killed by him. To the martial Saint dynasty, this was an unimaginable loss. Imperial Emperor, why don't you come out and welcome your people? Jiang Chen ignored the people who surrounded him and shouted at the martial Saint dynasty with a loud voice. His voice was like a sudden clap of thunder, echoing through the sky above the martial Saint dynasty. His words were filled with hostility. Boom! A towering wave suddenly soared up from the center of the martial Saint dynasty. It was a thick flame of anger, and it turned into a golden pillar of light that shot up into the sky. In the next moment, a muscular middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe flew out. He was furious and no one could see how he moved. In the next moment he appeared outside the martial Saint dynasty. That was the aura of a combat king warrior, and it was enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. When the Golden Guards and Royal Guards saw the Imperial Emperor, they immediately bowed and loosened the encirclement. The Imperial Emperor's gaze fell onto the heads of the third emperor and the others, and the anger between his brows had reached its peak. As the Imperial Emperor, he would never allow such a provocation to happen. The martial Saint dynasty was a prosperous dynasty that ruled the entire eastern continent, and no one dared to defy it. But today someone had killed all the emperors and imprisoned the Crown Prince. This wasn't just a simple slap to the Imperial Emperor's face, it was a slap to the left and a slap to the right. Jiang Chen, it looks like I've underestimated you. The Imperial Emperor's voice was so cold that it could freeze a savage beast to death. However, he still managed to remain calm. Yesterday, when all the Emperor's soul jade slips were destroyed, the guards who were guarding the room immediately knew that something big had happened. Without any hesitation, they immediately reported the news to the Imperial Emperor. However, what the Imperial Emperor didn't expect was that Jiang Chen would be so daring. Before he could do anything, Jiang Chen had actually invaded the martial Saint dynasty all by himself, and he had even brought the heads of all the emperors to the Imperial Emperor's palace. Jiang Chen was simply a madman. Of course you've underestimated me. Since you've done something wrong, you'll have to pay the price, Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. Chapter 449. There was no need for Jiang Chen to be polite when talking to the Imperial Emperor. Both of them were now mortal enemies and only one of them would survive. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't plan to be polite with the Imperial Emperor today. Father, save me. When the Crown Prince saw the Imperial Emperor, it was as if he had seen his savior. He immediately cried out in surprise. In his mind, he would be safe now that he could see the Imperial Emperor. His father was an omnipotent existence, not someone that a puny Jiang Chen could deal with. Since Jiang Chen dared to come to the martial Saint dynasty alone, he was courting death. Shut up, trash. The Imperial Emperor glared at the Crown Prince and shouted coldly. The son he had high hopes for had turned into the most useless one. If it wasn't for the Crown Prince's lust, he wouldn't be in this situation today. The heads floating in the sky all had ferocious expressions on their faces. It was impossible for the Imperial Emperor to not feel bad. Not only did the emperors threaten the martial Saint dynasty's reputation, they were also the Imperial Emperor's blood brothers. Now that all of them were dead, the Imperial Emperor would be left alone. Jiang Chen, I'll give you a chance now, hand over the Crown Prince and these heads to me, the Imperial Emperor said. Haha, Imperial Emperor, your words are too funny. With the grudge between us, isn't it a little too much to say something like that? The war between the martial Saint dynasty and me has been decided since the day you gave the imperial decree to kill all my family members. I'll cut the crap, release my father, father-in-law, and brother Jiu, then I'll hand over the Crown Prince and these heads to you. Jiang Chen let out a loud laugh and told the Imperial Emperor the reason why he came here today. You're threatening me? A bright light flickered in the Imperial Emperor's eyes. He was getting angrier and angrier. As the Emperor, no one had ever dared to threaten him like this, and Jiang Chen was definitely the first. Of course I'm threatening you. Jiang Chen shrugged and said, as a matter of fact, this is just a deal. The Crown Prince's life is extremely precious, and the heads of these emperors have to be returned to the martial Saint dynasty after they die. Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't be good for the martial Saint dynasty's reputation if I just bury their heads in some desolate mountain. This was a blatant threat, and Jiang Chen wasn't doing anything wrong. On the other hand, the reason why the Imperial Emperor imprisoned Xuanhuan was to threaten Jiang Chen. No one dares to threaten me, Jiang Chen. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. After I kill you, I'll wipe out your entire clan. The Imperial Emperor's tone was extremely cold. As the most respected man in the Eastern continent, he would never allow anyone to challenge his authority, and he would never allow anyone to threaten him. Is that so? Why don't you try? Let's see who's faster. I guarantee that before you do anything, I'll kill the Crown Prince and destroy all these heads. Jiang Chen said. He wasn't threatened by the Imperial Emperor at all. In terms of temperament, he was much calmer than the Imperial Emperor. He knew that the Imperial Emperor would definitely compromise today. No matter what the Crown Prince had become, he was still the Crown Prince. In the Imperial Emperor's mind, the Crown Prince's life was more precious than Xuanhuan's. Furthermore, these emperors' heads were related to the martial Saint dynasty's reputation. Now that they had been killed, the Imperial Emperor's reputation had been ruined. If someone burned these heads in front of the Imperial Emperor, it wouldn't just be a matter of losing face. More importantly, these were all emperors, the Imperial Emperor's blood brothers. Now that they were dead, they couldn't even return their heads to the Imperial Emperor. The Imperial Emperor was a failure as an emperor. Don't think I'm joking, I only joke with my friends. I'll count to 3, and if I don't see my father by then, I'll break one of the Crown Prince's arms right in front of you. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. He placed his palm on the Crown Prince's shoulder. The Crown Prince's face turned pale because of fear. He knew how terrifying Jiang Chen was. With just a little bit of force from Jiang Chen, the Crown Prince's arm would be crippled. The Imperial Emperor clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. Ever since he became the emperor, he had never been so angry. However, the Imperial Emperor could tell that Jiang Chen wasn't joking. The Imperial Emperor coldly harumphed. With a wave of his hand, he tore a crack in the air, and a chilly wind came gushing out from it. This was the frightening ability of a combat king. After comprehending the spatial laws, he could easily tear the space apart. The Imperial Emperor waved his hand again, and 4 figures were pulled out from the crack. These 4 were none other than Wu Jiao, Xianyi, Jiang Zhenhai, and Yan Xuanhuan, who had been imprisoned in the martial Saint dynasty. The 4 of them staggered and nearly lost their balance. When they finally steadied themselves, they saw Jiang Qin standing in front of them. They were startled at first, but soon after, their faces turned into wild joy. Qin, Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Xuanhuan cried out at the same time. During the days they were imprisoned, there was only one thing that kept them going, and that was their beloved son and son-in-law. They firmly believed that Jiang Qin would come and save them. Brother, this? Wu Jiao saw Jiang Qin as well. But soon after, he threw his glance at those heads. When he saw the faces of those heads, he didn't feel happy at all. Instead, he let out a long sigh. No matter what, these were his brothers. Although they had always made things difficult for him when they were alive, and were his enemies, Wu Jiao still felt it was a pity that they had ended up in such a miserable state. Of course, Wu Jiao only felt it was a pity. Ever since the Imperial Emperor gave the order to annihilate his entire family, and even his own son, Wu Jiao had cut off all ties with the martial Saint dynasty. However, Wu Jiao and Xianyi were still shocked. They were shocked because of Jiang Qin. When Jiang Qin left the martial Saint dynasty, he was only a peak divine core warrior, not even a combat soul warrior. In just a short period of time, not only had he broken through to the combat soul realm, his combat strength had also reached a heaven-defying level. So many great warriors of the martial Saint dynasty had been killed by him, and after seeing what had happened to all the emperors, they knew without a doubt that Xuanhuan Sheng and Tiangang Yi's ending would be even more miserable than theirs. Wu Jiao, did you see that? This is the man you befriended, the one who killed all your brothers and fellow sect members. I'm sure you feel guilty about this. The Imperial Emperor Lung Lung stared at Wu Jiao. Guilty? This is all your fault. I've told you before, Jiang Qin is someone we can't afford to offend. When Jiang Qin first arrived at the martial palace, if the martial Saint dynasty treated him as a distinguished guest, Jiang Qin might have been recruited by the martial Saint dynasty. If that was the case, not only would the martial Saint dynasty not have one more powerful enemy, it would have become even more powerful. However, all of you just don't like Jiang Qin, and that's why you've made things difficult for him. That's why all of this has happened. As for the brothers and fellow sect members you mentioned, I'm really sorry, but from the moment you decided to kill me, and from the moment they tried to kill me, that relationship has been completely severed. Wu Jiao coldly harumphed. The Imperial Emperor and those emperors had completely broken his heart. He had no doubt that if it wasn't for Jiang Qin, he would be a dead man by now, and his son would be a wanted criminal by the martial Saint dynasty. Good, very good. I'll let you know the consequences of going against the martial Saint dynasty. The Imperial Emperor said with a sneer. Imperial Emperor, cut the crap. Let the 4 of them go, and I'll return the crown prince and all these heads to you. Jiang Qin said. The reason he came here today was to make a deal. 1 for the crown prince and 1 for all these heads. Among these 4 you can only take 2 with you. The Imperial Emperor said. No way, I want all of them, not one less. Jiang Qin would never back down. With the Imperial Emperor's current fury, he would most likely kill all of them on the spot. Jiang Qin, don't push your luck, this is my bottom line. The Imperial Emperor was defending his last bit of imperial prestige. My bottom line has already been touched by all of you. I have to take all 4 of them with me, there's no room for negotiation. Jiang Qin's tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Seeing that Jiang Qin wouldn't budge, the Imperial Emperor's imperial robe fluttered in the wind, and his body was trembling due to extreme anger. However, in the next moment, his eyes lit up. In his mind, there was no harm in handing these people over to Jiang Qin. With the current situation, there was no way Jiang Qin could escape. As long as he could bring back the crown prince and all these heads, all these people including Jiang Qin would still have to die. I'll say it one last time. 1 for the crown prince and 1 for the head. However, Jiang Qin, since you have the strength to kill a peak combat soul warrior, do you have the courage to fight me? As long as you can withstand 3 strikes from me without dying, I'll let all of you go. A sneer emerged on the Imperial Emperor's face. Fine. Out of the Imperial Emperor's expectation, Jiang Qin agreed without any hesitation. Since you're courting death, I won't show any mercy. A ridiculing look emerged in the Imperial Emperor's eyes. He didn't expect Jiang Qin to agree so easily. It looked like this young man was overconfident just because he had some strength, thinking he was invincible under the heavens. Little did he know, the huge gap between the Combat Soul realm and the Combat King realm was not something Jiang Chen could imagine. Let alone 3 strikes, the Imperial Emperor would be able to kill Jiang Chen with just 1 strike. Once he killed Jiang Chen, he would kill Jiang Chen's entire family and avenge the death of the Imperial Emperor. This was what the Imperial Emperor was thinking, and Jiang Chen had his own thoughts as well. He was waiting for the Imperial Emperor to let him go. If not, it wouldn't be easy for him to leave with Jiang Zhenhai and the other 3 burdens. Come. Jiang Chen leapt into the sky and placed all the heads into his storage ring, including the Crown Prince's head. The storage ring was a sealed space and it was used to store items, not people. However, for a combat soul warrior like the Crown Prince, he wouldn't suffocate to death after being stored in it for a while. Chen, be careful. Brother, be careful. Jiang Zhenhai and Wu Jiao warned Jiang Chen at the same time. Especially Wu Jiao, his face was filled with worry. He knew how frightening Jiang Chen was, but the Imperial Emperor was a true combat king warrior. How could a young combat soul warrior fight him? The Imperial Emperor's 3 strikes were deadly. Chapter 450. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky above the martial Saint dynasty. Jiang Chen and the Imperial Emperor were standing opposite each other, both of them emanating incredible killing intent. This Jiang Chen has overestimated himself. Does he really think he can fight the Imperial Emperor just because he killed all the emperors? He's simply courting death. That's right, the Imperial Emperor is a true combat king warrior. Let alone 3 strikes, Jiang Chen won't be able to withstand even 1 strike. Fighting the martial Saint dynasty won't end well for anyone. However, this Jiang Chen is a heaven-defying man. He has killed so many emperors and caused an unprecedented loss to the martial Saint dynasty. Even if he dies, his name will still spread far and wide. The Golden Guards and the Imperial Army were all sighing. In their minds, Jiang Chen was undoubtedly a peerless demon king. He had achieved so much at such a young age, and even if he were to die in the hands of the Imperial Emperor today, his name would still be recorded in the history of the Eastern continent. In the next 100 years, his name would be known by everyone. Jiang Zhenhai and xuanhuan clenched their fists tightly. Their faces were filled with nervousness, especially Jiang Zhenhai. Jiang Chen was his everything, and if anything bad happened to Jiang Chen, there would be no point for him to continue living in this world. Lord Jiao, do you think brother Jiang Chen can withstand 3 strikes from the Imperial Emperor? Xianyi asked worriedly. A mid-combat soul warrior fighting against a combat king warrior, this has never happened before. Normally it's impossible, but with my understanding of brother, he would never do something he's not confident in. He has always been able to create miracles, and perhaps he will do the same this time. Wu Jiao said. He had no idea if a mid-combat soul warrior could fight against a combat king warrior in this world, but he knew Jiang Chen well. Although this man was young, he was an astute man, and he would never do anything he wasn't confident in. Furthermore, this involved the safety of 2 important figures, Jiang Zhenhai and xuanhuan, so Jiang Chen wouldn't do anything reckless. Up in the sky, the Imperial Emperor's divine aura was unfathomable. As a combat king warrior, as well as a high and mighty emperor, he had always looked down on others. Jiang Chen, I admire your courage. You actually dared to take 3 of my moves. The Imperial Emperor said with a sneer on his face. Make your move. Jiang Chen was very straightforward and he didn't want to waste any time. With his eyesight, not only could he tell that the Imperial Emperor was only a first-grade combat king, he could also clearly tell how strong the Imperial Emperor's combat strength was. With his 10,000 dragon marks, he was more than enough to fight or even suppress a first-grade combat king. Umph. The Imperial Emperor let out a cold snort, then he suddenly threw out a punch. The punch caused the surrounding space to distort, causing cracks to appear in the space around it. The punch carried the power of space as it flew towards Jiang Chen. The attack of a combat king warrior was extremely ferocious, causing the weather to change in an instant. If it was any ordinary man, even if he had the combat strength to fight a combat king warrior, he would still be at a loss when facing an unfamiliar power of space. The biggest difference between a combat soul warrior and a combat king warrior was the power of space. A combat king warrior was able to use the power of space to attack, but a combat soul warrior was not familiar with the power of space, so they were usually unable to defend themselves, or even had no idea where to attack. However, Jiang Chen was different. Although he was unable to use the power of space, he was very familiar with it. Therefore, he didn't panic when facing the Imperial Emperor's attack. Jiang Chen was able to accurately see the trajectory of the power of space, allowing him to accurately defend himself. In fact, in the path of cultivation there was a saying, a single force can break all skills. In front of absolute power, everything else was nothing. Jiang Chen had 10,000 dragon marks, so he could easily unleash a force of over 1,000,000 kilograms. A first-grade combat king is only SOSO. Jiang Chen let out a loud shout and threw out a punch as well. His palm was fully covered with blood-red dragon scales, and when he threw out his punch, an illusory dragon appeared. The dragon was completely condensed from a frightening amount of energy, and it contained the true dragon flame and thunder flame, causing it to be even more ferocious, causing no one to dare look directly at it. As the saying goes, when an expert makes his move, everyone's expression changed. When Jiang Chen attacked, everyone's expressions changed, including the Imperial Emperor's. Those golden guards and royal guards who thought the Imperial Emperor would be able to smash Jiang Chen into pieces with just a single strike had their smiles frozen on their faces. They could clearly feel that the aura unleashed by Jiang Chen's punch was not any weaker than the Imperial Emperor's. It was so ferocious, so powerful that it could destroy anything. Jiang Chen's attack was a typical example of ferocity. Rumble, both attacks collided with each other. The spatial force and ferocious energy interweaved with each other, causing the surrounding space to distort. Shockwaves swept across the place, and the entire sky was distorted. The sky was trembling and black smoke could be seen drifting in the air. Everyone's hearts were palpitating, and they could all feel the tremendous pressure. The battle between these two men was simply too ferocious. Luckily they were fighting in the sky. If not, just the shockwaves from their battle would be enough to destroy the entire martial Saint dynasty, and countless buildings would be destroyed. Jiang Chen and the Imperial Emperor's bodies swayed at the same time. Their attacks were equally matched. As for Jiang Chen, he was cultivating the dragon transformation skill. Not only did he have a strong body, he also had a very fast recovery ability. In just an instant he had returned to his peak condition. In this aspect he had an advantage over the Imperial Emperor. How could this be possible? The Imperial Emperor's expression changed dramatically. The shock in his heart was like a raging ocean. The way he looked at Jiang Chen had completely changed. He had never thought that there would be a day where a combat soul warrior could fight him. Furthermore, this young man was only a mid-combat soul warrior. This was simply too shocking. What was the definition of a monster? This was a monster. One could never use an ordinary person's eyes to judge a monster. He had something that surpassed ordinary people, and this kind of man was the scariest. Good. Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun couldn't contain their excitement, and they immediately shouted out. Jiang Chen's ferocious strength was something they were proud of. He's amazing. Brother Jiang Chen has really broadened my horizons. He can actually fight a combat king warrior with just a mid-combat soul cultivation, and he's not in a disadvantageous position at all. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Shocking, this is really shocking. Xinyi was extremely shocked. He knew how frightening Jiang Chen was, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent. Fighting a combat king warrior with just a mid-combat soul cultivation, this was truly heaven-defying. Judging from the current situation, not only would the Imperial Emperor not be able to kill Jiang Chen in 3 strikes, it would be extremely difficult for him to defeat Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang is the most heaven-defying existence I've ever seen in this world, Wu Jiao said with mixed emotions. Of course, they didn't know that Jiang Chen had attracted heavenly tribulation back in the southern continent. A man who could attract heavenly tribulation while breaking through to the combat soul realm, it was impossible for him not to be heaven-defying. For a monster like him, no matter what he did, it was normal. Under the heavens, there were only a few people who could attract heavenly tribulation while breaking through to the combat soul realm. At least, with Jiang Chen's status as the once greatest saint underneath the heavens, he had never seen one before. Imperial Emperor, let's do this, I still have 2 strikes left. Jiang Chen's fighting spirit soared into the sky. Fighting a combat king warrior was the real thrill, and it was the only thing that could truly make his blood boil. Jiang Chen, even I have to admit that you're a peerless genius that only appears once every 10,000 years. However, if you want to fight me with just a mid-combat soul cultivation, you're taking it too lightly. That strike just now was just a casual strike, and I'd like to see how you're going to defend against the next 2 strikes. The Imperial Emperor unleashed his energy and said with a cold voice. To be honest, when he saw Jiang Chen in this state, the Imperial Emperor felt a bit regretful. He should have tried to rope in a genius like this instead of making him his enemy. When they first met in the Martial Saint Palace, if the Imperial Emperor had treated Jiang Chen a little better and offered him an olive branch with Wu Jiao's help, perhaps Jiang Chen would have really chosen to serve the Martial Saint dynasty. At the very least things wouldn't have come to this. However, since things had come to this, there was nothing else the Imperial Emperor could say. A genius like this had to be killed as soon as possible, and it wasn't too late to kill him now. However, the Imperial Emperor could never give Jiangchen the chance to continue growing. If not, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just use whatever you have. Jiangchen didn't show any fear. The Imperial Emperor, who was a first-grade combat king warrior, was no longer a threat to him. A golden light burst out from the Imperial Emperor's eyes. He slowly raised both of his hands and pointed his fingers like a sword. A bright light flickered between his fingers. Suddenly the Imperial Emperor shouted out, "Heavenly Imperial Finger!" Rumble, a loud explosion sounded out in the sky. The Imperial Emperor's finger caused a spatial crack to appear in the air. He then pointed his finger forward, unleashing a gigantic golden finger. It carried a boundless divine might that seemed capable of destroying everything in its path, and it dashed toward Jiangchen. The Heavenly Imperial Finger was a unique combat skill of the Martial Saint dynasty. The third emperor had used it when he was fighting against Jiangchen, but when the Imperial Emperor used the same combat skill, the third emperor couldn't compare with it at all. I've told you before, this finger skill is too clumsy. 9 solar fingers, 7th finger. Jiangchen shouted out as well and struck out with his own finger skill. Before this, he was only cultivating the 6 solar fingers, which was a branch of the 9 solar fingers. But now, after forming 10,000 dragon marks, Jiangchen was able to use the 7th finger of the 9 solar fingers. Rumble, the air trembled and the sky changed color. 7 gigantic fingers appeared at the same time, emitting a dazzling golden light. Each of the fingers was fully covered with golden symbols, giving them a mystical appearance. The 7 fingers quickly merged into one, and collided with the Imperial Emperor's Heavenly Imperial Finger. Everyone on the ground held their breaths. They had no idea who would emerge victorious in this collision. In terms of aura alone, both men were equally matched. The expressions of the Golden Guards and Royal Guards changed once again. They couldn't see any hope anymore. This monster was simply too heaven-defying. Even a combat king warrior like the Imperial Emperor couldn't defeat him. Rumble, the Heavenly Imperial Finger and the mysterious 9 solar finger collided violently once again. The void was shattered once again. This time the collision was much more intense than the previous collision. Chapter 451. Although the Heavenly Imperial Finger was a rare combat skill of the Martial Saint dynasty, compared to the profound 9 solar finger, it was still much weaker. Furthermore, Jiangchen's combat strength was on par with the Imperial Emperor's. In this battle, it was highly possible that Jiangchen would gain the upper hand. The void was instantly shattered and black hurricanes could be seen everywhere. The Imperial Emperor's body trembled, and he was forced to take a step back before he could stabilize his body. On the other hand, Jiangchen was still standing there, unmoving. Anyone with a discerning eye could easily tell that Jiangchen had gained the upper hand. What? The Imperial Emperor cried out in shock. He felt like coughing up blood. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. With his cultivation base of first-grade combat king, he was actually forced back by Jiangchen. This was ridiculous, as if he was dreaming. Oh my heavens! What kind of monster is this Jiangchen? How could he be so powerful? The Imperial Emperor said he could kill him in 3 strikes, but he was forced back by him. How is this possible? I can't believe this. The Golden Guards and the Royal Guards were so shocked that their souls almost left their bodies. The result of the battle was so different from what they had expected. Initially, they thought that with the Imperial Emperor's cultivation base, even if he couldn't kill Jiangchen, he could at least severely injure him. However, they never thought that Jiangchen would be so terrifying. Not only was he not injured, he even forced the Imperial Emperor back during the collision. This was too shocking and they couldn't believe their own eyes. Jiang Zhenhai, Yan Zhanyun, and Wu Jiao were all excited. Their eyes were glowing brightly. Jiangchen was too powerful, and the stronger Jiangchen was, the more advantageous it would be for them. If Jiangchen couldn't fight the Imperial Emperor, even if they could leave this place safely, they wouldn't be able to escape from the Imperial Emperor's hands in the future. In order to truly fight the Martial Saint dynasty, they would need the ability to fight a combat king warrior. Therefore, when they saw Jiangchen's ability, they were naturally happy. At least they saw a glimmer of hope. Imperial Emperor, there's only one more attack left. I think you better use your full strength. Otherwise, not to mention killing me, I'm afraid you won't even be able to touch a single hair on my body. That would be too embarrassing. Jiang Qin said in a sarcastic tone. Right at this moment, the Imperial Emperor's expression had completely changed. He no longer had the dignified expression of a mighty emperor. The way he looked at Jiang Chen was like he was looking at a monster. He really couldn't understand how a young man with only a mid-combat soul cultivation base could be so formidable. The Imperial Emperor's face became extremely gloomy. He had said he would use 3 attacks, but now he only had 1 attack left. Judging from the current situation, it seemed impossible for him to kill Jiang Chen with this attack. However, the Imperial Emperor still had some hidden cards up his sleeves, and in his opinion, they were more than enough to cause great damage to Jiang Chen. Clang. The Imperial Emperor swung his arm, and a long and narrow golden sword appeared in his palm. The sword was as thin as a cicada's wings, and it was emitting an extremely cold killing intent. Numerous symbols were engraved on its surface, and it was filled with the power of space. With a casual swing of the sword, the space around it began twisting. This sword was a king weapon, and in terms of level, it was almost the same as the Third Emperor's king weapon. Jiang Chen, I wonder if you can withstand my profound heaven-treasured sword. The Imperial Emperor shouted out. The profound heaven sword produced a violent sound as it was raised high up in the air. Locking onto Jiang Chen's aura, the Imperial Emperor slashed down toward Jiang Chen with lightning speed. In just the blink of an eye, the sword arrived in front of Jiang Chen. A tremendous king's aura swept across the place. Only a combat king warrior could perfectly unleash the power of a king weapon. Everyone were watching the battle in the sky with excitement. The Golden Guards and the Royal Guards were extremely excited. The sudden increase in the Imperial Emperor's aura had given them hope of killing Jiang Chen. Swoosh. Right at this moment, another swoosh came out from Jiang Chen's hand. In the next moment, everyone could see a huge golden sword appearing in Jiang Chen's hand. The sword looked extremely mystical, and the aura it was emitting was not any weaker than the Imperial Emperor's profound heaven sword. Clang. The Heavenly Saint sword and the profound heaven sword, 2 peerless swords, collided with each other, producing a large amount of sparks. The space around them was torn apart layer by layer, and it looked extremely terrifying. After this collision, the Imperial Emperor didn't manage to kill or even defeat Jiang Chen as he wished. Both of them were still evenly matched, and even though the Imperial Emperor had unleashed his king weapon, Jiang Chen wasn't any weaker than him. It's just a perfect rank combat weapon, but it can actually unleash the aura of a king weapon? What the hell? The Imperial Emperor nearly threw up a mouthful of blood. However, he had to face the fact that Jiang Chen had truly grown to a point where he could no longer control his strength. With his current combat strength, not to mention killing Jiang Chen, it would be extremely difficult for him to defeat Jiang Chen. This situation caused the Imperial Emperor to feel a sense of regret. He still remembered the first time he met Jiang Chen in the Martial Saint Palace. At that time he was just a late divine core young man, and in order to avoid being hunted down by the Xuanhuan clan and Myriad Sword sect, he had to hide in the Martial Palace and seek refuge with wuxia. It had only been a short period of time, but Jiang Chen had already grown to such a level. The speed of his improvement was simply unheard of. If the Imperial Emperor hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. The Imperial Emperor regretted not killing Jiang Chen decisively back then, and that was the reason why he ended up in such a predicament. However, although Jiang Chen was strong enough to fight the Imperial Emperor, with the Martial Saint dynasty's current strength, it was still not something that Jiang Chen could fight. An unprecedented killing intent emerged from the Imperial Emperor's heart. Jiang Chen had grown to such an extent, and he couldn't give him any chance to continue growing. 3 moves have passed. Imperial Emperor, fulfill your promise. After saying that, Jiang Chen took out the heads of the Crown Prince and the other emperors from his storage ring, and without saying anything he threw them over to the Imperial Emperor. Although the Imperial Emperor wished he could eat him alive and kill his entire family, he was still the Martial Saint dynasty's emperor, the supreme ruler. The Imperial Emperor's words were like gold and jade, and the Imperial Emperor had given him 3 moves in front of so many people. So, Jiang Chen wasn't worried that the Imperial Emperor would go back on his words, unless the Imperial Emperor really didn't care about his face anymore. Of course that was impossible. The Imperial Emperor might not care about his face, but the Martial Saint dynasty did. Hearing that, Wuxia and the other 3 didn't hesitate any longer. They immediately flew over to Jiang Chen's side, their faces filled with pleasant surprise, especially Wuxia. When he was locked up in the heavenly prison he thought he was done for, and it was only a matter of time before he lost his life. He never thought he would be rescued so quickly. Jiang Chen, my words are like gold and jade and they are like gold and jade. All of you can leave now. However, the war between us has just begun. I'll give you 3 days to linger on your last breath. 3 days later, I'll personally lead the army and crush the Black Sect and kill your entire family. At that point of time, it won't be as simple as 3 moves. The Imperial Emperor Lung Lung said. I'll be waiting for you. I'd like to see if I, Jiang Chen, will have my entire family killed in 3 days, or if your martial saint dynasty will be overturned. Jiang Chen's energy soared into the sky, and his entire body was filled with a domineering aura. He wasn't afraid of the Imperial Emperor's threat at all. This war was inevitable, and 3 days was just the right time for him to prepare. Chapter 452. 1,000 miles away from the martial saint dynasty, Jiang Chen and the group stopped in the sky above a mountain range. Jiang Chen observed Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun's condition before letting out a sigh of relief. Including Wu Jiao, none of them had any changes to their auras. Obviously, although they had been suffering from some depression in the heavenly prison, they hadn't suffered any injuries. Dad, father-in-law Chener has made you suffer a lot. Jiang Chen bowed toward both of them. They were the most important people in his life. Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun hurriedly helped Jiang Chen up from the ground. Bright smiles emerged on their faces, and the more they looked at Jiang Chen, the more they liked him. This young man in front of them had always been their biggest pride. Chen, it's our Jiang family's blessing that you're able to achieve what you've achieved today. You're my biggest pride, and I'll have no regrets even if I die. Jiang Zhenhai said with a smile on his face. He felt gratified to have a son like this. Don't worry, Dad, as long as I'm here, no one will be able to hurt you. Jiang Chen said in a solemn manner. If he couldn't even protect the people closest to him, he, the once greatest saint underneath the heavens, would have no face to continue living in this world. Brother, I never expected this. The speed of your growth is just like a dream. I never thought you'd be able to break through to the mid-combat soul realm in such a short period of time, and I never thought you'd be able to fight a combat king warrior with just a mid-combat soul cultivation base. Such a miracle is something that only happens once in 10,000 years. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it even if you beat me to death. Wu Jiao said with mixed emotions. Although Jiang Chen had shocked him many times in the past, the shock he felt today was far greater than before. Fighting a combat king warrior with just a mid-combat soul cultivation base, perhaps only Jiang Chen could achieve such a feat. Brother Jiao, I'm sure you know about the grudge between me and the martial saint dynasty. The Imperial Emperor will never let this matter go. 3 days from now, the final battle will most likely take place. If Brother Jiao feels troubled, you can withdraw from this battle. Jiang Chen said to Wu Jiao. The grudge between him and the Imperial Emperor couldn't be resolved, and the final battle in 3 days was unavoidable. However, Wu Jiao's surname was Wu, and he was a member of the martial saint dynasty. If the final battle really happened, it might be a little difficult for him. Lord Jiao? Xianyi wanted to say something but was stopped by Wu Jiao. Xianyi, I know what you're going to say. After saying that, Wu Jiao turned to Jiang Chen and said, Brother, since the moment I was thrown into the heavenly prison, the moment the Imperial Emperor issued the imperial decree to kill my entire family, and the moment my brothers plotted to kill me, I, Wu Jiao, have cut off all ties with the martial saint dynasty. You're right, the Imperial Emperor doesn't have a place for me in his heart. Since I, Wu Jiao, have decided to join the battle, I'll go all the way to the end. I'll definitely help you in the battle between you and the martial saint dynasty. Wu Jiao's words were very serious, clearly showing his attitude. The Imperial Emperor and those emperors had completely broken his heart. Wu Jiao was a man with a strong will, and he would never hesitate in doing things. In order to save him, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate to barge into the martial saint dynasty alone and fight the Imperial Emperor. Now, since Jiang Chen was going to fight the Imperial Emperor, there was no way Wu Jiao would just stand by and watch. That's more like it. Xianyi clenched his fists tightly, his face filled with excitement. In his mind, Wu Jiao was his only master. The martial saint dynasty had no place in his heart. When he saw how the martial saint dynasty treated Wu Jiao, he was more furious than anyone else. Now that Jiang Chen was going to fight the Imperial Emperor, he would stand on Jiang Chen's side without any hesitation. Alright, let's return to the Black Sect now, we'll discuss this later. Jiang Chen patted Wu Jiao's shoulder, then the group began flying toward the Black Sect. Brother Jiao, how many combat king warriors does the martial saint dynasty have? On the way back to the Black Sect, Jiang Chen asked Wu Jiao. This was what he was most concerned about. The martial saint dynasty rules the entire eastern continent, and they are very powerful. When it comes to the Imperial Emperor, they already have 3 combat king warriors. The old emperor and the old great emperor are both combat king warriors. However, both of them have been living in seclusion, and they have never asked about the martial Saint dynasty's affairs. The old emperor is the same as the imperial emperor. He is also a first-grade combat king warrior, but his combat strength is much stronger than the imperial emperor's. Now that the imperial emperor knows that you have the strength to fight a combat king warrior, he might ask the old emperor for help. In 3 days 2 combat king warriors will appear. Wuxiao said. 2 first-grade combat king warriors. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows, then he threw his glance at Wuxiao and said, Brother Jiao, with your current cultivation base, you are already half a step into the combat king realm. Do you still remember what I told you back in Inferno Hell? Your Tao of military combat is a bit complicated, and if you can focus on one type of military combat, you will be able to achieve a different result. Just follow my instructions and enter secluded cultivation, and you will have no problem breaking through to the combat king realm in 3 days. At that point of time, we will have 2 combat king warriors, and we will be on par with the imperial emperor. Wuxiao's body trembled upon hearing this. Only now did he remember what Jiang Chen had told him back in Inferno Hell. However, back then Jiang Chen's cultivation base was too weak, so he didn't take it seriously. However, the current Jiang Chen was different from the past, and he was confident that he could break through to the combat king realm in 3 days. This made Wuxiao very excited. He immediately decided to enter secluded cultivation and cultivate his Tao of military combat according to what Jiang Chen had told him. Alright, I'll enter secluded cultivation right after I return. I'll listen to brother's instructions this time. Wuxiao said. What's the cultivation base of that old great emperor? Jiang Chen asked again. Only by knowing one's own strength and one's enemy could one emerge victorious in 100 battles. It has been a long time since the old great emperor showed himself. I think he should be a second-grade combat king now, and he won't be easy to deal with. He won't show up in the final battle in 3 days, and the imperial emperor won't bother him because of something like this. However, once the martial Saint dynasty is in danger, the old great emperor will definitely strike, and he will become our biggest threat. Wuxiao said. After listening to Wuxiao's words, not only did Jiang Chen not worry, a pleasantly surprised look could be seen in his eyes. Currently, first-grade combat king warriors could no longer give him any pressure, and his dragon transformation skill was on the verge of transforming. It was obviously impossible for him to stimulate the potential of the dragon transformation skill with the help of the imperial emperor and the old emperor. However, every time the dragon transformation skill underwent a transformation, it would be a huge opportunity for Jiang Chen, and it was extremely important. Jiang Chen would never let this opportunity slip away. Judging from the current situation, if he wanted to truly transform the dragon transformation skill, he would need the help of the old great emperor. According to Jiang Chen's estimation, once the dragon transformation skill finished its transformation, he would be able to break through to the late combat soul realm. Once that happened, he would have the confidence to kill a second-grade combat king warrior. At that point of time, the martial Saint dynasty would have nothing to fear. Chen, the martial Saint dynasty is really powerful, are you sure you can defeat them? Jiang Zhenhai worriedly asked. Don't worry, Dad, everything is under my control. Besides, the war between us and the martial Saint dynasty is unavoidable, and we can't just stand here and wait for them to kill us all. Jiang Qin said with a confident smile on his face. Brother, I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Wu Jiao said with a bitter smile. But, Jiang brother can always create miracles, and each miracle is bigger than the one before. I have a feeling that the martial Saint dynasty that has ruled the eastern continent for so many years will be destroyed by Jiang brother in the near future. Xianxia said. If it was in the past he wouldn't have believed what he said, but now he could see many possibilities from Jiang Chen. Or, it could be said that nothing was impossible when it came to Jiang Chen. Brother Jiao, aside from the combat king warriors, how strong is the overall strength of the martial Saint dynasty? For example, do they have any late combat soul warriors? Jiang Chen continued asking. The war would definitely be a large-scale one, and a lot of people would be participating in it. They're still very strong. They have a lot of combat soul warriors, and they can easily mobilize a few hundred combat soul warriors. As for those late combat soul warriors, you've already killed the emperors, but I don't think it'll be a problem to mobilize another 20 late combat soul warriors. Wu Jiao said. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. This was a difficult problem. He would have to deal with the imperial emperor and the old emperor in 3 days, so he would have no time to deal with the martial Saint dynasty's army. If that happened, the black sect would suffer a great loss. Jiang brother, I'm afraid we're no match for them if we're only fighting combat soul warriors. Xianxia said. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with them. We have to fight this war no matter what. Jianghu said. There was no way out now and they had to fight. The Black Sect. When Jianghu and the group came back, all the disciples below the Divine Core Realm had been sent away from the Black Sect. In a war of this scale, all those below the Divine Core Realm were nothing but cannon fodder. Within the Black Sect's meeting hall, Han Yin and the others were overjoyed when they saw Wu Jiao, Jiang Zhenhai, and the others. When they learned that Jiang Chen was able to fight the Imperial Emperor head-on without being defeated, their faces were filled with wild joy. No matter what, Jiang Chen had the combat strength to fight a combat king warrior, and this was great news for the Black Sect. Little Qinzi, with the Black Sect's current strength, it's impossible for us to fight the martial Saint dynasty. Han Yin said. Don't worry, I have a way. A faint smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. What way? Daoist Black asked. Sect Chief, older brother Gua, brother Yin, immediately spread the news about me fighting the Imperial Emperor, and also the news about me killing those emperors, the Xuanhuan clan and Myriad Sword Sect. Just tell them that I, Jiang Chen, am summoning all the warriors under the heavens, and I'm going to fight the martial Saint dynasty in 3 days. Those who come to help the Black Sect, once the martial Saint dynasty is destroyed, they will be rewarded handsomely. Jiang Chen said. Hearing this, everyone was startled. All of them felt that Jiang Chen's idea wasn't feasible. Little Qinzi, the martial Saint dynasty has a deep foundation, and we're just a newly risen sect. I don't think we can summon any great warriors to help us. Han Yin said. Chapter 453. Whether or not we can gather them all depends on whether the Imperial Emperor is willing to help us or not. If the Imperial Emperor is willing to help us, then we'll be able to gather a lot of people. Furthermore, you should know that there are always restless people in this world, they just want to see the world in chaos. Now is the perfect time for us to change, and many people will want to experience the changes themselves. Jiang Chen leaned back on the rattan chair with a slight smile on his face. His eyes were glowing brightly. Not only was he a powerful cultivator, he was also a wise and resourceful man. He always looked like he had everything under his control. Why would the Imperial Emperor help us? He can't wait to kill us. Yu Zihan was shocked, he couldn't understand what Jiang Chen was talking about. Just wait and see, I'm sure he will help us. You guys spread the news immediately. From tomorrow onwards, the Black Sect will open its doors and welcome all the heroes of the Eastern Continent. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Really? Will it work? Daoist Black was startled as well. He had a feeling that this wasn't a reliable plan. The martial Saint dynasty was so powerful, and even if Jiang Chen could fight the Imperial Emperor, it didn't mean that the tiny Black Sect could. Facing a colossus like the martial Saint dynasty, who would want to get involved and become their enemy? Just do as I say. Whether it will work or not, we'll know in the future. Jiang Chen said. The crowd was still skeptical. They felt that it was too unrealistic to gather so many heroes to help them. However, Jiang Chen had a radiant smile on his face, as if he had a card up his sleeve. No one knew what he was up to. Ask the Imperial Emperor for help? Was that even possible? Obviously, it was impossible. The Imperial Emperor wasn't an idiot, there was no way he would help Jiang Chen fight them. However, they still obeyed Jiang Chen's words. In the Black Sect, Jiang Chen's words were like the Imperial Edict. His prestige was even greater than the Imperial Emperors in the martial Saint dynasty, so no one dared to disobey him. On the same day, the Black Sect spread the news that Jiang Chen had killed 6 emperors of the martial Saint dynasty, captured the crown prince, invaded the martial Saint dynasty alone and rescued the hostages. Furthermore, Jiang Chen had fought the combat king realm Imperial Emperor in the sky above the martial Saint dynasty, and not only did he not lose, he even gained the upper hand. As if the news had grown wings, it spread across all the provinces in the Eastern Continent at an incredible speed. Many people had heard about the news of Jiang Chen killing the martial Saint dynasty's emperor, and it was shocking enough. However, the news of Jiang Chen being able to fight a combat king warrior was even more shocking. Besides that, the Black Sect had also announced that they were going to fight the martial Saint dynasty to the death in 3 days. Jiang Chen had even declared that he was going to overthrow the martial Saint dynasty and change the structure of the Eastern Continent. He was going to change the history of the Eastern Continent being ruled by someone else. Therefore, he had invited all the warriors under the heavens to help the Black Sect. Once the martial Saint dynasty was destroyed, they would be rewarded with endless benefits. When the news spread out, the martial Saint dynasty remained silent, and no one came out to refute the rumor. This made everyone believe that Jiang Chen was strong enough to fight the Combat King realm. After the news spread out, the Martial Saint dynasty still remained silent. No one came out to refute the rumor, which made the people believe that the news was accurate. Everyone believed that Jiang Chen now had the ability to fight a Combat King. Heavens! That Jiang Chen is so ferocious. The Imperial Emperor wanted to kill his entire family, and now Jiang Chen has returned, and the two strongest men in the Jian province were both killed by him. Not only that, he even killed 6 emperors of the Martial Saint dynasty. This is brutal. Ever since this Jiang Chen appeared, the entire eastern continent hasn't had a single moment of peace. This man is growing at an incredible speed, and he can be considered as the #1 monster in history. He is able to fight a Combat King warrior with just a combat soul cultivation base, and that is something that no one has ever heard of before. Now he is going to wage a war against the Martial Saint dynasty, and he has invited all the heroes here. I wonder how many people will be willing to go. I don't think so. Jiang Chen is indeed a rare genius, and he has created many miracles along the way. However, the Martial Saint dynasty is deeply rooted, and they have a very strong foundation in overall strength. It's not something that the Black Sect can compete with. I don't think there will be any great warriors coming to help. Discussions could be heard everywhere in the eastern continent. The result was just as Daoist Black and the others had expected. Most people were afraid of the Martial Saint dynasty's foundation, so they didn't dare stand out. Facing a war like this, they could only watch from the sidelines. But there were also some warmongers who wanted to see the world in chaos, and they were hesitating. Within the Black Sect, the main gate was wide open, welcoming all the warriors. However, not even a single one of them could be seen. This caused Daoist Black and the others to smile bitterly. It looked like they had miscalculated sometimes and no one would come to help. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen was in a courtyard with Yan Qinyu, as if he wasn't worried about the war that was going to happen in 3 days. Yan Qinyu had just arrived at the Black Sect today, and the situation in the Fragrant Sky City had stabilized. Since the Imperial Emperor was going to fight Jiang Chen in the Qi province, he didn't have the time to deal with the small Fragrant Sky City. After all the important people around Jiang Chen were in the Black Sect. Yan Qinyu was an early combat soul warrior, and her 9 meridians were showing signs of breaking through to the next level. Once she broke through to the next level, she would be a mid-combat soul warrior, and ordinary late combat soul warriors would be no match for her. She would be a great help to Jiang Chen. Furthermore, Yan Qinyu had an even more frightening Ice Demon King with her. The Ice Demon King was an existence that could never be killed, and if it was placed on the battlefield it would be a huge help. Wu Jiao immediately entered secluded cultivation after he came back yesterday. He followed Jiang Chen's instructions and reorganized his Tao of War, focusing on a single method of fighting. Crack. What? Wu Jiao has broken through to the Combat King realm? Doesn't that mean the Black Sect now has 2 Combat King warriors? I heard that Jiang Chen is someone who can suppress Combat King warriors. It looks like Jiang Chen really does have what it takes to fight the Martial Saint dynasty. Damn it, the Martial Saint dynasty has gone too far. They want us to wear mourning clothes. They only care about the dignity of the Martial Saint dynasty, but they don't care about our dignity at all. Jiang Chen now has the strength to fight the Martial Saint dynasty. He is a man with extraordinary talent, and he is good at creating miracles. If we follow him, we might be able to achieve something great. I'll do it. I'll go help the Martial Saint dynasty right now. That's right. Jiang Chen said that once we defeat the Martial Saint dynasty, we'll be rewarded handsomely. The Martial Saint dynasty has a deep foundation, and I'm sure they'll pay us a lot of attention. Let's go, I'll go as well. I'm a combat soul warrior now, and I'll definitely be valued by the Black Sect. Since the Martial Saint dynasty wants us to wear mourning clothes, there's no need to be polite anymore. I'm sure many great warriors from the Eastern continent will join the Black Sect, and with the 2 Combat King warriors, defeating the Martial Saint dynasty won't be impossible. The most important thing is being able to participate in such an unparalleled war. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Jiang Chen's plan had worked once again. The Imperial Emperor's decision to make everyone wear mourning clothes had completely infuriated everyone, and without a doubt, it had helped Jiang Chen. If it was during normal times, even if these people were angry, they wouldn't dare say anything. But it was different now. With Jiang Chen, they now had a choice. They could choose not to be humiliated by the Imperial Emperor. Chapter 454. The entire eastern continent was in an uproar. After the imperial emperor announced that everyone in the world had to wear mourning clothes, many warriors were discontented, especially those combat soul warriors. As combat soul warriors, they all had their own pride and dignity, and they couldn't accept being asked to wear mourning clothes for no reason. If it was during normal times, they wouldn't be able to resist, as they wouldn't be able to fight against the martial Saint dynasty. But now, it was different. There was another power that could fight against the martial Saint dynasty, and they had another option. Therefore, many combat soul warriors started heading toward the Black Sect in the Qi province. They were planning to join the Black Sect and fight against the martial Saint dynasty. It could be said that the imperial emperor had unintentionally helped Jiang Chen. What the imperial emperor did was to show the dignity of the martial Saint dynasty. Because of Jiang Chen's existence, the dignity of the martial Saint dynasty had been greatly challenged. Now all the emperors had been killed, and the martial Saint dynasty had lost all its face. The imperial emperor wanted to regain this face and defend the dignity of the martial Saint dynasty. He wanted the world to know that no one in the eastern continent could shake the martial Saint dynasty's dignity. Therefore he asked everyone to wear mourning clothes, showing the dignity of the martial Saint dynasty and the imperial emperor's words. However, right at this moment Jiang Chen had broken through to the Combat King realm. The news that Jiang Chen had released attracted many people. The difference between one Combat King warrior and two Combat King warriors was completely different. Two Combat King warriors made people feel that Jiang Chen really had the ability to fight against the martial Saint dynasty. That was the reason why so many great warriors wanted to join him. Outside the Black Sect, Daoist Black, Guishan, Yuzihan, and a few others were pacing back and forth. Following Jiang Chen's request, they were here to welcome the heroes of the eastern continent. Will it work or not? Not a single one of them has shown up yet. Yuzihan said in a gloomy manner. Since Jiang brother has said so, I'm sure it will work. Let's just wait here. Right after Guishan's words left his mouth, three figures suddenly appeared in the distance. Each of these figures were unleashing powerful auras, and obviously they were combat soul warriors. With incredible speed they arrived in front of the Black Sect in the blink of an eye. Where's brother Jiang Chen? The person in the lead was extremely muscular and had an imposing appearance. He immediately asked after arriving. Seeing this, a pleasantly surprised look emerged in everyone's eyes. All three men in front of them were combat soul warriors, and the leading man was a peak mid-combat soul warrior, just one step away from the late combat soul realm. Since this man addressed Jiang Chen as brother, it seemed like he knew Jiang Chen a long time ago. Now that he had appeared in the Black Sect, he was definitely here to help. Jiang Chen is waiting for you in the Black Sect's main palace. I'm the Black Sect Sect Chief, Daoist Black. May I know your names? Daoist Black said. Haha, so it's Daoist Black. I've heard so much about you. I'm Master Blissful from overseas, this is Jin Shi, and this is Old Man Ling Shan. All of them are brother Jiang Chen's old friends, said the Lord of the Blissful Island. Hearing this, Daoist Black and the others were shocked. These three men were all famous men, especially Master Blissful, a demon lord from the overseas, and his combat strength was immeasurable. Although he was only a peak mid-combat soul warrior, his combat strength was equivalent to a late combat soul warrior. Master Blissful is here, what an honor. Zihan, bring them to Jiang Chen as soon as possible. Daoist Black quickly said. Seniors, this way please. Yu Zihan made an inviting gesture. It looked like Jiang Chen's words had come true. Within the Black Sect's main palace, Jiang Chen and Yen Xinyu were sitting leisurely. Suddenly, they heard a loud laugh coming from outside. Haha, brother Jiang Chen, long time no see. You've become a big shot now. Following the voice, Master Blissful and the other two walked into the main palace. Welcome, brothers. Jiang Chen is sorry for not going out to greet you. Jiang Chen quickly walked up to them. He had a good impression of these three men, as they had all helped him when he was on the Blissful Island. When these three men saw Jiang Chen and sensed the aura unleashed from Jiang Chen's body, they immediately felt their hearts palpitating. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Back when they were on the Blissful Island, Jiang Chen was just a young man who had just broken through to the Divine Core realm. Not long after that, he had grown to such a level. It wasn't difficult to predict that Jiang Chen's future achievements would be beyond their imagination. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at in a new light. Brother Jiang Chen, you've really surprised us. We heard that brother Jiang Chen is going to fight the martial Saint dynasty, so we've come here to help. I hope we can lend you a hand. Old Man Ling Shan said. Good. Brothers, I'm really grateful that you're here to help me. In the future, once the martial Saint dynasty is overthrown, you can take whatever benefits you want. Jiang said. For the current Black Sect, every single combat soul warrior was extremely precious. The fact that these 3 men were here to help him was something worth being happy about. At the same time, the arrival of these 3 men meant that there would be many more men coming. Jiang nodded. Outside of the Black Sect, Taoist Black and the others finally had a joyful expression on their faces. Half an hour later, another 2 figures arrived from afar. They were also combat soul warriors. I'm Huang Li and Huang Zhao from the Qing province, and I'm here to help the Black Sect fight against the Martial Saint dynasty. Both men had stubble on their faces, but their cultivation bases were extremely frightening. They were both mid-combat soul warriors. These 2 men were blood brothers and they didn't belong to any sect or sect. They were men who wished to see the world in chaos, and since they had come here today they had come. It's the Black Sect's honor to have you 2 here to help us. Please come in, Jiang is waiting for you in the main palace. Taoist Black said. During the following period of time, more and more combat soul warriors came to help. There was even one sect that sent all their combat soul warriors. In just one afternoon, more than 20 combat soul warriors from the Black Sect had come to help, and one of them was a late combat soul warrior. Such a lineup was something that Taoist Black and the others didn't even dare imagine at the beginning. This is great. Junior disciple Jiang is amazing. Everything is going according to his plan. There are so many combat soul warriors here to help us. There's still one more day tomorrow, doesn't that mean there will be more warriors here? Guanyu was pleasantly surprised. With the Black Sect's current strength, there was no way they could fight against the Martial Saint dynasty. But now, with the help of these combat soul warriors, the overall strength of the Black Sect had been increasing, and they were now strong enough to fight against the Martial Saint dynasty. Sigh. Jiang plan is flawless. The Imperial Emperor's latest imperial decree has indeed helped us. If not, there wouldn't be so many warriors here to help us. Taoist Black let out a long sigh. Up until now he had nothing but admiration for Jiang. Younger brother is a peerless genius. Not only does he possess incredible combat strength, he is also an incredible strategist and wise man. It's not a good thing to be enemies with someone like him. I have a feeling that the Martial Saint dynasty that has ruled the Eastern continent for so long is going to fall in brother Jiang's hands, and the history of the Eastern continent will be completely rewritten. Guishan's eyes lit up. He had always had an inexplicable confidence in Jiang. While the Black Sect was bustling with activity, what was happening in the Eastern continent couldn't be hidden from the Martial Saint dynasty and the Imperial Emperor. This situation made the Imperial Emperor extremely furious. He never thought that not only would he fail to defend the Martial Saint dynasty's dignity, he would end up helping his enemy instead. Imperial Father, that wuxia has broken through to the Combat King realm. Including Jiang, they will have 2 Combat King warriors. I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with them. The Crown Prince stood next to the Imperial Emperor and said, Jiang is only a mid-combat soul warrior. I don't believe he is a match for me in a real life and death battle. As for wuxia, even if he has broken through to the Combat King realm, he has only just broken through, so he can't be that strong. Those who helped Jiang fight against the Martial Saint dynasty, I'll make them pay a heavy price. I'll let them know the consequences of becoming the Martial Saint dynasty's enemy. The Imperial Emperor coldly harumphed. The Martial Saint dynasty had lost all its face because of him, and he felt extremely disgraced. Imperial Father, just to be safe, I suggest we let the old Emperor and the old Great Emperor deal with this. The Crown Prince suggested. Hearing this, the Imperial Emperor clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. The old Emperor and the old Great Emperor had been in secluded cultivation for a long time, and now they were going to deal with this. Just thinking about it made the Imperial Emperor feel extremely disgraced. We can't let the old Great Emperor get involved. The Martial Saint dynasty is not in a crisis, so the old Great Emperor won't get involved. I'll go see the old Emperor now. After saying that, with a sway of his body, he disappeared from the scene. Within the Martial Saint dynasty, there was an underground chamber that was sealed off. It was a very spacious chamber and it was built entirely with rocks. There was an energy vein underground, and the chamber was very simple. In the middle of the chamber there was a huge golden cattail hassock. Right now, an old man in a gray robe was sitting on top of the cattail hassock. This old man looked to be in his 50s, and his hair was half black and half white, giving him a very dignified appearance. Right at this moment, the space in the chamber shook, and a figure appeared in front of the old man. It was the Imperial Emperor. Greetings, Imperial Uncle. The Imperial Emperor bowed deeply toward the old emperor. This old emperor was the previous emperor, but he wasn't the Imperial Emperor's father. The Martial Saint dynasty didn't choose the crown prince through the direct line of descent, but through selecting the strongest warrior of the new generation. How come the Imperial Emperor has the time to come here? The old emperor opened his eyes and said. His gaze was as sharp as the stars in the sky, and the aura he was unleashing was stronger than the Imperial Emperor's. Obviously, his cultivation base had reached the peak of the first Great Combat King realm, and he was only a step away from the second Great Combat King realm. Imperial Uncle, I've come here to ask you to come out of seclusion. Chapter 455. Oh, didn't I tell you that the Martial Saint dynasty has been handed over to you? With your strength, is there anything you can't handle? The old emperor was surprised. The Imperial Emperor was a man who wanted to be strong. No matter if it was his intelligence or strength, he was the best. If not for that, he wouldn't have been appointed as the Imperial Emperor. Furthermore, the Imperial Emperor was a proud man. If it wasn't something really troublesome, he wouldn't come and disturb the old emperor. Imperial Uncle, a peerless monster has appeared in the eastern continent recently. His name is Jianghu, and he is going to declare war with the Martial Saint dynasty tomorrow. Before this, he has killed a few emperors of the Martial Saint dynasty, including the fifth brother. The Imperial Emperor said. When he mentioned the fifth emperor, his voice was clearly trembling. What? Did you just say my son is dead? As expected, the old emperor was instantly enraged. The fifth emperor was his son, and when he heard that his son was killed, even the old emperor couldn't control his emotions. I've handed the Martial Saint dynasty to you, but what the hell are you doing? You are a first-grade combat king warrior, but you can't even protect your own brother. The old emperor was furious, and he loudly scolded the Imperial Emperor. Please calm down, Imperial Uncle. Although that Jianghu is only a mid-combat soul warrior, he already possesses the combat strength of a first-grade combat king warrior. I fought him 3 times just now and I couldn't gain the upper hand. In order to defend the Martial Saint dynasty's dignity, I've decided to attack the Black Sect tomorrow. However, including wuxia, there are 2 first-grade combat king warriors in the Black Sect, and I'm afraid I can't handle them alone. So, just in case, I've asked Imperial Uncle to help me. The Imperial Emperor said. Wuxia? Isn't he from the Martial Saint dynasty? The old emperor was startled. Wuxia was the most outstanding genius of the Martial Saint dynasty, and if it wasn't for him, the current Imperial Emperor wouldn't have become the Imperial Emperor. Imperial Uncle, you might not know this, but because of Wuxia, the Martial Saint dynasty has suffered such a great loss. When mentioning Wuxia, the Imperial Emperor's eyes immediately flickered with a brutal light. After that, he used his divine sense to tell the old emperor everything about Wuxia and Jianghu, including the loss of the Martial Saint dynasty. Fine. Wuxia is a member of the Wu family, but he actually betrayed us. I'll follow you into battle tomorrow, and I'll personally kill Wuxia. I'll let him know the consequences of betraying the Martial Saint dynasty. And that Jianghu, I'll tear him into 1,000 pieces to avenge Wu heir. The old emperor was furious, and he decided to come out from his secluded cultivation and help the Imperial Emperor deal with Jianghu and Wuxia. He wanted to avenge his son. On the night before the final battle, the Black Sect had gathered more than 150 combat soul warriors. Among them, there were 3 late combat soul warriors, and the rest were mid and early combat soul warriors. Even so, this was still a rare lineup, and it was the largest lineup in the Eastern continent apart from the Martial Saint dynasty. Rumble, 2 energies turned into bright beams and shot up into the sky, lighting up the entire night sky. Everyone from the Black Sect turned their gazes over. Its senior brother Han and De Huang. They broke through at the same time. Yu Zihan was pleasantly surprised. Haha, great, this is great. The final battle is tomorrow, and it's perfect timing for both of them to break through at this time. Han Yin has Gu Tianma's bloodline, and although he's only a mid-combat soul warrior, his combat strength is comparable to a late combat soul warrior. As for De Huang, he's also as powerful as a late combat soul warrior. We don't have many late combat soul warriors right now, so with these 2 here, we'll be in a much better situation. Guishan said with a hearty laugh. That's right. Both of them and Yen Xinyu are geniuses amongst geniuses. With just a mid-combat soul cultivation, they can defeat a late combat soul warrior. Daoist Black nodded his head and said, Rumble. Right at this moment, another powerful energy shot up into the sky. This energy transformed into a huge golden beam, and it kept swaying in the dark sky. It was many times more powerful than Han Yen and De Huang Dog. At this moment, everyone raised their heads to look at the huge pillar of light in the dark night. The power that was casually emitted from the pillar of light caused the void to tremble and distort continuously, as if it was about to shatter at any time. Great! Brother Jiu has finally broken through to the first grade combat king realm. Jiang Chen's face was filled with joy. Wu Jiu was an extremely important part of the plan, as he could sense a powerful spatial energy from the golden beam. That was the sign of someone breaking through to the combat king realm. Wu Jiu had broken through to the combat king realm, and this was undoubtedly a huge improvement to the overall combat strength of the Black Sect. What a powerful aura! This aura has far surpassed the combat soul realm. It's the aura of a combat king warrior. Wu Jiu has broken through to the combat king realm. So, Wu Jiu had broken through to the combat king realm before this, but he did it right before the war. Looks like Jiang Chen didn't lie to us. However, Wu Jiu is the 9th emperor of the Martial Saint dynasty, so I don't think there will be any problems with him fighting against the Martial Saint dynasty. Don't worry, Wu Jiu has completely broken through to the Martial Saint dynasty. Before this, the imperial emperor was determined to kill Wu Jiu. Furthermore, Jiang Chen is a man who has never missed anything, and he is a man who will achieve great things in the future. When fighting against a formidable enemy like the Martial Saint dynasty, how could he not consider everything? Therefore, as long as Jiang Chen trusts Wu Jiu, it means there's nothing wrong with Wu Jiu. That's right. Maybe you guys don't know this, but Jiang Chen was Wu Jiu's savior. Without Jiang Chen, Wu Jiu wouldn't be who he is today. Their friendship is real, so Wu Jiu can be trusted. Many people were discussing among themselves. The fact that Wu Jiu was able to break through to the combat king realm at this time had undoubtedly calmed everyone down. Although they had been in the Black Sect for quite some time, none of them had the chance to meet Wu Jiu. Only now did they feel at ease. Swoosh! A figure soared into the sky from within the Black Sect. It was none other than the majestic Wu Jiu. Jiang Chen leapt into the sky, cupped his fist toward Wu Jiu and said, "Congratulations, Brother Jiu, for breaking through to the combat king realm. Ah, brother, it's all thanks to your guidance this time. If not for you, your brother would have been stuck at the bottleneck, and I have no idea how long it would take for me to break through. But now, I've broken through in less than 3 days. This is really satisfying." Wu Jiu burst into laughter. He had nothing but admiration for Jiang Chen. This little brother of his was simply a freak, an existence who knew everything. It's good that you've broken through. Tomorrow is the final battle with the Martial Saint dynasty, Brother Jiu. Are you ready? Jiang Chen asked. Don't worry, brother, I'll definitely do my best. Wu Jiu patted his chest and promised. If the old emperor shows up tomorrow, I'll deal with him. I'll leave the imperial emperor to you. Jiang Chen patted on Wu Jiu's shoulder. Hearing what Jiang Chen said, a grateful expression emerged on Wu Jiu's face. The old emperor was definitely his senior, but the imperial emperor was different. The grudge between him and the imperial emperor was something that couldn't be resolved. It could only be solved with a battle. This king weapon was given to the third emperor by the old emperor, but I took it from him. I'll give it to you now. Use it to deal with the imperial emperor tomorrow. Jiang Chen took out the golden spear and handed it over to Wu Jiu. Without hesitation, Wu Jiu received the spear. He knew how important tomorrow's battle was, so he dared not neglect it. Suddenly, Wu Jiu's expression changed. Only now did he notice the changes in the Black Sect. Compared to 3 days ago, the Black Sect had become much stronger. With a thought, he could immediately sense the auras of over 100 combat soul warriors. Brother, why are there so many combat soul warriors here? Wu Jiu asked with a puzzled expression. They are here to help us fight the Martial Saint dynasty. With a smile on his face, Jiang Chen told Wu Jiu everything that had happened during the past 3 days. After hearing everything, Wu Jiu couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up, as this little brother of his was always able to create miracles. Over 100 combat soul warriors, this is indeed a formidable force, but compared to the Martial Saint dynasty's strength, I'm afraid it's still lacking. No matter if it's the number of combat soul warriors or late combat soul warriors, it's still not enough. Wu Jiu said with a worried tone. As the 9th emperor of the Martial Saint dynasty, the current palace chief of the Martial Palace, he knew better than anyone else how frightening the Martial Saint dynasty was. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with it. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. You have a way to deal with it? Wu Jiu rolled his eyes and nearly fainted. It seemed like this guy was always so confident. No matter what kind of situation he was in, he would always be able to find a way to deal with it. But tomorrow was the day of the battle, and with the gap between their strengths, Wuxiao couldn't think of any way Jiang Chen could deal with the martial Saint dynasty. "De Huang!" Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. De Huang dog immediately flew over to Jiang Chen's side. "De Huang, from now on you'll be in charge of creating some formations. It's best if they're killing formations and trapping formations, and let all those combat soul warriors participate in the battle. Tomorrow we'll use those formations to fight the enemies," Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. "Kaka, don't worry, just leave it to me. Daddy will let 5 of them form a formation, it'll be more than enough to deal with 10 enemies." De Huang dog was laughing out excitedly. He was the right person to take on this task. De Huang dog was an expert in the heavenly book of source formations, and he was able to create all kinds of frightening formations. When he used them, his enemies wouldn't even be able to see them before. In a large-scale battle, a good formation would be extremely useful, as it could greatly increase one's combat strength. With this, they would be able to fight twice as many enemies as before, and shorten the gap between them and their enemies. Jiang Chen didn't have to worry about leaving this task to De Huang dog. The next day, dawn had just arrived. The Black Sect's war drums were thundering, and all the mighty warriors had gathered outside of the Black Sect, waiting for the final battle with the martial Saint dynasty. No matter what the result of today's battle was, it would be recorded in the Eastern continent's history. This was a symbolic battle, and it had the potential to overturn the entire Eastern continent. Rumble. Chapter 456. It was a gigantic golden battleship, with a circumference of over 300 meters. The dragon head at the front of the battleship represented the domineering aura of the martial Saint dynasty. On top of the battleship, a powerful aura shot up into the sky, forming beams of light that shook the space around them. The morning sunlight was immediately covered by this powerful aura. Right at this moment, 2 men were standing at the front of the battleship with their heads held high. One of them was wearing a dragon robe, and he had an imposing appearance. He was the Imperial Emperor. The other was an old man in a gray robe, and he was the previous emperor of the martial Saint dynasty, the Old Emperor. 2 combat king warriors had personally arrived, and there was a gigantic army on top of the battleship. This was the first time in the history of the Eastern continent that such a huge army had ever appeared. During the many years that the martial Saint dynasty had ruled the Eastern continent, no one had ever dared challenge the martial Saint dynasty's authority. The combat king warriors of the martial Saint dynasty were all high and mighty existences, and they didn't even have the chance to strike. The only time they could strike was when the dimensional cracks suddenly appeared, and they had to repair them. What powerful auras! Do you guys see those beams of light? There are at least 400 combat soul warriors. We have less than 200 combat soul warriors, and that's less than half of their strength. I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to fight them. That's right, the martial Saint dynasty's resources are too powerful. Although both Jiang Chen and Wuxiao are combat king warriors, the enemy has 2 combat king warriors as well. This formation is really frightening. Don't be afraid, what's there to be afraid of? It's our honor to be able to participate in such a great war. Besides, we have no other way out now, we can only die together with Jiang Chen. If not, with the Imperial Emperor's vengeful character, we'll be dead for sure. That's right, they have the advantage in numbers, but we have a frightening formation, it's more than enough to fight them. The martial Saint dynasty's army was too powerful, and they had shown their powerful resources as soon as they attacked. Facing such a formation, many of those who had come to join Jiang Chen felt regretful. However, they had no other choice but to fight with all their strength and die together with Jiang Chen. If they were lucky enough to overthrow the martial Saint dynasty, they would be able to obtain endless benefits, but if they were defeated, they would have no choice but to accept reality. If they backed out now, not only would they be looked down upon by others, the Imperial Emperor would never forgive them in the future. Rumble. The golden battleship traveled with incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived above the Black Sect. It stopped a few miles away from the Black Sect's camp. After that, the gigantic golden battleship disappeared, as the Imperial Emperor had stored it away. Now, the martial Saint dynasty's camp was completely revealed. A combat soul warrior wearing a golden armor was leading the group, and he was carrying a combat weapon in his hand. From the looks of it, there were more than 400 men and less than 500 of them. In the Eastern continent, a group like this could no longer be described with just the word powerful. It had reached a frightening level. With over 400 combat soul warriors, it wasn't difficult to imagine how powerful this battle would be. Even the sky would be shattered by it. Jiang Chen, I've given you 3 days to linger on with your last breath. From today onwards, there will no longer be a Jiang Chen in the eastern continent. Also, all of you who have submitted to Jiang Chen in an attempt to go against the martial Saint dynasty are laughable and ignorant. I'll let you know the price of your actions. The Imperial Emperor's voice was like a sudden clap of thunder, echoing across the entire sky. He had perfectly unleashed the aura of a combat king. Imperial Emperor, it's hard to tell who will be the winner. Jiang Chen stood in the wind with his white robe fluttering in the wind. Facing such a powerful group from the martial Saint dynasty, he didn't show any signs of discomfort. Little brat, how dare you go against the martial Saint dynasty? You're nothing but an ant. Today I'll personally kill all of you. The old emperor coldly harumphed. His aura was even stronger than the Imperial Emperor's, and his words were even more arrogant. After sizing up Jiang Chen, he turned his gaze to Wu Jiao who stood next to him. The fury in his eyes became even stronger. Old Jiao, you've really disappointed me. How could you betray the martial Saint dynasty? But since you have the imperial bloodline flowing in your veins, I'll give you a chance. As long as you change your mind and kill Jiang Chen, I'll forgive all your past mistakes. The old emperor said to Wu Jiao. Facing such an excuse, Wu Jiao remained indifferent. With a smile on his face, he said with an indifferent tone, Imperial uncle, I guess you said that because I've broken through to the combat king realm. If I was still a combat soul warrior, I'm sure you'd have killed me with a single slap, and you wouldn't have wasted your breath. As for me, since the moment the Imperial Emperor wanted me dead, I've cut off all ties with the martial Saint dynasty. Don't say that I don't care about family ties. In your eyes. Besides power, there's no such thing as family ties. All my good brothers wish they could eat me alive, so don't tell me I, Wu Jiao, can only stand there and wait to be slaughtered by them? Wu Jiao's tone was filled with anger. However, his firm attitude made the people of the Black Sect feel relieved. They were really afraid that Wu Jiao would betray them at this critical moment and return to the martial Saint dynasty. If that happened, the enemy would have 3 combat king warriors, and they wouldn't even need to fight this war. Old Jiao, since you're so stubborn, I'll have to do it myself today and clean up the mess for the imperial family. The old emperor unleashed his killing intent. With a sway of his body, he dashed toward Wu Jiao. Old fool, your opponent is me. Jiang Chen leapt forward and stood in front of the old emperor. You're just a little kid who's still wet behind the ears, and you're only a mid-combat soul warrior, yet you want to fight a combat king warrior? You're overestimating your own strength. I'll let you know how frightening a combat king warrior is. I'll kill you with my own hands and avenge my son. The old emperor was furious. When he thought about how this young man in front of him had killed his son, he couldn't restrain his anger. If you want to kill me, you'll need to have the ability to do so. Jiang Chen didn't show any fear. Instead, excitement could be seen in his eyes, because he could sense a huge pressure from this old emperor. This old emperor was a peak first-grade combat king warrior, not someone the Imperial Emperor could compare with. Jiang Chen's dragon transformation skill hadn't completed its transformation, and that was because the pressure wasn't enough. Today, with the help of the pressure from the old emperor, the dragon transformation skill would once again stimulate his potential, making him even stronger. Both men flew high up into the sky, creating a battlefield that belonged solely to the combat king warriors. Brat, face your death. The old emperor's robe fluttered in the wind. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the air. In an instant, the space in front of him was torn apart, and in the next moment, a transparent hand that looked like a crystal appeared. It was more than 30 meters long, and it instantly pressed down toward Jiang Chen's head. True Dragon Palm. Jiang Chen unleashed his energy. Without showing any fear on his face, he immediately unleashed the true dragon palm. In an instant, a blood-red dragon claw descended from the sky and collided with the old emperor's transparent hand. Rumble! The sky started shaking violently and layers of space were torn apart. Then a black cold wind blew out from within the void, giving off an eerie and frightening feeling. Tap, tap, tap. Jiang Chen was shaken by the impact and he was forced to take dozens of steps back before he could stabilize his body. He felt his blood and qi were tumbling within his body, and he felt an indescribable pain. And the old emperor was surprised, and the way he looked at Jiang Chen immediately changed. He had defeated Jiang Chen with just a single strike, but not only did he not feel happy about it, he was actually shocked. With his strength, he had just unleashed a powerful attack, but it didn't kill a mid-combat soul warrior on the spot. Furthermore, judging from Jiang Chen's appearance, it didn't seem like he was injured at all. This was really shocking, and if he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if someone beat him to death. Haha again. Jiang Chen let out a wild roar and a powerful energy wave shot out from the top of his head. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his white robe fluttered in the wind. A layer of golden armor appeared around his body, and with sharp spikes, he once again dashed toward the old emperor. After the exchange just now, Jiang Chen's dragon transformation skill had started circulating on its own. An excited expression could be seen on Jiang Chen's face. This was the effect he wanted right now. I don't believe I can't kill you. The old emperor coldly harumphed. He unleashed a powerful energy wave toward Jiang Chen. Rumble. A fierce battle instantly broke out between the two mighty warriors. In just a blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Everyone had their eyes on both of them. It wasn't hard to tell that Jiang Chen was in a disadvantageous position in every exchange, but he still hadn't suffered any real injuries. Instead, his combat strength was getting crazier and crazier. Although this situation had caused the people of the Black Sect to feel worried, they hadn't lost all hope yet. They had finally witnessed Jiang Chen's combat strength. Being able to fight a first-grade combat king warrior with just a mid-combat soul cultivation was really rare. Now that the old emperor had gained the upper hand, it had undoubtedly boosted the morale of the martial Saint Dynasty's men. Many of them were filled with fighting spirit and killing intent. Wu Jiao, let's put an end to this between us today. The imperial emperor threw his glance at Jiang Chen. As for the battle between the old emperor and Jiang Chen, he could tell that Jiang Chen was no match for the old emperor, and it was only a matter of time before Jiang Chen was defeated. No one knew how frightening the old emperor was better than him, and there was no way Jiang Chen was a match for him. Imperial Emperor. All these years I, Wu Jiao, have always treated you as my brother, but I never thought you would treat me like this in the end. Since you want to kill me, there's nothing more to say. Come, let's put an end to this between us. Wu Jiao let out a loud shout. With a sway of his body, he flew up into the sky. The Imperial Emperor followed closely behind him, creating another battlefield high up in the sky. No matter if it was Jiang Chen, the old emperor, Wu Jiao, or the Imperial Emperor, all of them chose to create a new battlefield by themselves, because they knew very well how powerful a combat king warrior was. If they were to fight with those combat soul warriors, it would undoubtedly be deadly for those combat soul warriors. Just the shockwaves from the combat king warriors alone would be enough to kill many of them. Chapter 457. Rumble. The Imperial Emperor immediately unleashed his heavenly imperial finger. The gigantic golden finger pierced through the sky and smashed toward Wu Jiao. Tao of War, Invincible Saber. Wu Jiao let out a loud shout as he unleashed his Tao of War. His current Tao of War was far stronger than before. When he was in Inferno Hell, Wu Jiao's Tao of War was extremely complicated, and he was able to create many different weapons at once. However, after being taught by Jiang Chen, his Tao of War had evolved perfectly, and he was now specialized in cultivating a single weapon. Saber. It was the most commonly seen weapon on the battlefield, and it was also the sharpest weapon. It was the symbol of war, and it was the sharpest weapon in the Tao of War. Now Wu Jiao was completely focused on cultivating a single weapon. He had broken through the bottleneck and broken through to the Combat King realm, and the power of his Tao of War had become even stronger. Clang. The golden saber collided with the heavenly imperial finger, resulting in an intense collision. The space around them was instantly destroyed, and the shockwaves from the battle could be felt everywhere. Sensing the shockwaves coming from both battlefields, all the combat soul warriors on the ground had fearful expressions on their faces. This was destined to be an unprecedented battle in the history of the Eastern continent, and only combat soul warriors were qualified to participate in it. The martial Saint Dynasty's foundation was simply too strong. Over 400 combat soul warriors were fighting at the same time, but not a single divine core warrior was present. Luckily, the Black Sect had sent away all their disciples and sect elders who were below the divine core realm. If not, just the shockwaves from the battle would be enough to kill them. Not only that, all the divine core sect elders who stayed behind had all stayed in the depths of the Black Sect. In a battle like this, they would only be cannon fodder, and there was no place for them to fight. Rumble. The battle between Jiang Chen and the Old Emperor, as well as Wu Jiao and the Imperial Emperor, was extremely intense. It looked like it would be impossible to determine the winner in a short period of time. Although Jiang Chen was in a disadvantageous position, he was like a stubborn cockroach, and he was getting more and more courageous as he fought. Although Wu Jiao had just broken through to the first-grade combat king realm, his Tao of War was unparalleled in this world. He was actually able to fight the Imperial Emperor, who had broken through to the combat king realm a long time ago. While the Combat King warriors were fighting, the people below weren't here to chat. There were more than 20 late combat soul warriors from the Martial Saint dynasty, and each of them was stronger than the previous one. The leader of this group was a handsome and majestic man. He was none other than the Crown Prince. Kill them all. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Holding a blade in his hand, the Crown Prince raised his arms and shouted. His golden halberd had been destroyed by Jiang Chen's heavenly saint sword, and now he had another combat weapon, which was also a peak-perfect ranked combat weapon. Kill. On the black sect's side, Han Yan's white hair was fluttering in the wind. He let out a loud shout and became the first one to charge forward. Wakaka, so everyone listen up, set up the formation and kill them. De Huang Dog cackled. This kind of battle situation made him incomparably excited. His huge body was like a golden yak as he charged forward together with Han Yan. Damn eunuch, have a taste of this master dog's attack. De Huang Dog had broken through to the mid-combat soul realm, and it was very difficult for him to find a worthy opponent below the combat soul realm. When he saw the Crown Prince, he immediately dashed forward. He turned his huge body around and once again aimed his fat butt at the Crown Prince's face. Fuck. The Crown Prince's expression instantly changed and he cursed out. This scene seemed familiar to him and he would never be able to forget it for the rest of his life. De Huang Dog's enchanting fart had left an unerasable shadow in his heart. Recalling the taste of that enchanting fart, no matter how strong the Crown Prince was, he didn't dare frown. With incredible speed he immediately dodged the fart. Rumble. Although the Crown Prince managed to dodge the attack, Big Yellow still released his fart. A green stream of energy shot out like a sharp sword toward the face of one of the late combat soul warriors who was emitting an imposing aura. What the hell? That expert was startled at first, then he casually struck out a wave of origin energy light wave, colliding with that green stream of air. Unfortunately, that green stream of air couldn't be dispersed, and without any deviation, it directly hit that expert's face. The Yuan energy beam unleashed by the late combat soul warrior had neutralized the force of De Huang Dog's fart, but the power of the enchanting fart couldn't be dispelled. Therefore, the green stream stuck onto the warrior's face like a parasite, then it covered his entire body. It kept wriggling like a snake. Ugh, it stinks. The late combat soul warrior who was in high spirits just a moment ago had instantly lost all of his elegance. He immediately started vomiting and his face became twisted. He was vomiting so much that he felt like he was vomiting. Fuck, what the hell is this? It stinks, ugh, what a stinky fart. I'm dying from the smell. Ugh. It wasn't just one man who was attacked by De Huang Dog's enchanting fart. More than a dozen combat soul warriors were also attacked by the fart, and all of them started vomiting. However, the rest of them looked much better than the one who was attacked head-on. What the fuck, this dog is amazing. Han Yan, who was standing next to De Huang Dog, staggered and nearly fell to the ground. This dog was truly the weirdest creature under the heavens. Even the innate ability he awakened was so disgusting. Damn it, this skill is so brutal. What an amazing skill. This dog is so despicable. Even his skill is so despicable. All the combat soul warriors of the Black Sect were shocked. De Huang Dog's skill was really brutal, and none of them had ever thought that they would be able to witness a peerless late combat soul warrior vomiting to such an extent. This was unbelievable. Swoosh. With incredible speed, De Huang Dog unleashed a pair of wings of light from his back. He turned into a trail of light and dashed into the enemy's group. After that, he opened his mouth and bit down on the head of the late combat soul warrior who was still vomiting. Crack. The late combat soul warrior was on the verge of losing his mind, and he was completely defenseless. Therefore, there was no way he could withstand De Huang Dog's attack. In an instant, his head was bitten off, causing blood to spray out like a fountain. The battle hadn't even started yet, but a late combat soul warrior from the Martial Saint dynasty had been killed. This was undoubtedly a huge boost to the Black Sect's morale, and on the contrary, it was a huge blow to the Martial Saint dynasty. Good De Huang, well done. Han Yan gave De Huang Dog a thumbs up. Damn dog, I'm going to skin you alive. The Crown Prince was furious. He raised his blade high up into the air, then he swung it toward De Huang Dog. Roar. De Huang Dog opened his mouth and unleashed a frightening sound wave. The sound wave turned into a golden sharp blade and pierced toward the Crown Prince's blade. Rumble. De Huang Dog possessed the Dragon Horse bloodline, which gave him a formidable combat strength. He was actually able to fight the Crown Prince to a draw with his mid-combat soul cultivation base. In fact, the Crown Prince was in existence at the same level as Wu Ningzhu. Even though De Huang Dog had broken through to the mid-combat soul realm, he could only defeat ordinary late-combat soul warriors. He was far from being a match for the Crown Prince. However, the Crown Prince was no longer the same as before. After being castrated by Yan Xinyu, he had been greatly affected. Although he had recovered from his injuries, his combat strength was far from what it used to be. He was only slightly stronger than ordinary late-combat soul warriors, and was on par with De Huang Dog, Han Yan, and Yan Xinyu. However, when compared to Wu Ningzhu, there was a huge gap. On the other side, Han Yan unleashed his devilish energy and unleashed a devilish dragon, then he charged toward a late-combat soul warrior. Yan Xinyu was even more frightening. Her 9 meridians were extremely cold, and she looked like an ice goddess descending from the heavens. She was extremely beautiful and her attacks were ruthless. She simply unleashed an ice sword, causing her opponent to panic. Rumble. The war had just begun, but it had already entered a stalemate. Both sides were clashing with each other and it was hard to tell who would win. A battle between a few hundred combat soul warriors and 4 combat king warriors. This was the first time such a battle had ever happened in the eastern continent. The battlefield stretched for more than 1,000 miles, and the entire Qi province was shaken. Even some of the neighboring provinces could feel the intensity of the battle. They've started fighting, the Qi province is really fighting. Such powerful energies, I can even feel the frightening energy ripples even though I'm in the Qin province now. That's right, Jiang Qin is really an amazing man. He actually declared war against the martial Saint dynasty. Just his courage alone is really admirable. This young man will definitely become someone great in the future. If the martial Saint dynasty can't eliminate him in time, it will be destroyed by him sooner or later. This battle will definitely be recorded in the history books. I wonder who will be the winner in the end. I really want to go and watch the battle, but with my cultivation I can't even get close to the battlefield. Many people who sensed the energy ripples from the battle were extremely excited, and they wanted to go and watch the shocking battle. Rumble. Arg. On the battlefield, violent energy ripples from the battle were accompanied by miserable screams. Blood-red lights and combat weapons became the dominators of the battlefield, creating a scene of hell. The martial Saint dynasty's army was too huge, and even though the Black Sect had the support of the formation, they were still in a disadvantageous position. However, with the support of the formation they were still able to hold their ground. The number of late combat soul warriors from the martial Saint dynasty was much higher than the Black Sect's army. Both Han Yan and Yan Xinyu were fighting 2 enemies at the same time, and some were even fighting 3 enemies at the same time. However, the one who contributed the most to this battle was the Ice Demon King. This big guy would appear wherever there was trouble, and for those warriors who were below the late combat soul realm, the Ice Demon King was no doubt a disaster, a deadly disaster. In the beginning, 2 late combat soul warriors were able to kill the Ice Demon King. However, what made everyone speechless was that right after it was killed, the Ice Demon King immediately appeared on the other side of the battlefield, and started slaughtering all the enemies who had weaker cultivation bases than it. Chapter 458. Quick, let's kill that monster first. Someone shouted out. In an instant, 6 late combat soul warriors dashed toward the Ice Demon King. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded the Ice Demon King. Rumble. The combined attack of 6 late combat soul warriors instantly shattered the Ice Demon King. But too bad, before they could celebrate their victory, the Ice Demon King had been resurrected and appeared on the other side. With 2 lightning-fast punches, it killed 2 combat soul warriors from the martial Saint dynasty. It was an extremely powerful attack. Damn it, what the hell is this? One of the late combat soul warriors nearly threw up a mouthful of blood. He had never seen such a strange monster before, and he couldn't kill it no matter what he did. How were they supposed to fight it? This monster is too dangerous. Although he is a late combat soul warrior, he is still weaker than us. However, for the others, he is a deadly threat and we have to kill him. Someone said while gnashing his teeth in anger. Damn it, keep attacking. I don't believe he can stay alive forever. Another man shouted with a towering killing intent. Once again he raised the combat weapon in his hand and dashed toward the Ice Demon King. Rumble. Arg. Devastating energy waves filled the air and miserable screams could be heard everywhere. The entire sky above the battlefield had turned into a hellish battlefield, and blood splattered all over the place. Not long after the battle began, both sides had suffered casualties. De Huang Dog, Yan Xinyu, Han Yan, and Wu Lang had become the main force on the Black Sect side. De Huang Dog was fighting the Crown Prince alone, and it was a tough fight. Yan Qinyu, Han Yin and Wu Lang were fighting three enemies at the same time, and although they weren't in a disadvantageous position, they weren't able to gain any advantage either. After all, they were only mid-combat soul warriors, and if they were late-combat soul warriors like their enemies, they would have been killed instantly. The Black Sect's combat soul warriors were divided into groups of 5 to 6, and they were working closely together according to the killing formation De Huang Dog had set up. However, since all of them had just joined the Black Sect, and they didn't have much contact with each other, it was inevitable that they wouldn't be able to coordinate well with each other. If not for the support of the formation, the Black Sect would have been defeated long ago. Even so, the current situation wasn't looking good. Because of the huge difference in numbers, the Black Sect's men were constantly being suppressed, and it was really frustrating. High up in the sky, the Imperial Emperor and Wu Jio were locked in a fierce battle. After his Tao of War had been upgraded, Wu Jio's combat strength had become incredibly strong, and he wasn't any weaker than the Imperial Emperor, who had been a combat king for a long time. With the current battle between the Imperial Emperor and Wu Jio, it would take at least 3 days and 3 nights for the Imperial Emperor to decide the winner. The battle between Jiang Chen and the Old Emperor was the most intense. The Old Emperor was a peak first-grade combat king warrior, and he had incredible abilities. He was completely suppressing Jiang Chen with pure force. Jiang Chen had been suppressed since the beginning of the battle, but the Old Emperor didn't feel happy at all. For a man like him, not being able to defeat a mid-combat soul young man was a really shameful thing. At the same time, the Old Emperor was shocked by the emergence of such a peerless genius in the Eastern continent. He couldn't believe his own eyes. A mid-combat soul warrior was able to fight a first-grade combat king warrior. There had never been such a person in the history of the Eastern continent. In the past, the Old Emperor could be considered as a rare genius, but compared to Jiang Chen, the gap between him and Jiang Chen was huge. What a good-for-nothing guy. How did the Imperial Emperor become? Why didn't he maintain such a genius and instead made him his enemy? What a waste. While fighting Jiang Chen, the Old Emperor couldn't help but curse the Imperial Emperor. However, since we are enemies, I have to get rid of this genius as soon as possible. I can't give him any chance to grow. If not, the consequences will be unimaginable. If he breaks through to the late combat soul realm, even I won't be a match for him. The Old Emperor thought to himself. Since there was no way to change the fact that they were enemies with Jiang Chen, he had to kill this genius as soon as possible. If not, the martial Saint dynasty would truly be destroyed by this young man. Right now, Jiang Chen was in the same state as when he was fighting the Third Emperor and the others. Under the pressure from the Old Emperor, the dragon transformation skill was circulating at a high speed, and it was on the verge of transforming. Under the stimulation of the dragon transformation skill, new dragon marks started forming in Jiang Chen's body. With each new dragon mark, Jiang Chen's combat strength would increase, while the Old Emperor was constantly consuming his energy. Under such circumstances, Jiang Chen had no reason to be afraid of the Old Emperor. However, Jiang Chen was still worried about something. Wu Jio wouldn't have any problems fighting the Imperial Emperor, and the battle between Jiang Chen and the Old Emperor wouldn't end in a short period of time. As for the battle below, if he couldn't get any help from the Old Emperor, he would be defeated very soon. Rumble. Arg. The flames of war rumbled and a few miserable cries sounded out at the same time. A formation formed by 5 men from the Black Sect was instantly destroyed by the enemy, and all 5 of them were drowned by the enemy's combat soldiers. 3 of them were killed on the spot, and the other 2 were saved by the Ice Demon King. Damn it, this monster. The 6 late combat soul warriors were still chasing after the Ice Demon King, trying to kill it. But too bad, they had lost count of how many times they had tried to kill the Ice Demon King, but none of their attempts had succeeded. Not only were they unable to kill the Ice Demon King, they were also unable to stop the Ice Demon King from charging back and forth in the battlefield, causing them to suffer losses. The Ice Demon King was an intelligent creature. It knew what its biggest role was in a battlefield like this. With its cultivation base, fighting those late combat soul warriors was not a wise decision. Furthermore, it alone wouldn't be able to change the overall situation, and it wouldn't be able to provide any help to the Ice Demon King. Therefore, the Ice Demon King decided to use guerrilla warfare, using its immortal body to kill all the enemy warriors below the late combat soul realm, reducing their overall combat strength. Too bad, just the Ice Demon King alone couldn't change the overall situation. Arg, another formation was destroyed by the martial Saint dynasty's warriors. The miserable cries from the Black Sect's side were getting louder and louder, and many of them were feeling regretful. If they knew the martial Saint dynasty had such a powerful foundation, they wouldn't have come here. Judging from the current situation, the Black Sect clearly had no advantage. They were hoping that Jiang Qin could kill the old emperor in a short period of time, or Jiang Qin could kill the imperial emperor in a short period of time. But judging from the current situation, it was unrealistic. Let alone killing the old emperor, Jiang Qin was still in a disadvantageous position. Finished, we're finished. Someone shouted. Ha, kill them all. Don't worry about that monster, just focus on killing the others. The crown prince who was fighting Big Yellow burst into laughter, then he told the 2 combat soul warriors who were fighting the Ice Demon King to leave it alone. He knew that this big guy couldn't be killed, and if it wasn't for this big guy, he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state right now. Rumble. At this moment a sudden change occurred. A muffled rumble could be heard from afar as 20 silhouettes could be seen madly rushing towards the battlefield. These silhouettes all had unparalleled auras, tyrannical to the extreme. The 2 in the lead were a man and a woman. The man was tall and burly, exuding an unparalleled aura. He held a long blue ruler in his hand, while the woman was dressed in tight black robes. She was enchanting and beautiful, without the slightest blemish on her face. She was so beautiful that people couldn't open their eyes. She held a black zither in her hands, exuding an unparalleled aura. Ha! Oh, the Nangong family is here to help. Before the man arrived, a hearty laughter sounded out. The man who spoke was none other than Nangong Wentian. After comprehending the 10,000 everlasting elephants' skill, Nangong Wentian had improved tremendously, and he was now a mid-combat soul warrior. Many people threw their glances at the group of 20 figures, and a joyful expression immediately emerged on their faces. Even an idiot could sense how powerful these men were. Han Yen and De Huang Dog were even more excited. However, aside from Nangong Wentian, they didn't know anyone else. Brother Nan, you're finally back. Han Yen said with a loud voice while fighting against 3 late combat soul warriors. Kill? Nangong Wentian let out a loud shout, then he took the lead and charged into the group of Nangong family warriors. At the same time, all the warriors from the Nangong family attacked with all their strength. Wu Ningzhu didn't attack. Instead, she threw her glance at Jiang Qin, who was fighting the old emperor. An infatuated look could be seen in her beautiful eyes. This guy has become stronger again. He's strong enough to fight a combat king warrior. Wu Ningzhu couldn't help but shake her head. Today she wasn't wearing a veil and her beautiful face was fully revealed. Yan Qinyu, who was standing far away from the battlefield, saw Wu Ningzhu, and she was instantly shocked by her beauty. However, the way Wu Ningzhu was looking at Jiang Qin made her feel extremely uncomfortable. As a woman, Yan Qinyu could easily understand the meaning behind those eyes. Miss Wu, don't tell me you came all the way from the southern continent just to watch the show? Jiang Qin turned to look at Wu Ningzhu and said with a teasing tone. He didn't expect the Nangong family would suddenly show up to help him, and even Wu Ningzhu was here as well. This made Jiang Qin feel relieved. Not only Nangong Wentian, even Nangong Yunfan and Tu Yi were here. What surprised Jiang Qin even more was that Nangong Yunjing and his father were here as well. However, Jiang Qin wasn't an idiot. It looked like the Nangong family's internal affairs had been settled, and Nangong Yunfan and Nangong Yunjing had also reconciled. For the Nangong family, this couldn't be any better. The Nangong family had a very strong lineup, and every single one of them was a mighty warrior. But the most frightening one was Wu Ningzhu. Jiang Qin knew Wu Ningzhu's abilities very well, and with the help of Wu Ningzhu and the Nangong family, the tide of the battle would change. Chapter 459. Hearing this, Wu Ningzhu smiled sweetly. After that, she flew toward the battlefield. She placed her jade-like hands on the zither and unleashed a beam of light. Arc! 2 miserable shrieks immediately sounded out. 2 combat soul warriors were sliced in half by Wu Ningzhu's beam of light, and died on the spot. Wu Ningzhu descended onto the battlefield like a witch. Her jade-like hands danced back and forth on the zither like butterflies. The frightening sound of the zither turned into countless sharp blades, and in an instant, the martial Saint Dynasty's army suffered a crushing defeat. What an amazing woman! Who is this woman? Not only was she powerful, but she was also beautiful. Just from her looks alone, she was comparable to she's as beautiful as Yan Qinyu. She's so beautiful. Jiang Qin is such a lucky man. A genius like Jiang Qin naturally needs a girl with such a character to match him. This girl is too strong. She alone is enough to stir up the enemy's camp. Those 20+ men who just appeared are also stronger than the previous one. They've turned the tables on us. That's right. Ah, great. We've finally received some powerful reinforcements. Brothers, let's kill as much as we want. The arrival of Wu Ningzhu and the Nangong family had dealt a heavy blow to the martial Saint Dynasty's army. They had already lost a lot of men, and their ferociousness and strength had undoubtedly given the Black Sect's army a shot of adrenaline. With a loud roar, their morale was greatly boosted. Although the martial Saint Dynasty still had a lot of late combat soul warriors, and they still had an advantage in terms of numbers, when Wu Ningzhu and the Nangong family's warriors arrived, this advantage was completely gone. The martial Saint Dynasty's strongest warriors were the Third Emperor and the others, and the rest of these late combat soul warriors were just ordinary late combat soul warriors. Compared to famous warriors like Nangong Yunfan, Nangong Yunjing, and Tu-Yi the Thousand-Hand Butcher, the gap was immediately revealed. On top of that, Wu Ningzhu was simply unstoppable. Unless a combat king warrior personally intervened, for the entire martial Saint Dynasty, Wu Ningzhu would be like a tiger in a flock of sheep. No one would be able to stop her. In fact, the southern continent wasn't peaceful right now either. The conflict between the Profound River Palace and the Demon King Palace was getting worse, and both sides were at war. As the Profound River Palace's holy maiden, Wu Ningzhu had come to the eastern continent at this critical moment because of the guy who tore off her veil. As for the Nangong family, not long after Jiang Chen left, Nangong Yunjing took the initiative to return to the Nangong family, bringing an end to the Nangong family's current situation. Right at this moment, Nangong Wenyan told him that he wanted to go to the eastern continent. He had learned about the situation between Jiang Chen and the martial Saint Dynasty before he returned to the southern continent, and he was sure that Jiang Chen would be facing a lot of difficulties when he returned to the southern continent. Therefore he decided to come back to help. When the upper echelons of the Nangong family heard about this, led by Nangong Yunfan and Tu-Yi, they immediately decided to go to the eastern continent to help. Jiang Chen had done a huge favor for the Nangong family, and Nangong Yunfan was not a man who didn't know how to repay a debt of gratitude. Therefore the group of combat soul warriors had finally arrived at the eastern continent, just in time for the decisive battle between Jiang Chen and the martial Saint Dynasty. If they had arrived an hour later, the Black Sect would have been completely defeated. Wonderhand Thousand Tune Wu Ningzhu, her reputation was not just for show. Her frightening zither tunes resounded across the entire sky. Wherever Wu Ningzhu went, she would bring disaster to that place. She and the Ice Demon King had become the two most dangerous existences to the martial Saint Dynasty. Kaka, damn eunuch, eat this master dog's fart. De Huang Dog burst into laughter. The sudden change in the situation had made him extremely excited. Without hesitation, he turned around and aimed his butt at the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was shocked, and he immediately swung his blade toward De Huang Dog's butt. After that, he dodged to the other side. Rumble, De Huang Dog's fart was truly frightening and earth-shattering. Its powerful force instantly shattered the blade beam unleashed by the Crown Prince, and the green airflow shot out like a cannonball. At this moment, the entire battlefield was filled with a foul smell. Damn it, De Huang, don't you dare fart again. I'll just die from the stench. Han Yen couldn't help but curse at De Huang Dog. He was really speechless toward this dog. He was a dragon horse with a noble bloodline, and he could have awakened any kind of innate ability, but he just had to fart. Not only that, his fart was so stinky, so loud, and so irresistible. The Crown Prince hated De Huang Dog so much that he was gnashing his teeth. He really wished he could skin De Huang Dog alive and eat him. However, after the battle just now, the Crown Prince realized that with his current abilities, it was impossible for him to kill De Huang Dog. There was no way he could get his revenge. However, right after that, the Crown Prince threw his glance toward Yan Xinyu, who was standing not far away from him. A hateful look immediately emerged in his eyes. It was this woman who had cast a shadow over his beautiful life. Every time he thought about Yan Xinyu, the Crown Prince couldn't control his emotions. Bitch, hand over your life to me. The Crown Prince let out a furious roar and dashed toward Yan Xinyu. The two late combat soul warriors who were fighting with Yan Xinyu immediately dodged the attack. They knew very well about the hatred between the Crown Prince and Yan Xinyu. Damn eunuch. Yan Xinyu coldly harumphed. Then she waved her hand and unleashed an icy beam toward the Crown Prince. Hearing the word damn eunuch, the Crown Prince instantly went berserk. His eyes turned red, and he roared furiously as he charged toward Yan Xinyu. Too bad, the current Yan Xinyu was no longer the Yan Xinyu he used to be, and the Crown Prince was no longer the Crown Prince he used to be. With his current strength, he could at most be on par with Yan Xinyu, and there was no way he could kill Yan Xinyu for revenge. The battle had immediately attracted Wu Ningzhu's attention. She threw her beautiful eyes onto Yan Qinyu, and she couldn't help but feel shocked. What a beautiful girl. Looks like she is the Yan Qinyu that Nangong Wenyan mentioned. Wu Ningzhu murmured. She kept glancing at Yan Qinyu's body, then finally nodded her head and said, "She has a miraculous physique, and with just a mid-combat soul cultivation base she can already fight a late-combat soul warrior. She also carries an aura of the heavens and earth. No wonder that little bastard fell in love with her. However, I think only a girl like her is worthy of that little bastard." This was Wu Ningzhu's first impression of Yan Qinyu. For a girl, especially a proud one, it was not easy for her to give another girl such a high evaluation. "Little sister, you big sister will help you." With a sway of her body, Wu Ningzhu arrived next to Yan Qinyu. She gave Yan Qinyu a sweet smile and said, "My name is Wu Ningzhu, Jiang Chen's friend." Yan Qinyu glanced at Wu Ningzhu, but didn't say anything. Both girls attacked the crown prince at the same time. Ice Seal. Illusionary Zither Melody. Both Yan Qinyu and Wu Ningzhu shouted out at the same time and unleashed their powerful attacks. Wu Ningzhu's illusionary zither melody was much faster than the crown prince's. The musical notes unleashed from the zither turned into a rainbow-colored light wave and shot toward the crown prince. The crown prince was extremely furious. He kept swinging his blade, but he couldn't defend against Wu Ningzhu's attack. The blade in his hand was knocked away, and the frightening sound wave had severely injured the crown prince's soul. Pooh! The crown prince coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his aura instantly weakened. At the same time, Yan Qinyu's attack had also arrived. The extremely cold air pressed down on the crown prince's body, and it landed right on his body. The crown prince could no longer defend against Yan Qinyu's cold chill. In an instant he was turned into an ice sculpture and was completely frozen. Die! Both girls shouted out at the same time. With great teamwork they attacked once again. Wu Ningzhu unleashed a light wave, and Yan Qinyu unleashed an ice sword. Both attacks landed on the crown prince's body. Pucci, under the combined attack of both girls, the pitiful crown prince couldn't even defend against a single attack. In an instant he was cut into 3 pieces, and because he was frozen he didn't even have the chance to let out a scream before he died. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qinyu looked at each other and smiled. After that, they both charged into different battlefields. This was the first time they had met, and their first time working together was perfect. "The crown prince is dead," someone shouted out. The Martial Saint Dynasty's camp, which had been thrown into chaos by Wu Ningzhu and the Nangong family, was thrown into chaos once again. The crown prince was dead. He was their leader, and now even the crown prince was dead. How could they possibly defeat them? The crown prince's death was a huge blow to the Martial Saint Dynasty. At this moment, the morale of the Martial Saint Dynasty's side had dropped to one side. Although the Black Sect didn't have many people, their morale was skyrocketing, and they were full of fighting spirit. On the other side, the Martial Saint Dynasty's side looked like a drowned rat. "My son." Up in the sky, when the Imperial Emperor saw the Crown Prince's death, he immediately let out a loud roar and unleashed a beam of light towards Wu Ningzhu. But too bad it was blocked by Wu Ningzhu. "Imperial Emperor, your opponent is me," Wu Jiao said with a grin on his face. "Wu Jiao, get out of my way. Those 2 little bitches killed my Crown Prince." The Imperial Emperor shouted out. The Crown Prince should have died long ago. If not for him, this wouldn't have happened. He deserved to die. Furthermore, he's just a castrated bastard. Do you really think he can inherit the throne of the Martial Saint Dynasty? Wu Jiao's words had touched the Imperial Emperor's sore spot, causing him to go berserk. His attacks became even fiercer and fiercer. On the other side, the battle between Jiang Chen and the old emperor had reached its climax. Jiang Chen was fighting like a madman, and the more he fought, the fiercer he became. In just a short period of time, another 1,500 dragon marks had formed in Jiang Chen's body. Including the previous 10,000, he now had a total of 11,500 dragon marks. As long as he could form 15,000 dragon marks, Jiang Chen would be able to break through to the late combat soul realm. Chapter 460. Loud explosions could be heard everywhere, and shockwaves from the battle could be felt everywhere. The battlefield within a circumference of 1,000 miles had been destroyed, and a huge mountain range had been turned into nothingness by the shockwaves. Although the battlefield was high up in the sky, the Black Sect was still in a terrible state. It wasn't hard to imagine that after this battle, the Black Sect would turn into a pile of ruins. Those divine core warriors of the Black Sect knew they couldn't provide any help, and they knew they would be killed if they joined the battle. Therefore they had quietly left the Black Sect. If not, they would end up just like the Black Sect. The Black Sect's newly built sect and buildings were about to be destroyed. However, no one cared about this right now. If they won today's battle, the Black Sect would be nothing to them. At that point of time, the entire Martial Saint dynasty would belong to them, or the entire Eastern continent would belong to them. After the Crown Prince's tragic death, Wu Ningzhu and the invincible warriors from the Nangong family had joined the battle. Although the Martial Saint dynasty's army was huge, their morale was extremely low, and they were completely defeated. At this rate, the Martial Saint dynasty's army would be finished. Arg, miserable screams sounded out endlessly and blood splattered everywhere. The entire battlefield was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Layer after layer of the void had been destroyed, and destructive energy ripples could be felt everywhere. The Imperial Emperor and Wuxiao were fighting fiercely. He was shouting and yelling, but he couldn't do anything to Wuxiao. Furthermore, the Crown Prince's death had disturbed the Imperial Emperor's mind, which had affected his combat strength. More importantly, the Crown Prince's death wasn't the only thing that mattered. Looking at how the battle was getting more and more intense, and how the Martial Saint dynasty's defeat was becoming more and more obvious, the Imperial Emperor was furious. In his original plan with the Martial Saint dynasty's strength, they could easily crush the Black Sect, and end the battle in the shortest time possible. However, not only did the Black Sect gather so many combat soul warriors, so many powerful helpers had also appeared out of nowhere, turning the tide of the battle around. What made the Imperial Emperor even more furious was Jiang Qin. He thought with the old Emperor's abilities, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill Jiang Qin. As for Wuxiao, who had just broken through to the first-grade combat king realm, the Imperial Emperor didn't take him seriously. But the result was completely different from what he had expected. On the surface, it seemed like Jiang Qin wasn't a match for the old Emperor. However, he was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. The old Emperor had obviously used all his strength, but until now he still hadn't caused any real damage to Jiang Qin. On the other hand, Wuxiao, who had just broken through to the combat king realm, was still very difficult to deal with. This had caused the situation that was supposed to be a sure victory for the Black Sect to deteriorate. If things continued like this, not only would they be able to destroy the Black Sect, they might even be defeated today. Rumble, the old Emperor was extremely furious. He unleashed the powerful sky-overturning seal toward Jiang Qin, but it was destroyed by Jiang Qin with the 9 murdering flood dragons. Right now, Jiang Qin had formed another 1,000 dragon marks, bringing his total to 12,500 dragon marks. His progress was incredible. A grin emerged on Jiang Qin's face. Right now, his combat strength was at the same level as the old Emperor's. If he used all his strength, he was confident he could give the old Emperor a fatal blow. Damn you, I'm done playing with you. The old Emperor was furious. With a wave of his arm, a bright crystal sword appeared in his hand. The sword was extremely sharp, and the sword energy it unleashed caused the surrounding space to tremble. Clang. On the other side, the Heavenly Saint sword let out a loud cry as it hovered above Jiang Qin's head. The sword energy it unleashed was no weaker than the old Emperor's sword. Screech. The two swords let out earth-shattering screeches at the same time, then they turned into 2 bright beams of light. Like 2 waterfalls, they tore apart the void and collided with each other. The void on both sides was torn apart. The old Emperor used the dimensional force to tear apart the void, but Jiang Qin used his own strength to tear apart the void. It wasn't difficult to imagine how frightening it was. Rumble. The 2 peerless swords collided with each other, causing the surrounding space to be destroyed. A black storm shot out from the void with a powerful suction force that was incomparably sinister. Dang dang dang. Under such a violent collision, the old Emperor was forced to take 3 steps back before he could stabilize himself. His face finally revealed a look of shock once more. How is this possible? The old Emperor was shocked. There was no way he wouldn't be shocked. The youth in front of him was far too terrifying. Just a moment ago he had been suppressed by him, but now that he had taken out his ruler armament he was forced back. Just what was going on? The old Emperor was no fool. He had already guessed that during the battle Jiang Qin must have made a huge improvement. That was why he was forced back. Thinking about this, the old Emperor's heart was filled with waves of shock. To be able to make a breakthrough during a battle, that was far too terrifying. Ah, old Emperor, you've fought enough. Now just wait for my wrath. Laughing out loud, Jiang Qin released all of the 12,500 dragon marks. His entire body was like a burning sun that no one dared to look at. Raising the Heavenly Saint sword high up in the air, it continuously emitted whistling sounds as it slashed toward the old emperor. His speed was so fast that the old emperor didn't even have a chance to react. Jiang Qin chose to take the initiative to attack. Although the dragon transformation skill hadn't undergone a complete transformation, Jiang Qin could no longer feel any pressure from the old emperor. There was no need for him to continue suppressing himself. Rumble, what happened next caused many people to break out in a cold sweat. The way everyone looked at Jiang Qin had changed once again. They had never seen anyone who could become so powerful in such a short amount of time. That was because in the following battles, the old emperor was no longer a match for Jiang Qin and was forced to retreat again and again. This guy. Nangong Wendian couldn't help but shake his head. Comparing himself to this monster was truly a blow to his pride. Brother Jiang Qin is truly a genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. Back in the southern continent, he wasn't this powerful, but in such a short period of time, he is already able to suppress a combat king warrior. I'm sure his future achievements will be immeasurable. Making an enemy out of a monster like this is indeed an unwise decision. Nangong Yunfan and Tu Yi were both shocked as well. When they recalled the first time they met Jiang Qin in the Nangong family, they couldn't help but feel ashamed. When they first met Jiang Qin, none of them thought highly of him. Kakagut. Little Qinzi, kill that old bastard. Da Huang Dog let out a loud laugh. Many people had their eyes fixed onto the battle between Jiang Qin and the old emperor. The situation had been completely reversed. Jiang Qin, who had been suppressed by Jiang Qin, had now turned the tables, suppressing the old emperor. If Jiang Qin could kill the old emperor, there would be no point in today's battle. However, the old emperor was a famous first-grade combat king warrior, and he was at his peak condition, only one step away from the second-grade combat king realm. Although Jiang Qin was able to suppress him, it would be extremely difficult for him to kill the old emperor. Arg! The old emperor cried out in pain. Only he knew the grievance he was feeling. He had stopped caring about what was happening in the outside world for a long time, and this was his first battle, but he was forced to retreat by a junior whose cultivation base was much lower than his. This was simply too humiliating. The more Jiang Qin fought, the more courageous he became. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could only suppress the old emperor. It was still extremely difficult for him to kill the old emperor. There are more powerful existences in the Martial Saint dynasty. Today I have to kill this old bastard and the imperial emperor. Jiang Qin coldly harumphed as he continued to ponder. In the end he decided to use the Great Illusion Realm. He rarely used the Illusion Heart Sutra, but it might prove useful in this battle against the old emperor. Illusion Heart Sutra, Great Illusion Realm. Jiang Qin suddenly let out a shout. Both of his hands kept drawing in the air, unleashing one mystical symbol after another. In an instant, the space in front of him began to distort, and the old emperor felt as if everything around him had changed, as if he had been transported to another dimension. The noisy battlefield could no longer be heard. The imperial emperor and Wu Jiao were nowhere to be seen, and Jiang Qin had no idea where his enemy Jiang Qin had gone. After that, with a flicker of light, the old emperor reappeared in a dazzling palace within the Martial Saint dynasty. After that, he suddenly let out a crazy roar. A heart-wrenching howl rang out from the sky. Everyone turned their gazes over, only to see the old emperor suddenly going crazy. The long sword in his hand danced unceasingly, slicing the void into pieces. No one knew what was going on inside. Why did the old emperor suddenly go crazy? Outside the Great Illusion Realm, Jiang Qin couldn't help but shake his head and say, "This Illusion Heart Sutra is really frightening. It can trigger the deepest secrets hidden in one's heart. It looks like the old emperor has gone crazy because he saw something he didn't want to see the most." Jiang Qin couldn't deny how frightening the Illusion Heart Sutra was. However, due to the fact that it was extremely dangerous to use an illusion technique like this, he rarely used it. He never expected that he would be able to achieve such a great result today. It's about time. Jiang Qin's eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately retracted the Great Illusion Realm, and everything in front of the old emperor's eyes disappeared in an instant. Once again he reappeared on the violent battlefield. The sudden change of environment made the old emperor unable to adapt to it. For a moment he was stunned on the spot. Both of his eyes had turned red, and he was panting heavily. He still hadn't recovered from the sudden change of environment. The old emperor's stunned state was undoubtedly fatal, because Jiang Qin would never let go of such an opportunity. With a shake of his feet, his speed increased to the extreme, and he arrived in front of the old emperor in the blink of an eye. Without any hesitation, the heavenly saint's sword in his hand slashed down toward the old emperor's head. Chapter 461. Not good. The old emperor sensed an extremely dangerous aura, causing him to shiver. However, he was after all a peak first-grade combat king warrior, so his reaction was extremely fast. He immediately dodged to the side. Too bad, although the old emperor's reaction was fast, Jiang Chen's sword was even faster. Although the old emperor managed to dodge the attack on his head, one of his arms was chopped off by Jiang Chen. Blood spurted out from the wound like a fountain, causing the old emperor to stagger and nearly fall down from the sky. Losing an arm had seriously affected his combat strength. Imperial Uncle. When the imperial emperor who was fighting Wu Jiao saw what happened, he immediately cried out in shock. The old emperor was the most important person in today's battle, and if he was defeated, it would mean that they had completely lost this battle. This Jiang Chen was too frightening. He was actually able to defeat the old emperor with just a mid-combat soul cultivation base. This was really hard to imagine. Now that the old emperor had lost an arm and was severely injured, he was no longer a match for Jiang Chen. If the old emperor was killed by Jiang Chen today, even the imperial emperor himself couldn't imagine what would happen to him. Damn it, he's so strong. This Jiang Chen is so heaven-defying. Daddy has made the right choice this time. Even the old emperor is no match for him. The martial saint dynasty is going to be destroyed by Jiang Chen. From now on, I'll follow the black sect and my good days will come. This is the most heaven-defying existence I've ever seen. Jiang Chen is the miracle of the eastern continent. However, the old emperor is a combat king warrior, so although he has lost an arm, he should have no problem escaping. I wonder if Jiang Chen has the ability to kill him. Everyone from the black sect had excited expressions on their faces. Jiang Chen's ferocious appearance had calmed their minds, especially those who regretted helping Jiang Chen. But now they were feeling lucky. Jiang Chen was only a mid-combat soul warrior, but he was able to defeat a first-grade combat king warrior. With his potential, it was almost certain that he would break through to the combat king realm in the future. No one could imagine how frightening a combat king warrior like Jiang Chen would be. The old emperor who had one of his arms chopped off was both shocked and furious. His hatred for Jiang Chen had reached its peak, and he wished he could cut Jiang Chen into thousands of pieces. But too bad he no longer had the chance to do so. Die, old man. Jiang Chen's attack was swift and fierce. He didn't give the old emperor any chance to react. The heavenly saint's sword struck out once again. With a casual swing of the sword, countless sword beams were unleashed. These sword beams wove into a huge net and flew toward the old emperor. It was too fast. The old emperor's nerves were stretched taut. He did not dare to be negligent. He immediately raised his sword to block the heavenly saint's sword. Clang, clang. The sword chi dazzled and sparks flew everywhere. The old emperor, who had lost an arm, could only use half of his combat strength. There was no way he could be a match for Jiang Chen, who was like a ferocious beast. Furthermore, Jiang Chen was using the heavenly saint's sword. Arg! The old emperor let out a miserable shriek. The sword chi flew out of his hand and was caught by Jiang Chen. The old emperor was hit by the sword chi, and at least a dozen wounds appeared on his body. Blood was dripping down from his wounds and he looked extremely weak. You're finished. Jiang Chen didn't spare the old emperor. Once again, he leaped toward the old emperor with an overwhelming momentum. You want to kill me? No way. The old emperor gnashed his teeth in anger. Although he was no match for Jiang Chen with his combat king cultivation base, it was still easy for him to escape. He had comprehended the spatial force, so he could enter the void at any time and flee. His speed was incomparable to a combat soul warrior who hadn't comprehended the spatial force. The gap between them was huge. Swoosh. Like a ghost, the old emperor disappeared in the blink of an eye. Trying to escape from me? That's even more impossible. Jiang Chen coldly shouted. He had expected the old emperor to do this, that's why he had prepared for it. If it was an ordinary combat soul warrior, even if he could defeat a combat king warrior, he wouldn't be able to keep him here. A combat king warrior had comprehended the spatial force, which allowed him to travel through the void, making him extremely difficult to kill. If a combat king warrior wanted to escape, it would be very difficult to stop him. But, unfortunately, the old emperor had encountered a freak like Jiang Chen. As the reincarnation of the once greatest saint, Jiang Chen had all sorts of powerful abilities, and they were not something that ordinary people could compare with. Come out! Jiang Chen shouted out once again. The heavenly saint's sword transformed into a poisonous snake and pierced through the void. It was an extremely fast strike and it pierced through the void. A popping sound was heard, followed by a miserable shriek. Jiang Qin shook the long sword in his hand and pulled it out from the void. The old emperor was also pulled out from the void at the same time. What shocked everyone was that the old emperor's body was trembling right now. Jiang Qin's sword had pierced through the center of his brows, piercing through his head. Blood was flowing out from the long sword. It was a fatal strike and the old emperor was still alive. The life force of a combat king warrior was not to be underestimated. Right now, the old emperor was staring at Jiang Qin without blinking his eyes. He said in a muffled voice, "No, this is impossible, this is impossible. You haven't comprehended the spatial force. How did you find my exact location?" The old emperor was extremely shocked. The scene in front of him had gone beyond his knowledge and imagination. He had never thought that a peak first-grade combat king warrior would be defeated by a mid-combat soul brat, and he had never thought that with his combat king warrior's abilities, he wouldn't even be able to escape. The old emperor's face was filled with despair as he sensed the life force in his body draining away. Heavens, he actually killed the old emperor. How did this happen? Is this guy an abnormal monster? Even the old emperor was killed by him. We're finished, we're all finished. This is too cruel. I'm afraid the emperor is going to suffer as well. We're all going to die today. Those combat soul warriors from the martial Saint dynasty had been defeated one after another, and now, when they saw the old emperor being killed by Jiang Qin, they immediately lost all will to fight. This is amazing, he even killed a combat king warrior. A peerless abnormal monster has been born. He killed a combat king warrior with just a combat soul warrior, this is a miracle. Today's battle will definitely be recorded in the history of the Eastern continent. That's right, Jiang Qin's name will definitely be recorded in history, and he will become the idol of countless young men. Compared to the people of the martial Saint dynasty, the people of the Black Sect were the ones who were celebrating. In a war like this, the most powerful warriors were the ones who could decide the outcome of the war. Since Jiang Qin had killed the old emperor, it basically represented the Black Sect's victory. Furthermore, the death of the old emperor meant that the imperial emperor wouldn't have a good ending either. The imperial emperor's cultivation was far weaker than the old emperor's, and since Jiang Qin was able to kill the old emperor, killing the imperial emperor would be a piece of cake for him. Furthermore, he had the help of wuxia. You can rest in peace now. Jiang Qin shook his arm and unleashed a powerful energy wave from the heavenly saint sword. In an instant, the old emperor's head was crushed and he died on the spot. Jiang Qin didn't show any expression when he killed a combat king warrior, the old emperor of the martial Saint dynasty. It was as if killing the old emperor was no different than killing an ordinary man. In fact, in Jiang Qin's hands, the old emperor was no different from an ordinary man. What? On the other side, the imperial emperor, who had witnessed everything with his own eyes, cried out in shock. He couldn't accept this result, and it was something he had never expected. He had come here in high spirits, but he had ended up like this. First, it was the crown prince, and now it was the old emperor. He had underestimated Jiang Qin's ability. If he had known this would happen, he would have asked the old great emperor to come out from his secluded cultivation. He would have been able to tear Jiang Qin into pieces. Jiang Qin, I'll definitely kill you next time. The imperial emperor yelled at Jiang Qin. After that, he tore open the void with his bare hands and stepped into the space. The imperial emperor was a very shrewd person. He knew that he had lost today's battle, and even the old emperor was dead. If he continued to fight, he would die as well. Therefore, the imperial emperor decisively chose to run away. Since you're already here, don't leave. Brother Jiao, stop him. Jiang Qin shouted. He had even killed the old emperor, so there was no way he would let the imperial emperor go. Leaving such a dangerous person alive would only bring him a great disaster. Even without Jiang Qin's reminder, Wu Jiao had already made his move. The moment the imperial emperor entered the space, Wu Jiao followed behind him. A series of rumbling sounds could be heard as the two of them began to fight. Jiang Qin unleashed his energy and once again thrust the heavenly saint sword in his hand forward. With the great soul derivation skill, he could easily find the imperial emperor's exact location, and severely injure him. The old emperor was killed by the great soul derivation skill. Buzz. The space trembled as Jiang Qin's long sword pierced into the imperial emperor's body. In the next second, two figures jumped out from the space. The imperial emperor's body was swaying, and he couldn't even stand straight. There was a bloody hole on his chest and blood was pouring out from it. Obviously this was caused by Jiang Qin. Imperial Emperor, surrender yourself, you won't be able to run away. Jiang Qin stood in front of the Imperial Emperor. After forming another 2,500 dragon marks, his combat strength had surpassed the Imperial Emperor's. With Wu Jio's help, the Imperial Emperor didn't even have a chance to escape. Haha, Jiang Qin, I've really underestimated you. I never expected you to grow so fast. I only regret not killing you back then. That's why you're in this mess now. The Imperial Emperor let out a hearty laugh. When he first met Jiang Qin in the Martial Saint Palace, Jiang Qin was just an existence who hadn't even broken through to the combat soul realm. In front of the Imperial Emperor, he was like an ant that couldn't even withstand a single blow, and could be easily killed. If he had killed Jiang Qin back then, today's calamity wouldn't have happened. Too bad there was no medicine for regret in this world. Jiang Qin, I advise you to stop as soon as possible. If you kill me today, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Wu Jio should know that there is another frightening existence in the Martial Saint dynasty. The old great Imperial uncle is a second-grade combat king warrior, and he is not someone you can fight. The Imperial Emperor threatened as he mentioned another giant in the Martial Saint dynasty. Chapter 462. Buzz, the Heavenly Saint's sword vibrated, and it landed right in front of the Imperial Emperor's neck. A cold smile emerged on Jiang Qin's face as he said, Imperial Emperor, you're going to die today. No matter what you say, it's useless. And that old great emperor of yours, he will face the same fate sooner or later. Your Martial Saint dynasty will cease to exist, and the Eastern continent will have a new dynasty. Jiang Qin's words made the Imperial Emperor's face turn pale. From Jiang Qin's eyes, he could see nothing but ruthlessness and determination. This young man in front of him was definitely not joking with him. As the Imperial Emperor, he was most likely going to die today. Right at this moment, the battle below had basically stopped. Everyone had stopped what they were doing and raised their heads to look at the sky. The result had basically been decided. The old emperor was dead, and it seemed like the Imperial Emperor was going to die as well. Once the Imperial Emperor was killed by Jiang Qin, it would signify the victory of this war, and the end of the Martial Saint dynasty. The eyes of all the people of the Black Sect were glowing, and their faces were filled with excitement. For them, being able to witness this moment, being able to participate in such a historic war, and being on the winning side was an extremely fortunate thing. We're finished, we're all finished. The Imperial Emperor is going to be killed soon. Do you think we can survive this? Damn it, let's just surrender. Surrender to Jiang Qin and we might be able to keep our lives. That's right, we've lost so badly this time. That Jiang Qin is too frightening. Even such a huge force like the Martial Saint dynasty was defeated by him, and even the combat king warriors, the old emperor and the Imperial Emperor, were killed by him. How are we going to fight him? All the people of the Martial Saint dynasty were disheartened, and they had lost all their fighting spirit. Many of them were ready to surrender, as it was meaningless to continue fighting. It would only increase the number of casualties and no one would want to live longer. Haha, Jiang Qin, if you want to kill me, you'll have to pay a certain price. The Imperial Emperor suddenly burst into laughter. He knew Jiang Qin's character very well, and he knew he wouldn't be able to survive today. Laughing out loud, he raised the combat weapon in his hand and dashed toward Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin coldly harumphed as he thrust the Heavenly Saint sword forward like a real dragon. Jiang Qin, who had formed another 2,500 dragon marks, was not someone the Imperial Emperor could fight against. Furthermore, the Imperial Emperor had already been injured by Jiang Qin, and the hole in his chest was still bleeding. Clang! The Heavenly Saint sword collided with the Imperial Emperor's combat weapon, and the combat weapon was forcefully knocked away from the Imperial Emperor's path. The massive impact caused the Imperial Emperor's arm to go numb, and the combat weapon nearly flew out of his hand. Wuxia! The Heavenly Saint sword pierced straight into the Imperial Emperor's chest like a hot knife cutting through butter, piercing right through his body. Shwa! With incredible speed, Jiang Qin pulled out the Heavenly Saint sword and pointed its sharp tip at the Imperial Emperor's neck. A cold light shone from his eyes. Imperial Emperor, what else do you have to say? Jiang Qin shouted. Haha! The Imperial Emperor burst out into laughter. His laughter was filled with sorrow and regret. Jiang Qin, I've been a wise man my whole life, but I never thought I would be ruined by a teenager. I have to say you're indeed a peerless genius. I only regret that I didn't kill you with a single slap back at the Martial Saint Palace. That's why you're in such a mess today. However, don't be too happy just yet. The Martial Saint dynasty has a strong foundation, and you can't fight against it. Today both the Imperial Uncle and I will die in battle, and the old great emperor will definitely come out from his secluded cultivation. At that point of time you'll die and no one in the black sect will survive. The imperial emperor said while gnashing his teeth in anger. Imperial emperor, you shouldn't have provoked me in the first place. You and I could have lived in harmony, and I could have lived in harmony with the Martial Saint dynasty as well. But you're the one who started all of this. From the moment you gave the order to wipe out my entire clan, our fates were already decided. Your Martial Saint dynasty will be destroyed in my hands, and that old great imperial uncle of yours will have the same ending as you. Jiang Qin said with a cold voice. In his eyes, killing an emperor was no different than killing an ordinary man. I regret it so much. The imperial emperor let out a loud cry of regret. In fact, he really regretted offending this abnormal monster Jiang Qin. If he could have recruited Jiang Qin earlier, this genius might have been a great help to him. A single slip may cause everlasting sorrow, and when you turn back, it will be 100 years later. Jiang Qin's black hair fluttered in the wind as he swung the heavenly saint's sword down mercilessly. In an instant, the imperial emperor's head was sliced off, causing blood to splatter across the sky. The emperor of a powerful dynasty had fallen just like that. After today's battle, the entire eastern continent would be shaken. Jiang Qin grabbed the imperial emperor's head in his hand. With a pair of blazing eyes, he threw his glance at the people of the Martial Saint dynasty on the battlefield. Everyone was terrified and none of them dared to look into Jiang Qin's eyes. God of war, God of war, God of war, God of war, the entire black sect was thrown into an uproar. Everyone were shouting and yelling at the top of their lungs, raising the combat weapons in their hands high up into the air, shouting, God of war. Every single one of them looked at Jiang Qin with eyes filled with admiration and respect. In the entire eastern continent, there had never been a young man who could win such a great honor. In everyone's eyes, Jiang Qin truly deserved the title of God of War. He was invincible, invincible, and invincible. On the other side, everyone from the Martial Saint dynasty had pale faces, and the fear in their hearts had reached an extreme level. Finished? Completely finished. This was what everyone from the Martial Saint dynasty was feeling right now. Everyone listen up. Those who surrender will be spared. Jiang Qin shouted out. He didn't kill all of them, instead he gave them a chance. After all, Jiang Qin's real enemy was the imperial emperor, the upper echelon of the Martial Saint dynasty. These people in front of him were just tools of the Martial Saint dynasty, and they didn't have any deep hatred towards Jiang Qin. Hearing Jiang Qin's words, all the survivors of the Martial Saint dynasty immediately let out a long sigh of relief. They felt the gloominess in their hearts had been swept away. Initially they thought they were going to die, but they never thought they would have a chance to live. Jiang Qin was like a devil king, an existence who killed without blinking his eyes, but he was willing to spare their lives. This was really rare. Surrender, they had to surrender. What else was there to think about? All of them had witnessed Jiang Qin's performance. With the death of the old emperor and the imperial emperor, the Martial Saint dynasty was truly finished. Jiang Qin had created one miracle after another, and even they believed that even if there were still second-grade combat king warriors in the Martial Saint dynasty, they would still be destroyed by Jiang Qin sooner or later. The Martial Saint dynasty was about to change, and the situation in the eastern continent would be completely changed. The fall of a dynasty meant the rise of another dynasty. For these people, it didn't matter who they served. If they followed Jiang Qin, they might be able to obtain more benefits. More importantly, their lives were more important. Apart from surrendering, what else could they do? Fight back? What a joke. That was no different than courting death. Let alone Jiang Qin, just look at Wu Ningzhu and the others. Any one of them could kill them with a single slap. In the end, all 300 combat soul warriors of the Martial Saint dynasty surrendered. Under the leadership of Jiang Qin, the Black Sect had achieved an unprecedented victory. The result of the war quickly spread across the entire eastern continent. In fact, everyone in the eastern continent was paying close attention to this war, as it was impossible to hide the news. The death of the imperial emperor and the old emperor had undoubtedly shaken the entire eastern continent, causing a huge uproar. Heavens! Why did it end like this? I can't believe it. Both the old emperor and imperial emperor of the Martial Saint dynasty were killed by Jiang Qin. He is truly a peerless god of slaughter. Now, all 300 combat soul warriors have surrendered. The Martial Saint dynasty's foundation has been completely depleted. The time for a new dynasty is about to arrive. This is terrifying. This Jiang Qin has only appeared for a short period of time, but he has already changed the entire situation of the eastern continent. He is truly a monster. Now, the Black Sect's fame has surpassed the Martial Saint dynasty. Since the Imperial Emperor is dead, doesn't that mean the Martial Saint dynasty is finished? Not necessarily. I heard that there is an even stronger old great emperor in the Martial Saint dynasty who hasn't joined the battle yet. Since the old emperor and Imperial Emperor are dead, the old great emperor will definitely join the battle soon. I wonder if Jiang Qin can handle this. Everyone were talking about the war. This was a turning point in the history of the Eastern continent, and Jiang Qin had created a miracle. On the Black Sect's side, more than half of the buildings had been destroyed, but many of them were still intact. Today's war had brought great satisfaction to everyone, and the entire Black Sect was celebrating. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Xinyu were chatting happily. After fighting side by side, their relationship had become much closer. Usually beautiful and talented women were prideful, and both Wu Ningzhu and Yan Xinyu were like that. The man they chose to be friends with must be someone equally outstanding, someone they would look up to. Obviously, no matter if it was in terms of talent or appearance, both of them had conquered each other. Wu Ningzhu knew that Yan Xinyu was Jiang Qin's fiancée. Yan Xinyu had no idea about the relationship between Wu Ningzhu and Jiang Qin, but her woman's instinct told her that Wu Ningzhu liked Jiang Qin. While the Black Sect was celebrating, Jiang Qin had chosen to enter secluded cultivation. Since the end of the war, he had immediately entered secluded cultivation, and he didn't say a single word to anyone. Right now, Jiang Qin had locked himself in a secret room. Both of his eyes were closed, and from time to time, explosive sounds could be heard coming out from his body. His energy was rising bit by bit. Today's war had given Jiang Qin a huge harvest. The dragon transformation skill was on the verge of transforming, and after killing the Imperial Emperor, it was as if Jiang Qin had achieved a goal, as if he had fulfilled a long-cherished wish. His state of mind was suddenly opened, and the dragon transformation skill had completely transformed at this moment. Chapter 463. Within the Black Sect's conference hall, over 30 upper echelons were sitting in 2 rows. 2 men were sitting at the top of the hall, and one of them was Wu Jio. With Wu Jio's status as well as his first-grade combat king cultivation base, no one had any objections to him sitting at the top of the hall, because it was a matter of course. Right now, the other man sitting at the top of the hall with Wu Jio was a divine core warrior. The weakest among these men was a mid-combat soul warrior, and even late combat soul warriors like Wu Ningzhu and Nangong Yunfan were sitting at the bottom of the hall. There was only one divine core warrior who was sitting calmly at the top of the hall, and he was sitting at the same level as Wu Jio. Normally, this divine core warrior was overestimating himself, but no one in the hall thought so. If only one person could sit at the top of the hall, this man would be given priority to Wu Jio, and no one would have any objections. Even Wu Jio didn't have any objections. Because this man was Jiang Zhenhai. That's right, he was Jiang Qin's father. Just this identity alone was enough to give Jiang Zhenhai the highest status in the entire Eastern continent. There were so many mighty warriors in the hall, and none of them dared show any disrespect to Jiang Zhenhai. Jiang Zhenhai didn't have a high cultivation base, and his talent wasn't great either. However, he had a son like Jiang Qin. Just this alone was enough to make him look down on Jiang Zhenhai. Right now, Jiang Zhenhai was sitting at the top of the hall, and a bright smile blossomed on his face. The scene in front of him was like a dream to him. Even if it was just a dream, Jiang Zhenhai had never thought that he would have a day like this. Although Jiang Zhenhai was sitting calmly at the top of the hall, he was actually extremely nervous. All of these men in front of him were famous warriors, and none of them had cultivation bases that Jiang Zhenhai could compare with. Pride. Having a son like this, Jiang Zhenhai was naturally proud of himself. Under the heavens, Jiang Zhenhai was the only one who could make a combat soul warrior, or even a combat king warrior, respect a divine core warrior. This was a supreme honor, and from now on, no matter where Jiang Zhenhai went, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. Brother Jiang has a good son. Wu Jio turned around and cupped his fists towards Jiang Qin. The speed of Jiang Qin's growth had caught him off guard, and today's battle was even more unexpected. Jiang Qin was growing at a rapid pace. From the time he killed the third emperor to the time he killed the old emperor, it had only been a few days. This kind of progress could only be described as heaven-defying. Haha, not at all. It's all because of everyone's support. Jiang Zhenhai was grinning from ear to ear. He was so happy that even the Battle King was calling him brother. That's not right. This Wu Jio seems to be calling my son brother, and now he's calling me brother as well. What kind of seniority is this? Of course, Jiang Zhenhai didn't care about all this. A combat king warrior calling him Brother Jiang was already an unprecedented honor, and it was all because of his son. If it wasn't for his son, a country bumpkin like him wouldn't even be noticed by a combat king warrior. Kaka, old man, since you have such a heaven-defying young man in your family, I'm sure your ancestors must have died before. The Huang dog was laughing out loudly. He was the closest to Jiang Zhenhai and the others, and he was the first to follow Jiang Qin. Therefore he didn't hold back his words. Haha, the Huang dog's words immediately caused everyone to burst into laughter. Brother Jiang is indeed a rare genius. When he was in the southern continent he was only a divine core warrior, but in such a short period of time he can already kill a combat king warrior. This is not something that can be described with just the word, terrifying. Nangong Yunfan said. When he recalled the first time Nangong Wendian brought Jiang Qin to the Nangong family, he couldn't help but sigh. That's right, he has achieved so much at such a young age. Now the entire eastern continent has been toppled by Brother Jiang Qin, and he has even overthrown an entire dynasty. What a magnificent feat. Tui praised as well. Today's battle was truly satisfying. As an elder of the Nangong family, it had been a long time since Tui had experienced a battle like this, and he had enjoyed it to his heart's content. However, although the old emperor and the imperial emperor are dead, I wonder if there are any more powerful existences in the Martial Saint dynasty. After all, the Martial Saint dynasty has existed for so many years, and we can't underestimate its power. Han Yen said. His tone was filled with worry. What Brother Yen said is correct. The Martial Saint dynasty's power is not limited to this. Although the old emperor and the imperial emperor were killed by Brother Jiang, there is still a second great combat king warrior hiding in the Martial Saint dynasty, and that is my old great imperial uncle. He has been hiding himself, and he has stopped meddling in the affairs of the outside world. I'm afraid he has already reached the peak of the second great combat king realm, and is only one step away from the third great combat king realm. He is not easy to deal with, and I believe it won't be long before the old great imperial uncle strikes. Wuxiao said. Without hiding anything, he told everyone about the Martial Saint dynasty's power. What? Many people cried out in shock. Their expressions changed and the joyful atmosphere instantly froze. Although they had won the battle, the Martial Saint dynasty wasn't truly destroyed yet. If the enemy really had another powerful second-grade combat king warrior, it would be hard to tell what would happen in the end. A peak second-grade combat king warrior, that's not something the old emperor can compare with. I don't think any of us here can fight him, and the old great imperial uncle is going to strike soon. How are we going to defend ourselves at that time? A late combat soul warrior said worriedly. In fact, you guys don't need to worry, because someone will deal with the old great imperial uncle. Wuxiao said with a smile. Jiang Qin. Many people's eyes lit up, and they once again thought about Jiang Qin, the young man who could do anything. That's right, it's Jiang brother. I'm sure all of you have seen it. Right after the battle, Jiang brother immediately chose to enter secluded cultivation. I'm sure he has gained a lot from this secluded cultivation, and the reason why he chose to enter secluded cultivation is to deal with the old great imperial uncle. Wuxiao said with a faint smile on his face. If it was before, he would be worried just like the others, but now he wasn't worried at all because Jiang Qin had created too many miracles. The confidence Jiang Qin was emitting gave everyone a sense of security. Wuxiao had reason to believe that even if the old great imperial uncle were to appear, Jiang Qin would still have a way to deal with him. This was Jiang Qin, the monster who could change the outcome of a battle at any time. However, Jiang Qin is only a mid-combat soul warrior. It's incredible that he was able to kill a first-grade combat king warrior with such a cultivation base, but I'm afraid it'll be difficult for him to deal with a second-grade combat king warrior, especially a peak second-grade combat king warrior. Someone said with a frown on his face. Haha, you don't have to worry about that. I can honestly tell you that there is nothing that Jiang Qin can't do. No one can predict when he will break through and what height he will reach. I believe that even if he faces the old great imperial uncle, Jiang Qin will be able to deal with him. Han Yen burst into laughter. Anyone who was familiar with Jiang Qin would have an inexplicable confidence in Jiang Qin. That's right, Brother Jiang is good at creating miracles. Furthermore, we don't have to worry about this matter because it's useless. All the combat soul warriors of the Martial Saint dynasty are either dead or have surrendered. The old great emperor is the only one left in the dynasty, and the upcoming battle will be between Brother Jiang and the old great emperor. There's nothing we can do to help, and there's nothing we can do. Wu Lang, who hadn't spoken a word until now, finally spoke. Wu Lang was right. The upcoming battle had nothing to do with them. The old great emperor was a second-grade combat king warrior, let alone them, even Wu Jio wouldn't be able to deal with him. As for the martial saint dynasty, there weren't many combat soul warriors left. This meant that all these people here were useless. The final outcome of the war between the Black Sect and the martial saint dynasty, and who would emerge victorious, would be decided by the final battle between Jiang Qin and the old great emperor. Everyone knew that this was an extremely important battle, as it concerned the future of the entire eastern continent. Although there was nothing they could do, they were still praying in their hearts, praying that Jiang Qin could create another miracle and overthrow the martial saint dynasty, bringing about a turning point in history. This final battle not only concerned the future of the eastern continent, it also concerned their lives. It wasn't difficult to imagine how furious the old great emperor would be when he found out that the old emperor, the imperial emperor, and all the other emperors were dead. If Jiang Qin couldn't defeat the old great emperor, and the old great emperor killed Jiang Qin, none of the people here would have a good ending. They would all be killed by the furious old great emperor with a single slap. Right at this moment, Jiang Qin, who everyone had high hopes for, had arrived at the most critical moment. The second transformation of the dragon transformation skill had brought him unimaginable benefits. He now had a total of 14,000 dragon marks, and he only needed another 1,000 dragon marks to break through to the late combat soul realm. With Jiang Qin's current condition, forming another 1,000 dragon marks wouldn't be a problem at all. Buzz, deep in the night, a buzzing sound suddenly sounded out from a hidden chamber in the Black Sect. A layer of golden light covered Jiang Qin's body, and his aura was like that of a wild beast that was about to awaken. Blood-red dragon scales began flickering on his palms. Crack. A clear cracking sound could be heard coming from Jiang Qin's body. Right at this moment, the dragon transformation skill had finally completed its second transformation. A stream of information that seemed to originate from ancient times appeared in Jiang Qin's mind like a spring. The information quickly merged with Jiang Qin's mind, and a powerful true dragon skill had been awakened once again. Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Jiang Qin suddenly opened his eyes, and an ancient dragon pressure emerged from his body. You guys didn't see it, that Jiang Qin is really frightening. He has an extremely sharp sword in his hand, and with just a swing of it, he easily chopped off the old emperor and the imperial emperor's heads. This is really frightening. Come on, it's as if you were there to witness it. But that Jiang Qin is indeed frightening. He is only a mid-combat soul warrior, but he was able to kill combat king warriors. To be honest, I still can't believe it, but it's the truth. The eastern continent is going to undergo a complete change. The martial saint dynasty is done for, the imperial emperor and the old emperor are dead, and all the remaining combat soul warriors have surrendered to Jiang Qin. From now on, the eastern continent will belong to Jiang Qin. It's hard to say. I heard that the martial saint dynasty still has an old great emperor, and he has a frightening cultivation base. He is many times stronger than the old emperor and the imperial emperor. I think he will strike soon, and no matter how strong Jiang Qin is, I don't think he will be able to defend himself. It's hard to say. This Jiang Qin has become famous too quickly, and he has created many miracles. This time he fought against the martial saint dynasty in a domineering manner, causing them to suffer an unprecedented loss. Perhaps he will continue to create miracles and defeat the old great emperor. If that happens, the eastern continent will undergo a complete change. Discussions could be heard everywhere. Many people were heading toward the Qi province. They all knew that the old great emperor of the martial saint dynasty was going to fight Jiang Qin, and everyone wanted to witness this battle with their own eyes. They wanted to know if Jiang Qin would be able to turn the tables and completely change the eastern continent. Of course, such a shocking news would reach the martial saint dynasty as well. The entire martial saint dynasty and the imperial city were in a state of panic. When an old eunuch heard the news, he was immediately scared out of his wits. Without any hesitation, he rushed toward the deepest part of the martial saint dynasty. This old eunuch had a strong cultivation base. He had reached the peak late combat soul realm. He was quite old, and he had served 3 generations of emperors, so he could be considered an old man who would never die. Yesterday, when the old emperor and the imperial emperor led an army to attack the Black Sect, the old eunuch thought it would be a piece of cake. But he never expected to receive such a shocking news. In the deepest part of the martial saint dynasty, there was a place that was completely sealed off from the outside world. The spatial ripples in this place were different from the outside world, and it was obvious that this was a space created by a combat king warrior. It had isolated this place from the outside world, and it was very difficult for ordinary people to find their way in. In the entire Martial Saint dynasty, there were only a few people who were qualified to enter this place, and this old eunuch was one of them. The air rippled, and the old eunuch walked in while trembling. He arrived in front of an old man, then he bowed deeply toward the old man. "Not good, old great emperor, something bad has happened." The old eunuch's voice was hoarse and his forehead was covered with sweat. The old man slowly opened his eyes. At first, his eyes were cloudy, but in the next second they became extremely bright. This old man looked like he was over 100 years old, and he was very skinny. He was wearing an imperial robe that looked very loose. Although this old man was very skinny, the aura that was casually unleashed from his body was something that no one dared to look down upon. Just a casual glance from him was enough to make one's heart tremble with fear, as if they had fallen into hell. "Old servant, didn't I tell you? From now on, I won't interfere with the affairs of the Martial Saint dynasty anymore. If you need anything, go find the imperial emperor," the old man said. It seemed like he hadn't spoken for a long time, and his voice was a little hoarse. However, it didn't take long for him to get used to it. This old man was none other than the old great emperor of the Martial Saint dynasty, the strongest man in the eastern continent. He had reached the peak of the second great combat king realm, and was half a step away from the third great combat king realm. "Old great emperor, something bad has happened. The imperial emperor and the old emperor are both dead." The old eunuch dared not hide anything. "What did you say?" Two icy cold beams shot out from the old great emperor's eyes. It was a tangible light, and like a sharp sword, it pierced through the air, causing cracks to appear on the void. "Tell me what happened?" The old great emperor's tone had obviously increased, and the anger in his words could be felt by anyone. The old emperor and the imperial emperor were both dead? What kind of joke was this? The Martial Saint dynasty had ruled the eastern continent for so many years, and since when had something like this happened? Furthermore, both the old emperor and the imperial emperor were combat king warriors, and there was no one in the eastern continent who could kill them. "Old great emperor, this is what happened." The old eunuch dared not hide anything from the old great emperor. He told him everything about Jianghu and the Black Sect from the beginning to the end. He even told him what happened yesterday in detail. Of course, what he knew was only what he heard from others. However, it was a fact that both the imperial emperor and the old emperor were killed by Jianghu, and it was also a fact that all those combat soul warriors who came with them were either killed or surrendered. Not a single one of the 400 men had escaped. Boom! A powerful shockwave burst out from the old great emperor's body, causing the old eunuch to cry out in pain. He was knocked dozens of meters away, and a trace of blood could be seen coming out from the corner of his mouth. However, the old eunuch dared not show any neglect. He quickly walked up and kneeled down in front of the old great emperor. "You're saying that young man named Jianghu, who is only a mid-combat soul warrior, is able to kill both the imperial emperor and the old emperor, who are both first great combat king warriors?" The old great emperor stared at the old eunuch with a pair of bright eyes. "That's right, old great emperor. This Jianghu is a peerless genius that only appears once every 10,000 years. He fought against the Martial Saint dynasty, and now the entire Martial Saint dynasty has been destroyed by him. Many of their people have died, and only the old great emperor can defeat him," the old eunuch said. "Jianghu, the Black Sect, good, very good. You've destroyed my imperial family, I'll definitely tear all of you to pieces. Also, all those useless fools who surrendered, I'll kill them all." The old great emperor was furious. He had never been so furious before. All of his descendants had been killed, and no matter how good his temperament was, he couldn't withstand this kind of anger. Swoosh! In the next moment, the old great emperor disappeared. The old eunuch wiped off the sweat on his forehead and slowly walked out from the sealed space. The sky had just turned bright, and most of the people in the Black Sect were still immersed in the excitement of yesterday's victory. Right at this moment, an extremely powerful aura came from afar. In just a few breaths of time, an old man wearing an imperial robe appeared in the sky above the Black Sect. "Jianghu, get your ass out here!" The old great emperor immediately shouted out. He waved his hand and unleashed a palm strike, shattering a towering mountain. "Not good, the old great emperor of the Martial Saint dynasty is here. What a powerful aura. Judging from his aura, he is at least a second great combat king warrior. I think he can kill all of us by himself. Hurry up and find Jianghu. Jianghu is the only one who can defeat the old great emperor." The people of the Black Sect immediately fell into a panic. The appearance of a second-grade combat king warrior was like a disaster to them. Even with Wu Jio's help, it wouldn't be enough. In the entire Black Sect, aside from Jiang Qin, no one could defeat the old great emperor who was a second-grade combat king warrior. Sparks could be seen in their eyes. The old great emperor of the martial Saint dynasty has arrived faster than I expected, Jiang Qin said with an indifferent tone. He didn't show any signs of nervousness when facing a second-grade combat king warrior. So you're Jiang Qin? The old great emperor's words were filled with an ice-cold killing intent. He could sense the aura unleashed from Jiang Qin's body, and he was shocked as well. At the same time, he was able to confirm Jiang Qin's identity. Under the heavens, perhaps only Jiang Qin, who had killed the old emperor and imperial emperor, could possess an aura that could match that of a combat king warrior at the combat soul realm. That's right, it's me. Jiang Qin nodded his head. If it was yesterday, he might be afraid of the old great emperor. But today, the old great emperor, who was a second-grade combat king warrior, was no longer a threat to Jiang Qin. You killed the old emperor and imperial emperor, and all the emperors of the martial Saint dynasty. Who gave you the courage to do that? The old great emperor furiously shouted. When he thought about how this young man had caused a huge loss to the martial Saint dynasty, the old great emperor couldn't help but feel furious. Since you've done something wrong, you have to bear the consequences. Your martial Saint dynasty is destined to be destroyed by me, Jiang Qin, and you are no exception. From today onwards, the martial Saint dynasty will cease to exist. Jiang Qin said with a loud voice. He didn't take the old great emperor's threat seriously. Young man, you're really courting death. Do you really think you can ignore everything just because you have some innate talent? Today, I'll let you know that there's always someone stronger than you. I'll let you know how frightening a second-grade combat king warrior is. Not only will I kill you today, I'll also wipe out the entire Black Sect. The Eastern continent will still belong to the martial Saint dynasty. The old great emperor's hair was fluttering, and his eyes were glowing like sharp swords. He was emanating an extremely sharp aura. What's the point of talking so much? Let's fight now. Jiang Qin burst into laughter. Both of his hands were suddenly covered with blood-red dragon shadows, and they turned into two extremely sharp dragon claws. With just a casual movement of the dragon claws, the void would be torn apart. Jiang Qin stretched his hand forward, and with a loud rumbling sound, a blood-red dragon claw over 30 meters long descended from the sky, grabbing toward the old great emperor. So powerful. The old great emperor's expression changed. With Jiang Qin's attack, the last bit of underestimation he had for Jiang Qin had completely disappeared. It was hard for him to imagine how a young late combat soul warrior could possess such formidable combat strength. Sky-flipping seal. The old great emperor stretched both of his hands upward, then a gigantic golden seal the size of a mountain suddenly appeared. The illusionary golden mountain seemed extremely heavy, as if it weighed millions of kilograms. The old great emperor forcefully threw it toward the true dragon palm. Rumble. In an instant, the void was shattered, and streams of black energy kept pouring out from within the void, forming into a black storm. This was the power of a battle between combat king warriors, and just the shockwave alone was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Tap tap tap. The old great emperor was forced back dozens of steps before he could stabilize his body. On the other hand, Jiang Qin was only forced back 5 or 6 steps. On the surface, it seemed like Jiang Qin had gained the upper hand in this collision. What? The old great emperor cried out in shock. Sparks almost shot out from his eyes. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. With his abilities and the sky-flipping seal, he was actually defeated by a young combat soul warrior. This was something he had never even dreamt about. Amazing. Jiang Qin is too frightening. He actually defeated a second-grade combat king warrior. Oh heavens, what did I just see? Jiang Qin has really created another miracle. Looks like the martial Saint dynasty's luck has come to an end. Nothing is impossible when it comes to Jiang Qin. Amazing. It has only been a day and he has already improved so much. However, that old great emperor is not someone who can be easily dealt with. Both of them were just probing attacks. Only now will we have a good show to watch. Excited expressions emerged on the faces of everyone from the Black Sect. All the worries they had before were gone. The first collision between Jiang Qin and the old great emperor had given them enough confidence. A peerless genius. Wu Jio shook his head. When it came to Jiang Qin, he had no idea what to say. This guy. Wu Ningzhu's eyes became brighter as she stared at Jiang Chen. A smile emerged on the faces of Nangong Wentian, Han Yan, and the others. They were happy about Jiang Chen's incredible strength, but at the same time, they also felt a tremendous pressure. Each of them could be considered as rare geniuses, and no matter if it was their talent or cultivation base, they were all top-notch existences. No matter where they went, they would always be valued. However, when compared to Jiang Chen, the gap between them was instantly revealed. This is really unexpected. Jiang Chen has actually become so formidable. No wonder he was able to kill the old emperor and the imperial emperor. Now, even the old great emperor is no match for him. It looks like the martial Saint dynasty's luck has come to an end. That's right, he's a peerless genius. Even the martial Saint dynasty has become his stepping stone. Don't jump to conclusions so quickly. A powerful combat king warrior isn't that easy to kill. Jiang Chen only gained the upper hand in the first exchange. He hasn't truly defeated the old great emperor. As the #1 warrior of the martial Saint dynasty, I'm sure he has more tricks up his sleeves. The onlookers in the distance started discussing among themselves. Many of them could sense that the martial Saint dynasty was truly doomed. Second-grade combat king warrior is only SOSO. Jiang Chen shouted out loudly, then he once again leapt toward the old great emperor. He once again unleashed the true dragon palm. This was a powerful true dragon combat skill, and it was extremely ferocious. It was perfect for taking the initiative to attack. As Jiang Chen was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, he was destined to be much stronger than ordinary people. If he had just broken through to the late combat soul realm with 15,000 dragon marks, Jiang Chen's combat strength would be on par with the old great emperor's. But now, with 16,000 dragon marks, his combat strength was slightly higher than the old great emperor's. Furthermore, he wasn't even using the Azure Dragon incomparable skill. Heavenly Imperial Finger. The old great emperor was furious. He exerted all his strength and unleashed the Heavenly Imperial Finger. The bright golden finger tore the space apart and flew toward the blood-red dragon claw. Rumble. Another world-shaking boom rang out as the Heavenly Royal Finger and the true dragon palm collided. The void space was once again shattered and the two powerful attacks were destroyed. In this collision, due to the retired emperor going all out, the two of them could be said to be equally matched. On the surface, both of them seemed to be equally matched and they were much stronger than the first time. However, the old great emperor didn't feel happy at all. Jiang Chen's mighty strength had made him feel that it would be extremely difficult for him to kill Jiang Chen. Chapter 466. Rumble. The heaven and earth shook and the entire sky was destroyed. Jiang Chen and the old great emperor turned into two beams of light and fought fiercely in the sky. Both of them were moving at an incredible speed, and the onlookers could only see two afterimages. The fierce battle between two second-grade combat king warriors was extremely intense. Every time they collided with each other, the sky would collapse and the earth would crumble, and the surrounding space had been destroyed beyond recognition. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, Jiang Chen and the old great emperor had been fighting for 10 minutes. No one knew how many rounds they had exchanged, but there was still no winner. Just as many people thought, as the strongest existence in the martial Saint dynasty, the old great emperor must have some powerful skills. As a matter of fact, the old great emperor was indeed ferocious in the following battle with Jiang Chen. Even so, he was still suppressed by Jiang Chen. Although the old great emperor had a lot of skills, Jiang Chen's skills were extremely powerful as well. This is too intense. Let's not talk about who will win in the end. Just being able to witness a battle of this level with our own eyes will benefit us a lot. That's right, being able to witness a battle between two combat king warriors is indeed a rare opportunity. Experiencing the atmosphere of a battle of this level will bring us unimaginable benefits. The old great emperor has been suppressed by Jiang Chen, and I'm afraid he's going to die today. Jiang Chen is not an easy opponent, and I'm guessing Jiang Chen must have more powerful skills up his sleeves. The martial Saint dynasty is in a real crisis. Everyone was shocked. However, being able to witness a battle of this level with their own eyes was a rare opportunity for any cultivator. In the Eastern continent, being able to witness a battle between combat king warriors was more difficult than ascending the heavens. An opportunity like this was simply too rare. Up in the sky, the old great emperor became more and more frightened as the battle went on. During the intense battle just now, he had used all of his skills and trump cards, but he still failed to gain the upper hand. Even if the battle continued, he might not have a chance to win. However, even if there wasn't a chance, he still had to kill them. The old great emperor had no other way out. So many of his descendants had been killed, and the martial Saint dynasty was about to be destroyed. Now he was the only one left. Was he really going to stay here and drag out an ignoble existence? This was a blood feud. Therefore, even if he had to risk his life, he had to kill this young man in front of him. Boom, the old great emperor's aura shook once again, becoming even stronger than before. At the same time, a dazzling blade appeared in the old great emperor's hand. It was also a king weapon, but it was just an ordinary king weapon. After all, the old great emperor was only a second-grade combat king. In the eastern continent, a cultivator like him could be considered an ancestor, but in the divine continent he was nothing. If king weapons were divided into low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade, then a second-grade combat king's king weapon could only be considered as low-grade. At this moment, the old great emperor's body emitted an incomparably crazy aura. It was the kind of insanity that didn't care about one's life. Is he going to risk his life? Seeing this, a sneer emerged on Jiang Chen's face. Two cold beams shot out from his eyes, and a killing intent burst out from his body. He could tell that the old great emperor was going to risk his life, but Jiang Chen didn't care. Jiang Chen, take out your combat weapon. The old great emperor said. I don't need a combat weapon to deal with you. Jiang Chen's face was filled with confidence. He wanted to test the power of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Since you've overestimated yourself, you can die now. The retired emperor's footsteps paused, creating a crack in the void. Then the retired emperor shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. He raised the large saber in his hand high up in the air and channeled all the elemental energy in his body into the large saber. He even ignited his own blood essence. This was a suicidal attack. The old great emperor only wanted to kill Jiang Chen, no matter what price he had to pay. The all-out attack of a second-grade combat king was undoubtedly terrifying. Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Jiang Chen shouted out. His voice was like a sudden clap of thunder that resounded across the entire sky, causing many people's ears to buzz. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Jiang Chen took a mysterious step forward. No one was able to see the pattern of this step, but when Jiang Chen's body moved, his foot landed right on top of the old great emperor's blade. Roar! Underneath Jiang Chen's feet, there was a flickering shadow of a dragon, and it was accompanied by a dragon's roar that caused everyone's heart to palpitate. Bang! Jiang Chen's foot landed on the old great emperor's blade, using his body to collide with a king weapon. Perhaps only Jiang Chen would dare to do something like this. No one knew how much force Jiang Chen's foot carried, but when it collided with the king weapon, they were actually equally matched. The collision produced a terrifying shockwave that swept across the entire sky like a tsunami. Second step. Jiang Chen's divine might was matchless. After taking the first step, he immediately took the second step, and the force exerted by his foot was doubled. Under such a tremendous force, the old great emperor almost lost his grip on the blade. What? The old great emperor cried out in shock. The combat skill Jiang Chen used was too frightening, and the force contained in each step was unimaginable. The first step was enough to resist his king weapon, but the second step was so powerful that even his king weapon couldn't resist it. Ha! Shake! Jiang Chen laughed out loud. Once again, he exerted force with his foot, unleashing a tremendous force that caused the old great emperor to lose his grip on the blade. Give it to me. Jiang Chen extended his hand and grabbed the blade, then put it away without any hesitation. Old great emperor, you don't even have a combat weapon. What else do you have to fight me? Jiang Chen's voice shook the heavens, and the shadow of a dragon could be seen flashing beneath his feet. It seemed like he was about to take the third step at any time. As for how powerful the Azure Dragon's 5 steps was, one could only find out after he used it. With Jiang Chen's current strength, he could only take the third step. However, the Azure Dragon's 5 steps had given Jiang Chen great confidence. With the third step, he would be able to take the old great emperor's life. Heavens! What did I just see? Jiang Chen's steps are way too terrifying. Even a king weapon is no match for him. What an overbearing step. With the shadow of a dragon flickering, it's extremely powerful. This is Jiang Chen's trump card. The old great emperor is already injured, and I'm afraid he won't have a good ending today. Those steps are way too terrifying. If Jiang Chen takes the third step, the old great emperor won't be able to defend himself at all. The martial Saint dynasty will be finished for sure. Jiang Chen's wings have grown, and he will be invincible in the eastern continent. Everyone were shocked. The old great emperor had unleashed his king weapon, and everyone thought that Jiang Chen would unleash his combat weapon as well. After that, the two of them would have another ultimate battle. However, never did they expect that Jiang Chen would actually unleash an extremely powerful combat skill at the last moment. Even the old Great Emperor's combat weapon was no match for it. It wasn't hard to tell that the old Great Emperor had unleashed all his trump cards. Furthermore, his desperate attack had greatly affected him. Not only that, he had been severely injured by Jiang Chen, and he had also lost his king weapon, which he relied on the most. On top of that, it was obvious that Jiang Chen still had more powerful skills. Under such circumstances, there was no way the old Great Emperor would be a match for him. Impossible. You're just a late combat soul warrior, how could you be so powerful? The old Great Emperor couldn't accept this reality. Nothing is impossible in this world. You said it's impossible because you're ignorant. I've told you before, I'm going to overturn the Martial Saint dynasty. Today I'm going to kill you, and the history of the Martial Saint dynasty will come to an end. Come, let's see how you're going to take my third step. Jiang Chen said with a mighty aura. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his entire body was glowing with a golden light, making him look like a god of war. He raised his foot and took the third step. Boom. This step nearly created a hole in the air. With incredible speed, Jiang Chen arrived above the old Great Emperor's head in just a blink of an eye. The old Great Emperor's face turned pale with fright. The movement skill Jiang Chen was using was extremely frightening, and the strength of the third step was double that of the second step. There was no way the old Great Emperor could withstand it, and if this step landed on his head, the consequences would be unimaginable. Perhaps his head would explode in an instant. Damn it! The old Great Emperor cursed angrily. At this critical moment, he forcefully tore open the space and jumped into the void. Jiang Chen was too strong and there was no way he could defeat him. It looked like the only thing he could do now was to stay alive. I'm going to kill you today. You won't be able to run away. Jiang Chen coldly harumphed. He had long since unleashed the Great Soul Derivation skill in order to prevent the old Great Emperor from escaping. Today he had to kill the old Great Emperor. If not, a second-grade combat king warrior would bring unimaginable harm to the Black Sect. It wasn't difficult to predict that after the old Great Emperor escaped, he would definitely hide himself. From then on, the Black Sect and everyone close to Jiang Chen would have to face the threat of a frightening second-grade combat king warrior, and it was a hidden one. If that happened, the entire Black Sect would never be able to live in peace. According to Jiang Chen's plan, once the Martial Saint dynasty was dealt with, he would start his journey to the Divine Continent. However, if the old Great Emperor was still alive, he wouldn't have the courage to leave. He was afraid that if he left, the old Great Emperor would strike and kill everyone related to him. Therefore, Jiang Chen would never let the old Great Emperor escape. Come out. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up like torches. With his third step, he forcefully stomped on the void. A miserable shriek sounded out from the void, and the old Great Emperor was forced out from the void by Jiang Chen's kick. Right now, the old Great Emperor's body was swaying. One of his arms had been completely crushed by Jiang Chen's kick, and blood kept flowing out from it. True Dragon Palm. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand, not giving the old Great Emperor any chance to escape. The gigantic dragon claw smashed down and trapped the old Great Emperor. Compared to Jiang Chen, the old Great Emperor was like an arrow at the end of its flight, and had lost all strength to fight back. I have nothing to say to you. Go down there and reunite with your descendants. Jiang Chen attacked without any mercy. A vast force suddenly burst out from the dragon claw and pressed down on the old Great Emperor. No. Chapter 467. Following this miserable shriek, the former strongest man in the Eastern Continent had fallen. From now on, the Martial Saint dynasty would become history, and the Eastern Continent would welcome a new order. Everyone was terrified. When the gigantic and frightening dragon claw disappeared, everyone could only see a mist of blood spreading in the air. After that, there was nothing else. A second-grade combat king, the old Great Emperor of the Martial Saint dynasty, the undisputed strongest man of the Eastern Continent, had died in Jiang Chen's hands, becoming a thing of the past. The scene became strangely quiet, and not even a single exclamation could be heard, because everyone was so shocked that they couldn't even speak. The scene was too shocking, and it was something that no one dared to imagine even in their dreams. At this moment, the image of the white-clothed youngster in everyone's mind had become incomparably lofty. Especially those from the Martial Saint dynasty who surrendered after the defeat yesterday. Right now, All of them felt lucky that the martial Saint dynasty was finished. Now, it seemed like their decision to surrender yesterday was a wise one. The battle was over. Jiang Qin stood in the sky, his hair fluttering in the wind. He had a faint smile on his face, and everyone could sense the strong aura of a superior being from him. It was the aura of a true king, causing people to feel a sense of reverence and fear towards him at the same time. He was a born superior, a peerless monster. He was destined to walk an extraordinary path in the future, and at the same time he was destined to bring chaos wherever Jiang Qin went. Sigh. Jiang Qin won in the end. He has once again created a miracle. From now on, everything in the Eastern continent is going to change. The old great emperor is dead, and the martial Saint dynasty will no longer exist in Jiang Qin's hands. Along the way, Jiang Qin has offended countless powers and people. Back in Inferno Hell, Jiang Qin went on a killing spree and offended most of the powers in every province in the Eastern continent. Countless experts wanted to kill him, but fortunately those powers were wise enough to stop. Otherwise, I'm afraid they wouldn't end up any better than the martial Saint dynasty. Those forces that have offended Jiang Qin in the past still have to thank Jiang Qin for forgiving them. If Jiang Qin were to flip out now, none of those forces would be able to stop him. Of course, with Jiang Qin's current identity and status, he wouldn't lower himself to deal with those small forces. From today onwards, Jiang Qin's name will forever be recorded in the annals of history, marking the birth of the god of war and madman. There was no one who wasn't shocked. Amidst the shock, everyone began to discuss amongst themselves. Today's battle would forever be recorded in the history of the Eastern continent. Jiang Qin's name would also be placed at the highest position in history. The shocking battle had spread across the entire Eastern continent at the fastest speed. Everyone was shocked. From now onwards, the martial Saint dynasty would no longer exist in the Eastern continent, and it would be replaced by another superpower led by Jiang Qin. Those superpowers who had grudges with Jiang Qin were secretly feeling lucky. Jiang Qin's existence had taught them one thing. There were some people that they couldn't afford to offend. Once they did, they would have to pay a heavy price. In the following period of time, Jiang Qin didn't go and occupy the martial Saint dynasty like the others had expected. He didn't even touch the Xuanhuan clan and Myriad Sword sect. For Jiang Qin, the martial Saint dynasty, Xuanhuan clan, and Myriad Sword sect, all the grudges between them had come to an end. Those who were left behind could no longer fight against Jiang Qin. Therefore, Jiang Qin didn't want to waste his time on them. Within the Black Sect's conference hall, dozens of combat soul warriors had gathered. Jiang Qin was wearing a white robe and he was sitting in the main seat. Jiang Zhenhai and Wu Jiao were sitting on either side of Jiang Qin with smiles on their faces. Under Jiang Qin's invitation, Xuanhuan was also sitting in the same position as Jiang Qin. Xuanhuan was so excited that his body was trembling. Never in his wildest dreams had he ever thought that he would be able to participate in such an event and sit in such a high position. Being honored couldn't even begin to describe what Xuanhuan was feeling right now. Brother, the situation in the Eastern continent has been stabilized, but we still need to reorganize it. What do you think? Wu Jiao asked with a smile on his face. The martial Saint dynasty was finished, and although the situation in the Eastern continent was clear, it would still take some time for the situation to change. Someone needed to stand out, and apart from Jiang Qin, there was no one else who could do this. What do you all think? Jiang Qin asked with a smile on his face. Isn't that obvious? The martial Saint dynasty is finished, and we need to establish a new dynasty to rule over the Eastern continent. Nangong Wenyan said. What Brother Nangong said is correct. The martial Saint dynasty is finished, and we need to establish a new dynasty. Brother Jiang Qin will be the founder of this dynasty, the true leader. With Brother Jiang Qin's current cultivation base and status, you are undoubtedly the strongest man in the Eastern continent. If you become the new emperor, who would dare defy you? The Golden Lion said. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. They all agreed with what the Golden Lion said. If they were going to establish a new order, the one who would create it would be Jiang Qin. This was an undeniable fact. Brother Jiang Qin, since everyone has the same opinion, why don't we establish a new dynasty? You will be the new emperor and everyone will listen to you. What we need to do now is to think of a name for the dynasty. Master Blissful said. The rest of the people in the palace were also discussing among themselves. Everyone had the same opinion, they all wanted Jiang Qin to be the new emperor. Only De Huang Dog, Han Yin, Yan Qinyu and the others remained silent. They all knew Jiang Qin's ambition. Jiang Qin would never place a mere emperor in his eyes and most likely he wouldn't have the heart to become the new emperor. Now that everything in the eastern continent had been settled, and Jiang Qin had become the strongest man in the eastern continent, there was no reason for him to stay in the eastern continent any longer. Next, Jiang Qin would definitely head to the divine continent. That place was the center of the Saint Origin realm, the true world of cultivation. How could a genius like Jiang Qin hide in a small place like the eastern continent and be a local emperor? I wonder if any of you have heard of the divine continent? Jiang Qin asked. Hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment before revealing a trace of longing in their eyes. Obviously they had heard of the divine continent. Being able to cultivate to their level, they had some understanding of the Saint Origin world. The Saint Origin world was divided into 5 continents: East, West, South, and North, and the divine continent at the center. Everyone knew that the divine continent was the place with the most abundant natural yuan energy in the entire Saint Origin realm, and it was the center of the Saint Origin realm. It was a place where many geniuses and mighty warriors were born. With their combat soul cultivation bases, they could be considered as the top warriors in the eastern continent, but when they arrived in the divine continent, they were nothing but small shrimps. Furthermore, the distance between the eastern continent and the divine continent was very far. Therefore, none of them had ever thought about the divine continent, and they had never thought that they would go there one day. But none of them were idiots. Since Jiang Qin mentioned the divine continent, it was obvious what he wanted. But it made sense. With Jiang Qin's talent, he had become the strongest warrior in the eastern continent at such a young age, so it was meaningless for him to stay here any longer. Therefore, it was perfectly normal for him to want to explore the divine continent. With brother Jiang Qin's talent and strength, it's natural for him to want to go to the legendary divine continent. However, we still need to establish a new order here, and we still need to build a new dynasty. Since brother Jiang Qin wants to leave, I'll recommend someone to be the new emperor, and that person is Master Jiang. The dynasty was built by brother Jiang Qin, and that makes it the foundation of the Jiang Qin family. Master Jiang is Jiang Qin's biological father, so he is qualified to be the new emperor. Although Master Jiang's cultivation base isn't that high right now with the resources we have now, it won't take long for him to improve his cultivation base. Master Blissful said. Master Blissful is right, Master Jiang is the best candidate. Besides, with the help of all of us here, brother Jiang Qin can leave without any worries. It's only natural for the Jiang family to rule the world in the future. Old man Ling Shan agreed with Master Blissful's suggestion. Good, this is a good idea. I'll be the first one to agree. The world was built by the Jiang family, and only the Jiang family is qualified to be the emperor. That's right. Let's not talk about anything else, just the fact that Master Jiang is able to raise a genius like brother Jiang Qin is enough to make him the most qualified emperor. Everyone were talking at the same time. They had shifted their focus to Xuanhuan. Jiang Qin was definitely going to the divine continent because if they were Jiang Qin, they would definitely go to a better place to cultivate. After reaching Jiang Qin's realm, it was extremely difficult for him to improve his cultivation base in the eastern continent. Since the world was built by the Jiang family, it was only natural for Jiang Zhenhai to be the emperor. The reason why everyone said this was to please Jiang Qin. Everyone knew the relationship between Jiang Qin and Jiang Zhenhai. Although Jiang Zhenhai was only a divine core warrior, he was the man that Jiang Qin respected the most. Therefore, no one dared to show any disrespect to him. Right at this moment, Jiang Zhenhai couldn't sit still anymore. He felt as if there were stars above his head, and he was struck by a sudden wave of happiness. He wasn't prepared for this at all. This was too sudden. He was going to be the emperor? And he was going to be the emperor of the entire eastern continent? Damn it, was this a joke? Was he dreaming? No, this was a scene that Jiang Zhenhai had never thought of even in his dreams. Putting aside the fact that he was going to be the emperor in the end, just the scene in front of him had given him a strong sense of satisfaction. Haha, brother Jiang, congratulations. Yan Zhanyun, who was standing next to Jiang Zhenhai, patted his shoulder. The smile on his face was so bright that it looked like a blooming flower. Chapter 468. At that moment, everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Zhenhai. Obviously, the title of emperor could be decided with just a word from Jiang Zhenhai. As long as Jiang Zhenhai nodded his head, Jiang Qin would immediately create a dynasty for him, a dynasty that belonged to the Jiang family. Jiang Zhenhai's face suddenly became serious. He never dreamed that one day, a dynasty that would rule the entire eastern continent would be established, and the title of emperor could be decided with just a word from him. Xuanhuan had never felt that he was so important, and he had never thought that he would one day be so important. Just when everyone thought that Xuanhuan would agree without hesitation, Xuanhuan lowered his eyebrows and became quiet. He didn't speak and no one in the hall spoke either. Xuanhuan was deep in thought. Being the emperor, standing above billions of people, bringing glory to the entire Jiang clan, and becoming the master of the entire eastern continent. How powerful was that? Who could resist such a huge temptation? This was power and status that no one could even dream of, and now it was right in front of him. With just a word from him he would be able to rule the world and possess everything. Every man dreamed of being an emperor, and every man wanted power, and Xuanhuan was no exception. However, when all these were right in front of him, Xuanhuan hesitated. After a while, Xuanhuan slowly raised his head, shook his head and said, "I'm afraid I have to disappoint everyone, I don't want to be an emperor." After saying this, Xuanhuan relaxed. From the corner of his eyes, he noticed that his good son Jiangqin also let out a sigh of relief. Although power was tempting, Xuanhuan had his own pride, and that was his son. Having such a son would bring glory to the Jiang family, and he didn't need the title of emperor. He knew that Jiangqin didn't want him to be an emperor, and Jiangqin would have to leave sooner or later. Jiangqin didn't want the Jiang family to be too high profile, and in Jiangqin's heart, Xuanhuan's safety was the first priority. Only when the Jiang family was safe, Jiangqin wouldn't have anything to worry about. Therefore, Jiangqin wanted the Jiang family to keep a low profile. Xuanhuan didn't have to be the emperor, but he could be someone that even the emperor would respect. Jiangqin also hoped that Xuanhuan would focus on his cultivation. He knew how profound the path of cultivation was, and Xuanhuan still had a long way to go. Jiangqin hoped that one day his father would be able to enter the divine continent, and he also hoped that one day his father would follow him into the immortal realm. Of course, all of this was too far away. Xuanhuan was the man Jiangqin respected the most, and he was his father. Anything his father wanted, Jiangqin would give it to him. For example, if Xuanhuan told him that he wanted to be the emperor, Jiangqin would immediately build a new dynasty for him. Even if Jiangqin didn't want to, he would still do it for his father. Xuanhuan was the most respected man in Jiangqin's life. What made Jiangqin relieved was that Xuanhuan understood his intentions, so he rejected this huge temptation. It's such a pity that the old man doesn't want to be an emperor. Yeah, it's such a pity. In my opinion, the old man should just accept it. That way the situation in the eastern continent can be stabilized. The old man is probably worried that his cultivation level won't be able to convince the people. With Brother Jiangqin's support, we will be the first to obey, and we will do our best to support the old man in the future. Master Blissful and Old Man Lingshan were still trying to persuade Jiangqin. Alright, since my father doesn't want to be an emperor, then don't force him. Our Jiang family came from a small place like Fragrant Sky City, and we don't have much ambition. Besides, even if my father doesn't want to be an emperor, who would dare to slight him? Even the emperor has to be respectful when he sees my father. Jiangqin waved his hand, signaling everyone to stop talking. Many people had disappointed expressions on their faces. Jiangqin wanted to leave and Xuanhuan didn't want to be the emperor, but someone had to stand up and be the leader. If that's the case, it's not going to be easy. Someone said. Easy? There's no need for the Martial Saint dynasty to be destroyed. In my opinion, the Martial Saint dynasty is still the Martial Saint dynasty. From today onwards, the name will be changed to Martial dynasty. This is the Wu family's world and I will let them manage it. Brother Jiao, the emperor will be yours. Jiangqin turned his head and looked at Wu Jiao. Wu Jiao was startled when he heard what Jiangqin said, then a shocked expression appeared on his face. Brother, this... Wu Jiao had never thought that Jiangqin would let him be the emperor. After all, the current world was conquered by Jiangqin. All this while, I've only been targeting people, not major powers. Otherwise, I wouldn't have allowed those experts of the Martial Saint dynasty to surrender. The Martial Saint dynasty has undergone a great change, and instead of building a new dynasty, why don't we continue the Martial Saint dynasty and change its name to Martial dynasty? The world will still belong to the Wu family. Brother Jiao should have been the emperor in the past. Today, Brother Jiao will give you the title of emperor. If you don't want to be the emperor, you can be the retired emperor and hand the throne to Wu Lang. Jiangqin said with a smile. In fact, he had already made up his mind. As long as the eastern continent was peaceful, there was no need to build a new dynasty. Furthermore, after Jiangqin left, Wu Jiao would be the most powerful man in the eastern continent. It was only natural for him to be the emperor. Brother, Wu Ji wanted to say something but Jiang Qin waved his hand and stopped him. What do you guys think? With Brother Jio's identity, status and cultivation, I'm sure he deserves it. Jiang Qin looked at the crowd. The crowd exchanged glances and nodded their heads. Since Jiang Qin had already made up his mind, none of them dared to object. Furthermore, Wu Jio was a very powerful man. If the martial Saint dynasty wasn't replaced by a new dynasty, Wu Jio would undoubtedly be the first candidate to become the emperor. That's right. Since the martial Saint dynasty isn't replaced, Lord Jio is the most deserving candidate. He is a member of the Wu family, and he has a powerful cultivation base. He has reached the combat king realm. I'll be the first one to agree to him becoming the emperor. I agree as well. Everyone nodded their heads. In fact, as long as Jiang Qin made up his mind, none of them would disagree. Furthermore, Wu Jio was indeed powerful enough to convince the crowd. If that's the case, it's decided. Brother Jio, Brother Wu Lang, both of you bring the people of the martial Saint dynasty and head to the martial Saint dynasty immediately. I hope that the future martial Saint dynasty won't follow the same path as the martial Saint dynasty. Jiang Qin said to Wu Jio and Wu Lang. Wu Jio sighed but he didn't say anything else. After all, the martial Saint dynasty was the Wu family's world. If it could be preserved, he would naturally be happy. Secondly, Wu Jio understood Jiang Qin's thoughts. Although he wasn't interested in becoming the emperor, he would still follow Jiang Qin's plan. Jiang Qin only wanted the eastern continent to have peace after he left. Therefore, this burden could only fall onto Wu Jio's shoulders. Since that was the case, since Jiang Qin had given him a dynasty, he would return Jiang Qin a peace. Alright, if that's the case, I won't refuse any more. Wu Jio wasn't a bashful person. He immediately cupped his fists toward Jiang Qin, then he brought Wu Lang and left the palace. After the meeting in the conference hall was over, Jiang Qin returned to his courtyard and gathered with his brothers to celebrate. Han Yen, Nangong Wenian, De Huang Dog, Yu Zihan, Guaniyun, Tianishan, and the others were all laughing and drinking to their heart's content. This was a day that was worthy of celebration, and they felt like they were in a dream. Everything had happened too fast, and they had never thought that they would be able to accomplish such a great feat. Following Jiang Qin really made their lives exciting. Yan Qinyu wasn't present as she had gone to accompany her father. She knew that Jiang Qin was going to the divine continent soon, and she had to follow him. She treasured the time she had with Yan Zhanyun, because she didn't know how long it would be before they could meet again. Outside the courtyard, Wu Ningzhu stood by herself, looking up at the night sky. Little Qinzi, look. Nangong Wenian gave Jiang Qin a meaningful glance, signaling him to look at Wu Ningzhu. Little Qinzi, you're quite lucky with women. You even managed to get your hands on a holy maiden in the southern continent? Han Yen chuckled. Han Yen chuckled. It was obvious that Nangong Wenian had already told them everything that had happened in the southern continent. Naturally, Wu Ningzhu was the most important person in the story. Get lost. Jiang Qin glared at Han Yen. He slowly stood up and walked toward the exit of the courtyard, then he came to Wu Ningzhu's side. Miss Wu, I can't thank you enough for coming all the way from the southern continent to help me. Jiang Qin said. If that's the case, I'll repay you with my body. Wu Ningzhu turned around and smiled at Jiang Qin, not forgetting to throw him a flirtatious look. Even the darkness of the night could not conceal her alluring charm. Ugh, Jiang Qin was stunned. This woman is too awesome, asking me to repay you with my body. Fuck, I'm a man. What? There are countless geniuses in the southern continent who want to get close to me. You're not willing to repay me with your body? Wu Ningzhu teased. Cough cough, Jiang Qin cleared his throat. He had been through all kinds of situations in his life, but he had never had any experience like this. Hee, I didn't think that a god of war like you, Jiang Qin, would be shy. Wu Ningzhu giggled, instantly revealing her alluring charm. Do you know why I always wear a veil? Wu Ningzhu's tone suddenly turned serious. Why? Chapter 469. Jiang Qin didn't say anything, he just quietly looked at Wu Ningzhu. From the look in Wu Ningzhu's eyes, he could tell that this girl in front of him actually had a story behind her. Wu Ningzhu sighed. She raised her head and looked at the full moon in the sky. She took a step forward and said to herself, appearance is a woman's greatest pride, but I have hidden this pride. Wu Ningzhu revealed a bitter smile on her face. After that, she fell into deep thought. She seemed to have recalled all the unforgettable memories of her past. Her eyes started to blur. She looked extremely beautiful under the moonlight. That kind of blurry eyes contained a trace of pain. At this moment, Jiang Chen actually felt a trace of heartache. This was the second time he felt heartache for a woman. The first time was for Yan Xinyu. He knew that Wu Ningzhu's story was definitely not simple. Wu Ningzhu didn't say anything for a long while. Jiang Chen stood beside her and didn't say anything as well. He knew that Wu Ningzhu was still hesitating. She was hesitating whether she should tell him her secret or not. Everyone had their own secrets. Some secrets could only be hidden in the depths of one's heart, and couldn't be revealed to others. Jiang Chen also had his own secrets. He was the reincarnation of the world's greatest saint. This secret was destined to only be known by him. That year I was 10 years old. Wu Ningzhu said. For a 10-year-old child, her memory was already very clear. It wasn't hard to imagine that the 10-year-old Wu Ningzhu was already extraordinarily beautiful, a standard beauty. My mother's name was Gulan. My mother's name was Gulan. She and my father loved each other very much, causing others to be envious of them. But that year, a man who claimed to be my mother's brother, who was also my uncle, suddenly appeared from a faraway place. His appearance changed everything. When that man saw my father and me, he was extremely enraged and wanted to kill my father and me. My mother only managed to save my father and me by threatening him with her life. My mother was taken away by that heartless man to a faraway place. Later on, my father said that he already knew my mother's identity. He said that she came from an ancient clan far away, an unimaginably powerful clan. I still remember that the man who came to take my mother away was extremely powerful. As my cultivation grew higher, I came to understand how powerful that man was. He could destroy the entire southern continent with a single hand. Wu Ningzhu mumbled to herself as she sank deep into her memories. She paused for a moment before continuing. Just like that, my mother left my father and me. From then on, she never appeared again. Before she left, she told me, in the future when you find a man you must find someone that you love. My mother and my father loved each other very much, but what I saw was the pain between them. My mother paid such a price to love my father, and I witnessed their pain. So, you covered your beautiful face? Jiang Chen asked. He never thought that Wu Ningzhu would have such a story. Not only that, I swore that I would find my mother one day and let her reunite with my father. I wanted to place all my thoughts on cultivation, so I covered my face and swore that before I found my mother, I would never take off my veil. If a man were to remove my veil, there would only be 3 results. As Wu Ningzhu said this, her bright eyes looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He suddenly felt that he had really caused a huge disaster, but he still asked subconsciously, What results? I swore that if a man were to remove my veil, I would kill that man with my own hands. If I couldn't kill that man, I would commit suicide or I would marry him. The corner of Wu Ningzhu's mouth curled into a faint smile. She was really beautiful when she smiled. So, Jiang Chen's eyes widened. Heavens! Could it be that this was a Sister Lin who fell from the heavens during the teleportation? He removed Wu Ningzhu's veil, but she didn't kill him. It seemed that she didn't have the strength to kill him, and Wu Ningzhu didn't commit suicide either. Instead, she came from afar to help him. Then was there a third result? Heavens, this joke was too big. The heavens could testify that Jiang Chen didn't have the slightest bit of improper thoughts towards Wu Ningzhu. So, I want to marry you, Wu Ningzhu said in a determined manner. She raised her voice suddenly, causing those guys who were drinking in the courtyard to spit out their drinks. Puff, Han Yen, Nangong Wenian, Yuzi Han, and the others all spat out the drinks in their mouths, almost falling onto the table. All of them widened their eyes and looked outside through the courtyard's gate. Their mouths were wide open. Heavens, this goddamn bastard. What? Is he still a human? Han Yen beat his chest and stamped his feet. He had an urge to tear Jiang Chen into pieces. This woman is so direct, but I like her character. Yuzi Han said in amazement. Get lost. What's the use of liking her? How dare you like Chief Zhang's woman? Tian Yishan slapped Yuzi Han's head. Ahem. I said I like her character. Yuzi Han coughed lightly. Sigh, this is so unfair. I am so handsome, but I still haven't found my other half. That bastard went to the southern continent and made the #1 beauty of the southern continent marry him. We are both men, both handsome, but why is there such a huge gap between us? Life is as lonely as snow. Nangong Wenian shook his head and sighed. Compared to Jiang Chen, he was really jealous and envious. Women are boring. De Huang Dog continued drinking. He was a guy who had no interest in women. Of course women are boring, you are only interested in bitches. Han Yen rolled his eyes at De Huang Dog. Outside the courtyard, Jiang Chen was stunned, he couldn't say a word. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning. This was too sudden, he wasn't prepared at all. Don't be afraid. I'm not asking you to marry me right now. Wu Ningzhu giggled. She had recovered from her previous shock. I know the relationship between you and little sister Xiaoyu, and it will be a bit difficult for you to accept me right now. But it doesn't matter, I'll wait until the day you fall in love with me. You're going to the Divine Continent and I'm going there as well. I'm sure my mother's family is in the Divine Continent, and I'll go to that place sooner or later. Wu Ningzhu said. Her eyes were filled with determination. Jiang Qin looked at Wu Ningzhu's beautiful face. He could see a stubbornness in Wu Ningzhu's body. It turned out that both of them had the same goal, the Divine Continent. He could imagine how hard Wu Ningzhu had been cultivating all these years, and that was why she was able to become the #1 genius of the Southern Continent. Wu Ningzhu's cultivation had reached the peak late combat soul realm, and with her talent, breaking through to the combat king realm would be a piece of cake for her. All she needed was an opportunity. You said your mother's name is Gulen? Jiang Qin suddenly recalled the name of Wu Ningzhu's mother, and he couldn't help but ask. That's right. Wu Ningzhu nodded her head. She didn't seem to mind. Gulen? The Gu family? Could she be from the Gu family? Jiang Qin's heart was filled with respect. The Gu family was an ancient family in the Divine Continent, and they had a deep foundation and great power. In the past, Jiang Qin and the Gu family had some sort of relationship. According to what Wu Ningzhu had told him, Gulen came from an ancient family, and Gulen's elder brother was so powerful that he was able to destroy the entire Southern Continent with his bare hands. With such an imposing aura, perhaps he was already a combat emperor. Throughout the entire Divine Continent, perhaps only that ancient family could have such a powerful family. That family had existed for a very long time, and Wu Ningzhu was the daughter of Gulen. Therefore, the blood of the Gu family flowed in her veins. This was also the reason why Wu Ningzhu was able to reach her current realm at such a young age, and become the #1 genius of the Southern Continent. What are you thinking about? Wu Ningzhu asked. Nothing, I'm just thinking about how powerful your mother's family is. Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders. He didn't tell her about the Gu family because even if he did, he wouldn't be able to explain it. A genius of the Eastern Continent who had never been to the Divine Continent could suddenly know so much about the Divine Continent's superpowers. Right at this moment, a group of people from the Nangong family came from afar. When they saw Jiang Qin and Wu Ningzhu, they immediately cupped their fists and greeted them. Uncle, is there anything important that you need to tell me at this time? Jiang Qin asked. When they saw the people from the Nangong family, Nangong Wenian and the others also stood up and walked out. Brother Jiang Qin, since the matter in the Eastern Continent has been settled, we need to return to the Southern Continent as soon as possible. Nangong Yunfan said. Oh? Why are you in such a hurry? Jiang Qin was startled. Right at this moment, Wu Ningzhu seemed to have thought of something and she immediately said, Chief Nangong is right, we need to leave as soon as possible. Last time, you killed 4 of the Demon King Palace's guardians in the Dancing Sun City, which infuriated the Demon King Palace. Demon King Xuanhuan is furious, and he has declared war on the Profound River Palace. When we arrived, the Southern Continent had already fallen into chaos, and many cities were attacked by demon beasts. This matter concerns the safety of the Southern Continent, so we need to return as soon as possible. That's right, the Profound River Palace can fight against the Demon King Palace, but there are too many demon beasts in the Southern Continent, so we, the Nangong family, have to do our part. Nangong Yunfan said. So that's how it is. Jiang Qin slightly furrowed his brows. The demon beasts in the Southern Continent were rampant, and Jiang Qin had witnessed it with his own eyes. Now that the Southern Continent's demon beasts and humans were going to war, the scale of the war would definitely be huge and many lives would be lost. Jiang Qin, I'd like to personally invite you to the Southern Continent to help. Chapter 470. The situation in the Southern Continent was very serious, and there was no time to waste. It would take Wu Ningzhu and the others at least half a month to get here from the Southern Continent. After such a long period of time, the Southern Continent would definitely become more chaotic. Perhaps, the Profound River Palace and Demon King Palace had already started fighting each other. Jiang Qin initially planned to leave for the Divine Continent after everything here was settled. However, it looked like he would have to wait for a while longer. His relationship with the Southern Continent had made it impossible for him to ignore it. Fine, even if it's not for the sake of the people of the Southern Continent, for Sister Ning, I'll still go there. Furthermore, Sister Ning and the Nangong family have come to help during the southern continent's most chaotic time. Jiang Qin is not an ungrateful man. Since the situation in the southern continent cannot be delayed any longer, let's depart now. Without hesitation, Jiang Qin agreed. Hearing Jiang Qin calling her sister Ning instead of Miss Wu, Wu Ningzhu was secretly delighted. This meant that Jiang Qin no longer considered her as an outsider. This is great. Little Qinzi is able to kill a second-grade combat king warrior. With his help, the Demon King Palace will surely lose. Wu Ningzhu was really happy. It looked like her trip to the eastern continent wasn't in vain. Not only had she fulfilled her wish, she had also brought back a powerful helper for the Profound River Palace and the southern continent, a helper who could fight against 1,000,000 enemies by himself. Haha, great. We can fight side by side again. Nangong Wenyan burst into laughter as he placed his hand on Han Yan's shoulder. Hee, we have something to do again. We're going to kill those cruel demon beasts. I won't show any mercy. Han Yan said with a smile. Ever since Gu Qianma's bloodline awakened, he had been improving at an incredible speed. However, compared to Jiang Qin, there was still a huge gap. Knowing that he would soon be heading to the divine continent with Jiang Qin, Han Yan was really anxious. Perhaps he might be able to find an opportunity to break through to the next realm by fighting those demon beasts in the southern continent. Once he broke through to the late combat soul realm, his combat strength would improve further, and he would have a solid foundation in the divine continent. Big Yellow swung his thick tail back and forth. Obviously, he was very excited about this. He was a guy who craved for the world to be in chaos, and the more chaotic the world was, the happier he would be. Also, he could take a trip to the southern continent, and just thinking about it made him feel satisfied. Brother Yin, De Huang, bring little Yu with you, we'll head to the southern continent together. Jiang Qin turned around and said to Han Yin and De Huang Dog. The situation in the eastern continent had been stabilized, and no matter where he went, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. If he still asked Han Yin and De Huang Dog to stay behind, these two guys would definitely fight him to the death. Yu Zihan and the other two shook their heads. A helpless smile emerged on their faces. They hadn't even broken through to the combat soul realm, and they would only be a burden if they went with Jiang Qin. Therefore they decided to keep their mouths shut. Zihan, the black sect is going to be reorganized once again. You three can stay behind and help out. I've opened up all the energy veins beneath the black sect so you can absorb as much essence as you want and work hard to improve yourselves. Jiang Qin said to Yu Zihan and the other two. De Huang Dog turned around and disappeared from the scene. A few minutes later he reappeared with Yan Xinyu. Little sister Yu, I'll have to trouble you to help me in the southern continent this time. Wu Ningzhu looked at Yan Xinyu and said. A hint of envy could be seen in her eyes as she looked at Yan Xinyu. Of course I'll help Big Sis Ning. I also want to go to the southern continent to enjoy the scenery. Yan Xinyu said with a smile on her face. Seeing these two girls getting along so well with each other, Han Yin and Nangong Wenyan couldn't help but beat their chests and stomp their feet. They stared at Jiang Qin as if they were going to eat him alive. Damn it, why was he so lucky? These two girls were so powerful, but they weren't jealous of each other, they were treating each other like guests. Little Qinzi, since that's the case, let's hurry up. With our strength, it'll take us at least half a month to reach the southern continent. Even with little Qinzi's help, I'm afraid it'll still take us quite some time. I hope we can make it in time. Wu Ningzhu said. Lady Wu, don't worry. It's true that it took us half a month to get here from the southern continent, but it'll only take us half an hour to get to the southern continent from the eastern continent. Nangong Wendian said with a smile. Half an hour? Impossible. Wu Ningzhu thought that Nangong Wendian was joking. Not only her, everyone on the scene thought that Nangong Wendian was joking, including Han Yen and Yan Xinyu. Traveling from the eastern continent to the southern continent in half an hour, crossing a huge region? Anan is right, it'll only take us half an hour. Because I have this. With a flip of his palm, Jiang Qin took out the bronze plate once again, emitting a dazzling golden light. Others might not recognize this bronze plate, but Han Yin and De Huang Dog were no strangers to it. The Island of Ice. Both of them cried out in surprise at the same time. Jiang Qin had never told anyone about the bronze plate. He only remembered and used it when he was in the southern continent. After returning from the southern continent, Jiang Qin had been busy fighting against the martial Saint dynasty, so he didn't have the time or the chance to tell them about the bronze plate. Therefore, only Jiang Qin and Nangong Wendian knew about the existence of the gigantic teleportation formation. What is this? Wu Ningzhu was startled for a second. The bronze plate didn't disappear but fused into one. This is the door to the island of ice. Jiang Qin then told them about the bronze plate, as well as the time he went to the southern continent with Nangong Wendian. Only then did Han Yen and De Huang Dog understand what was going on. Jiang Chen's luck was so heaven-defying that he was able to obtain such a treasure. As for Wu Ningzhu and the people of the Nangong family, it wasn't as simple as that. A gigantic teleportation formation that could teleport people from the eastern continent to the southern continent was something that even they had never seen before. If this is true, then that's great news. Nangong Yunfan said with mixed emotions. Dad, of course it's true. If not for this bronze plate, we wouldn't have been able to make it back to the family in time. Nangong Wendian said. Let me find the location of the island of ice first. The teleportation formation is located on the island of ice, so we need to find it first before we can enter it. After saying that, Jiang Qin immediately sent his divine sense into the bronze plate. In an instant, a route became very clear to him. It still led to the northern sea, and in the depths of the northern sea there was a bright spot. That bright spot was the location of the island of ice. I found it. Although the island of ice's location is constantly changing, it hasn't left the northern sea yet. It's currently in the center of the northern sea. Let's go there now. After Jiang Qin said that, the group didn't waste any time. They immediately flew up into the sky and flew toward the northern sea. All of them were combat soul warriors, and with the help of an abnormal monster like Jiang Qin, it only took them half an hour to arrive at the northern sea, and they found the location of the island of ice. Jiang Qin tossed the bronze plate into the air. After connecting with the island of ice, the bronze plate transformed into an illusory door. Under Jiang Qin's lead, the group successfully entered the door. After a bright flash, the group appeared on top of the black altar. Swoosh! The chilly wind blew across the place, causing everyone to shiver. Han Yin and De Huang Dog were fine, as they had been to this place before. However, Wu Ningzhu and the others were shocked by what they saw. They were filled with curiosity toward this unique space. This is the teleportation formation. Nangong Wendian pointed at the gigantic teleportation formation not far away from them. Damn it, when we left the island of ice, I sensed something unusual about this teleportation formation. But I was in a hurry to leave the island of ice, and I didn't have the time to study it. I never expected this teleportation formation to be so useful. De Huang Dog said. When the island of ice was about to close, they had to leave the island of ice at the last moment. If they didn't, they might be trapped in the island of ice for more than 100 years. Therefore, they didn't have the chance to take a look at this teleportation formation. However, they never expected that Jiang Qin would be the one who obtained all the benefits. With the bronze plate, the island of ice could now be considered as Jiang Qin's backyard. Jiang Qin walked toward the teleportation formation and placed the bronze plate in the center of the formation. Immediately, the formation unleashed a bright light, and it started operating at a high speed. Not long after that, an illusory black tunnel appeared, and a powerful suction force was coming out from it. After Jiang Qin chose the southern continent's coordinates, he shouted out, "Let's go!" The group followed Jiang Qin's lead and entered the tunnel. Half an hour later, above a vast mountain range in the southern continent, a spatial crack suddenly appeared in the sky. Many figures were thrown out from the crack like cannonballs, and all of them looked extremely messy. Except for Jiang Qin and Nangong Wendian, who were experienced, all the others were smashed into the ground and created a huge crater. Of course, Yan Qinyu and Wu Ningzhu were helped by Jiang Qin, and they landed safely on the ground. Cough cough. Damn it, this force is too strong. Damn it, Daddy almost died from the fall. De Huang Dog and Han Yen crawled out from the crater and cursed in a gloomy manner. Nangong Wendian, who stood next to them, was laughing out loud, as if he was taking pleasure in their misfortune. All the men from the Nangong family crawled out from the crater one after another. Luckily, they were all combat soul warriors with thick skin and thick muscles. If it was any other heavenly core warrior, he or she would have been killed by the fall. Feeling gloomy, the group tidied up their bodies and started looking around. We're finally in the southern continent. That teleportation formation is really amazing, it saved us a lot of time. Wu Ningzhu said in a pleasantly surprised manner. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin's teleportation formation, they would have had to fly across another big region and come back, and that would have taken too much time. This place is really unusual, I can't see anyone, not even a single demon beast, this is really strange. Chapter 471. Nangong Wenyan's words woke everyone up. Only now did Jiang Chen and Nangong Wenyan notice that this mountain range was the same one they landed in the last time they came to the southern continent. Although there weren't many people here the last time they came here, there were still quite a few of them, and they could clearly sense the aura of demon beasts. However, today this place was unusually quiet, and not a single person could be seen. It's indeed unusual. This mountain range is filled with demon beasts, and it's filled with natural treasures. That's why many powers come here to train themselves, and many caravans come here to hunt demon beasts and look for natural treasures. But it's so quiet now. Nangong Wenyan said. It looks like the situation in the southern continent is getting more and more tense. If I'm not mistaken, the Profound River Palace and the Demon King Palace have started a full-scale war. Let's leave this place as soon as possible and head to the Profound River Palace. Wu Ningzhu said with a serious expression. Anything unusual in the southern continent could be caused by the war between the two superpowers. Jiang Chen nodded his head. The reason he came here was to help the Profound River Palace and the humans of the southern continent. Although the Profound River Palace and the Demon King Palace would start a war sooner or later, the fuse was caused by him killing the 4 great guardians. The group flew at an incredible speed toward the Profound River Palace. In just a short period of time they had already flown past many cities. Some of these cities were once flourishing, but now they were in ruins. Obviously they had gone through a great battle. It looks like a lot of battles have taken place during this period of time, and many cities have been attacked. Nangong Yunfan said with a serious tone. After flying for a while longer, they arrived at a city in front of them. Black smoke could be seen billowing out from the city, and there were flames around it. However, there were no signs of battle. With their eyesight, they could easily tell that this city had just gone through a great battle. Although the battle had ended, the city was badly damaged. They couldn't help but increase their speed. Very soon they arrived in the sky above the city. Inside the city they saw that it was a complete mess. Corpses of demonic beasts and humans were everywhere. Fresh blood covered the entire city, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. As far as the eye could see, there were howls and howls everywhere. Some of the corpses of the demonic beasts were tens of zhang tall, and some were as big as small mountains. There were also human cultivators who were roaring and venting their anger on the corpses. The whole scene was too horrible to look at. It reminded Han Yen and the others of the time when the dimensional beasts were wreaking havoc on the other side of Mount Origin. This is Evergreen City. It used to be an extremely prosperous capital city. I didn't expect it to be ravaged to such a state. It seems that the war between the human clan and the demon clan has reached the point where fire and water cannot tolerate each other. Nangong Yunfan's expression turned extremely unsightly. Both Han Yen and Yen Xinyu were shocked. In the Saint Origin realm, the human clan and the demon clan were two different species, and they were natural enemies. However, in most of the places the human clan was still the leader. For example, in the eastern continent, although there were also many demonic beasts, there were very few powerful demon clans, let alone the Demon King Palace, which was powerful enough to fight against the human clan. However, in the southern continent Han Yen and Yen Xinyu had truly experienced something different. The environment here was more suitable for the demonic beasts to live in. Both the human clan and the demon clan had their own territories, and once the war broke out, the entire eastern continent would be plunged into chaos. Since I, Jiang Chen, am here, I will break the order in the southern continent. I will destroy the Demon King Palace and let the human clan take over this place. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. The reason why he wanted to deal with the demon clan was simple. He was a human, a true member of the human clan, and he didn't want to watch the demon clan massacre his own people. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Right at this moment, 6 powerful figures flew out from Evergreen City and arrived in front of Jiang Chen and the others. The leading man was an old man who looked to be in his 50s. He was a mid-combat soul warrior, and the few men behind him were all combat soul warriors as well. Among them there were 2 young men who looked proud. Being able to break through to the combat soul realm at such a young age, they did have the right to be proud. When the old man saw Wu Ningzhu, he immediately walked up and bowed toward her. Holy Maiden, you're back. Greetings, Chief Nangong. Elder Su, what's going on here? Wu Ningzhu asked. These men were all from the Profound River Palace, and Wu Ningzhu was very familiar with them. The old man's name was Su Danian, and he was a man of virtue and prestige in the Profound River Palace. However, his status was still lower than her, the Holy Maiden. After the Holy Maiden left, the Profound River Palace and the Demon King Palace started a war, and both sides suffered many casualties. Under the control of the Demon King Palace, the Demon King Palace has started a war, and they often attack human cities. During this period of time, 3 cities have been completely destroyed. The war in Evergreen City happened too suddenly, and we came here as soon as we received the news. Only then did we stop the war. Xuanhuan said. The Demon King Palace is a brutal race. Someone killed 4 of the Demon King Palace's great guardians in the Dancing Sun City, and that completely infuriated the 3 Demon Kings of the Demon King Palace. That's why they started a war with the Profound River Palace, causing the entire southern continent to fall into chaos. A young genius from the Profound River Palace said. His tone was filled with anger. The Demon King Palace is indeed a brutal race, but the Demon King Palace is also a very powerful force. All 3 palace masters are Demon Kings, so it's going to be very difficult to deal with them. Nangong Yunfan said. However, when he saw Jiang Qin, his tone became much more relaxed. No matter how difficult it was to deal with the 3 Demon Kings of the Demon King Palace, with Jiang Qin's help, it would be much easier. What Chief Nangong said is correct. The Demon King Palace has 3 Demon Kings, and among them, the head palace master has reached the 2nd grade Demon King realm, which is the same as our palace master. However, the Profound River Palace only has 2 Combat King warriors, while the Demon King Palace has 3 Demon Kings. If we start a war now, it will be very disadvantageous for us. However, if the Demon King Palace really wants to attack the Profound River Palace, with the Profound River Palace's resources, we would be able to use the power of 3 Combat King warriors. Too bad the Demon King Palace has used a despicable method. Xuanhuan said angrily. Elder Su, what happened? Wu Ningzhu asked. During this period of time, the Demon King Palace has been capturing human geniuses from all over the world. Up until now, I'm afraid they have captured more than 300 human geniuses, including dozens of our Profound River Palace's geniuses. The 3rd Palace Master, Lord Nether, has announced that he will execute all the human geniuses in the Nether Mountain tomorrow. The more Xuanhuan said, the angrier he became. Hearing this, the expressions of Wu Ningzhu and the others immediately changed. This is a conspiracy. Wu Ningzhu said. The Saintess is right, this is the Demon King Palace's conspiracy. Their ultimate target is the Profound River Palace, and if it's just a simple battle, the Demon King Palace wouldn't need to capture these human geniuses. With their characters, they would just kill them. The reason why Lord Nether is doing this is to lure the Profound River Palace's people into the Nether Mountain to rescue the human geniuses. If they want to rescue the human geniuses, the Profound River Palace will need to send at least 1 Combat King warrior, and even then they might not be able to do it. Xuanhuan said. If the Profound River Palace sends a Combat King warrior into the Nether Mountain to rescue the human geniuses, the other 2 palace masters of the Demon King Palace will gather their forces and attack the Profound River Palace. At that point of time, the Profound River Palace will only have 1 Combat King warrior left, and they won't be able to defend against the Demon King Palace's attack. The Profound River Palace's Profound River Grand Formation requires 2 Combat King warriors to operate, and with 2 Combat King warriors operating the Profound River Grand Formation, it will be able to unleash the strength of 3 Combat King warriors. This is also the reason why the Demon King Palace is afraid of the Profound River Palace, and that's why they are using this method to divide the Profound River Palace's combat strength. If the Profound River Palace rescues the human geniuses, they will kill those few hundred geniuses and boost the morale of the demon clans, which will deal a heavy blow to the human race. At the same time, the Profound River Palace's prestige in the southern continent will also suffer a heavy blow. What an insidious method. Wu Ningzhu's beautiful eyes emitted a cold glint. The Demon King Palace's plan was extremely insidious, forcing the Profound River Palace to rescue the human geniuses. Those who were captured were all geniuses of the younger generation, and if they were all killed, it would be a great loss to the human race. Not only that, it would also boost the morale of the demon clans, which would be very disadvantageous to the war between the human race and the demon race. And if the Profound River Palace decided to rescue the human geniuses, the other 2 demon kings of the Demon King Palace would launch a full-scale attack on the Profound River Palace. Therefore, no matter what, Lord Nether's plan was extremely advantageous to the Demon King Palace, and it could even be said to be a deadly move. After getting angry, the expression on Wu Ningzhu's face gradually calmed down. A faint smile could be seen on her face and she didn't seem to be nervous at all. If it was before, the Demon King Palace's plan could indeed take the life of the Profound River Palace, and even the entire human race in the southern continent would fall into the hands of the demon race. Chapter 472. What? Didn't you hear what I just said? Wu Ningzhu widened her eyes. Su Danian and the others dared not show any disrespect. They immediately bowed toward Wu Ningzhu. As the profound river palace's holy maiden, Wu Ningzhu's status was much higher than theirs. Furthermore, with Wu Ningzhu's incredible cultivation, she was the profound river palace's most promising disciple who could break through to the combat king realm in the shortest time possible. Therefore, none of them dared show any disrespect. However, Su Danian still asked, "Holy Maiden, Lord Nether is not an ordinary demon king. He has a powerful cultivation and he's extremely cruel. He's not easy to deal with. Do you have any way to save him?" Normally, Su Danian wouldn't dare question Wu Ningzhu's words. However, this was a very important matter. Not only was it related to the profound river palace's reputation, it was also related to the survival of the human race. Most importantly, it was related to Wu Ningzhu's life. Therefore, Su Danian had no other choice but to ask about it. With this, he would be able to give the palace chief an explanation. "Let me introduce someone to you." Wu Ningzhu looked at Jiang Chen with an infatuated and proud look in her eyes. "This young master's name is Jiang Chen, the man who killed the 4 guardians in the Dancing Sun City, and the man who defeated me in the Nangong family. He's also the peerless genius who attracted heavenly tribulation when he's just an early combat soul warrior." What? After listening to Wu Ningzhu's introduction, Su Danian and the others once again cried out in shock. They immediately threw their glances at the young man in white. They didn't take this young man seriously at first, but they never expected him to be the peerless genius who had once caused a stir in the southern continent. A few days ago in the Dancing Sun City, a young man dressed in white suddenly appeared and attracted heavenly tribulation with his early combat soul cultivation base, killing 4 great guardians of the Demon King Palace. He had made a great contribution to the human race, and after that the profound river palace had been looking for this genius, but they couldn't find any trace of him. Su Danian immediately cupped his fist toward Jiang Chen. He was a peerless genius who attracted heavenly tribulation when he was just a combat soul warrior, killed the 4 guardians of the Demon King Palace, and defeated the #1 genius of the southern continent, Wu Ningzhu. Su Danian didn't have the right to treat him with disrespect. Young Master Jiang Chen is a late combat soul warrior now, and he has just killed a 2nd grade combat king and 2 first-grade first in the eastern continent. Go and tell the palace chief, ask him and great elder to protect the profounds to the profound Jiang Chen. Jiang. Yi Jiang the Jiang Yang say. Jiang Chen Danian said with confidence. Wu Ningzhu's words were filled with confidence, as if Lord Nether was already dead. Not only her, everyone on the scene was filled with confidence. It was the confidence they had in Jiang Chen. Those who had witnessed Jiang Chen's abilities would have no doubt that Jiang Chen could kill Lord Nether. Hearing what Jiang Chen said, Su Danian and the others widened their eyes and mouths as they stared at Jiang Chen. Their faces were filled with shock. A late combat soul warrior killing a 2nd grade combat king warrior? If this didn't come from Wu Ningzhu's mouth, they would definitely think it was a joke. However, since it came from Wu Ningzhu, they had a reason to believe it. With Wu Ningzhu's style, she wouldn't make such a big decision without absolute confidence. Not only that, it had only been a month since Jiang Chen had broken through to the combat soul realm in the Dancing Sun City. Jiang Chen had used just a month to break through from the early combat soul realm to the late combat soul realm. Such a cultivation speed could only be described as shocking. However, when it came from a peerless genius who could attract heavenly tribulation at the combat soul realm, it seemed normal. Alright, we'll return now and wait for young Master Jiang Chen and the Holy Maiden's triumphant return. Su Danian cupped his fist toward Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu. After that, he brought all the men of the Profound River Palace and flew toward the Profound River Palace. Their faces were filled with excitement as they left, as if they had seen the hope of victory. Of course, in their minds, it was still unknown whether Jiang Chen could defeat Lord Nether. Although Wu Ningzhu had said so, none of them had witnessed it with their own eyes. The gap between a combat soul warrior and a combat king warrior was simply too huge, and it was extremely difficult for a combat king warrior to kill a combat king warrior with a higher cultivation. However, the Profound River Palace didn't have much of a choice right now. They could only place all their hopes on Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu. If not, the Profound River Palace would be in an extremely dangerous situation. Once the Profound River Palace collapsed, it would mean the destruction of the entire southern continent. Little Qinzi, let's go to Mount Nether. Wu Ningzhu turned to Jiang Chen and said. All right. Jiang Chen replied with a smile on his face. Their purpose in coming to the southern continent was to help, and it would be great if they could kill a demon king first. Furthermore, Jiang Qin was very interested in this Lord Nether. Killing demon beasts was different from killing humans. Jiang Qin's dragon transformation skill allowed him to absorb any demon beast's demon soul. With his current cultivation, if he could absorb a demon king's demon soul, it would be extremely beneficial to him. After that, the group didn't stop at Evergreen City. They changed their original route and flew toward Mount Nether. Brother Jiang Qin, that Lord Nether isn't easy to deal with. You have to be careful. Along the way, Tui reminded Jiang Qin. He's just a first-grade demon king, he can't pose any threat to me. Jiang Qin casually shrugged his shoulders. Brother Jiang Qin, you can't underestimate this Lord Nether. He just broke through to the Combat King realm a few years ago, and it hasn't been long since he became the third palace chief either. However, he is a ruthless man and his body is covered with deadly poisons. When he was still a mid-combat soul warrior, even late-combat soul warriors didn't want to fight him. Nangong Yunfan reminded Jiang Qin as well. Deadly poisons? What is this Lord Nether's true form? Jiang Qin asked curiously. The Lord Nether's true form is a rare venomous nether toad. His combat strength is average, but his deadly poison is very hard to defend against. Therefore, Chief Nangong's warning isn't without reason. We will definitely fight him tomorrow, so little Qinzi, you have to be extremely careful. Wu Ningzhu said. When the venomous nether toad was mentioned, the expressions of everyone on the scene changed. All of them were powerful warriors, and their knowledge was not something ordinary people could compare with. They knew how frightening the venomous nether toad was. There were many poisonous creatures in this world, but it was extremely rare to find one with the name Nether. Nether was the symbol of hell and it represented death. Only the most frightening poisons were qualified to be named Nether. Obviously, the venomous nether toad's poison was much stronger than the green hellish pythons. If that's the case, it won't be challenging at all. Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders with a calm smile on his face. He already had the green hellish python's poison in his body, and if he absorbed the venomous nether toad's poison tomorrow, it would definitely be more powerful. Jiang Qin didn't like using poison, but he wasn't afraid of it either. For others, the venomous nether toad was like the god of death, but for Jiang Qin, who was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, the venomous nether toad posed no threat to him at all. Instead, it would help him achieve his goals. Kaka. This kid is immune to all poisons. Da Huang Dog let out a loud laugh. Other people might not know Jiang Qin, but he knew him very well. Not only was this kid not afraid of poisons, he could even release them. The scene where they met for the first time in Mount Origin was still fresh in his memory. At that time, Jiang Qin had just obtained the green hellish python's poison, and he had poisoned a Huang Dog to the point of vomiting. Seeing the relaxed expressions on Jiang Qin and Da Huang Dog's faces, Wu Ningzhu, Nangong Yunfan, and the others finally felt relieved. In fact, they didn't trust Jiang Qin at all. Although the venomous nether toad was frightening, Jiang Qin would definitely have a way to deal with it. He was an almighty guy. Mount Nether was originally a quiet mountain range, but after Lord Nether took a fancy to it, he immediately occupied it and changed its name to Mount Nether. Jiang Qin and the group intentionally slowed down their speed. When they arrived at Mount Nether, the sky had already turned dark. Mount Nether was extremely quiet at this moment, but underneath this silence there was no peace. With Jiang Qin and the group's senses, they could clearly sense the aura within this mountain range. A demonic energy was hovering above the mountain range, causing them to feel extremely frightened. Damn it, there are at least 10,000 demon beasts here and many of them are combat soul demons. Looks like this Lord Nether has prepared well. Da Huang Dog said in a low voice. I can sense the aura of those human geniuses. I think they have been imprisoned. Should we strike now or wait until the sun rises? Nangong Yunfan turned to Jiang Qin and asked. At a time like this, Jiang Qin was the backbone of the group. Don't worry, tomorrow, Lord Nether will bring those geniuses out, and he'll create a huge commotion. We'll strike at that time, and we'll use our strongest attack to save those geniuses from a head-on collision. Only by killing Lord Nether will we be able to make a real impact. We'll strike a huge blow to the demon race's morale, and at the same time, we'll be able to boost the morale of the human race. Jiang Qin said. He had always considered everything before doing things, and he always knew how to maximize the benefits. What little Qinzi said is correct. This battle is extremely important to the southern continent. We have to boost the morale of the human race. We'll strike when Lord Nether makes a huge commotion tomorrow. Not only will we be able to catch the demon race unprepared, but we'll also be able to boost the morale of the human race. Wu Ningzhu agreed with Jiang Qin's decision. Therefore, under the lead of Jiang Qin, the group hid themselves outside of Mount Nether. It wasn't until the morning of the next day that Mount Nether finally became restless. Following a series of deafening beast roars, it sounded like a horn being blown, causing the entire Mount Nether to boil up. Chapter 473. Over 300 human geniuses were imprisoned like slaves. All of their faces were pale and some of them were covered with wounds, looking like they were on the verge of death. It was a miserable scene. If someone was paying attention, they would discover a man in black standing at the front. He looked like he was in his 20s, but he was actually a late combat soul warrior comparable to Wu Ningzhu. When did such a genius appear in the southern continent? Perhaps even the profound river palace didn't know about it. There were many wounds on this young man's body, and there was a clear cut on his face. However, his eyes were still calm and he didn't seem nervous at all. Just this attitude alone was enough to show that no ordinary man could compare with him. Of course, at this moment, no one paid any attention to this young man in black, not even Jiang Qin. It looked like Lord Nether was going to execute all these human geniuses at this highest place, so as to increase the prestige of the demon race, and at the same time intimidate the human race. Roar, roar. The roars of the demon beasts lingered in the air above the Nether Mountain. Even those who were far away from the Nether Mountain could clearly hear the violent roars of the demon beasts. Lord Nether had already spread the news about what happened today. The roars of the demon beasts sounded like the horn of war. The human geniuses on the platform, who were 3 times more than the human geniuses, were just a bait for the Demon King Palace to lure the Profound River Palace's warriors and humans to come to their rescue. There were at least 10,000 demon beasts here and it was a huge army. If the human race decided to join the battle, there would definitely be a bloody battle today. Roar. Suddenly, a deafening roar was heard. The roar immediately suppressed the roars of the other demon beasts, and the entire Mount Nether fell into a dead silence. Jiang Qin and the others saw a black beam shooting up into the sky from within Mount Nether. After that, a man in black flew out and hovered in the sky. His toad eyes were glowing with a cold light as he stared at the human geniuses in the cage. A bloodthirsty aura could be sensed from his body. This man in black was emitting a faint spatial energy. Obviously he was a Demon King warrior. He wasn't tall and there was a blue bump on his head. He had a big belly and with just a glance, anyone could tell that he was a toad demon. This man is so ugly. Yen Qinyu couldn't help but ask. This man is the Nether Demon King. His original form is the Nether Venomous Toad. His entire body is filled with poison. You can't touch him at all. Brother Jiang Qin, when the battle starts, you must pay attention to the green bump on his forehead. That is the most poisonous part. Nangong Yunfan reminded. After the Nether Demon King appeared, the Nether Mountain shook again. Waves of tyrannical chi soared into the sky. Silhouettes flew into the sky one after another. These silhouettes all looked like humans, but they were strangely shaped. Some of their faces were covered with scales, and some had horns on their heads. They were all transformed from demonic beasts. Most of these demon beasts had incredibly powerful cultivation bases, all of them were combat soul warriors. Behind them there was a huge group of divine core demon beasts. The roars of demon beasts could be heard all over the Nether Mountain range. How is it? The Nether Demon Lord asked. A man with a pair of black wings took a step forward. He cupped his fist toward the Nether Demon King and said, "Third Palace Chief, I can't find a single human within a 1,000-mile radius of the Nether Mountain. The Profound River Palace didn't send any warriors here either." The man said. He was in charge of gathering information, but he still couldn't find Jiang Qin and the others. With Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog here, it was really easy for them to hide. It was impossible for anyone to find them. The Profound River Palace is really good at holding back. The Nether Demon King coldly harumphed. After that, he threw his ice-cold glance toward the cage. Do you see that? Many of you so-called human geniuses are geniuses from the Profound River Palace. In the eyes of the Profound River Palace, you're nothing, and the Profound River Palace doesn't care about your lives. Are you sad? Are you disappointed? The Nether Demon King said with a mocking tone. Haha, you little toad. If you want to kill us, just kill us. The Profound River Palace will avenge us sooner or later. A man who looked to be in his late 20s said with a loud voice. He had the most serious injuries, but his cultivation wasn't weak. He had reached the early combat soul realm at such a young age, and his face was filled with pride. Even when facing death, he didn't even frown. You're courting death. The Nether Demon King's expression became cold. He opened his mouth and spat out a green stream of energy. The green stream of energy shot toward the young man like a sharp sword and pierced into the young man's forehead. Sizzle. Arg. The green stream of energy was the most poisonous substance in the world. Even though the young man was a tough man, he still couldn't help but let out a heart-wrenching scream. The green stream of energy quickly covered his entire body from head to toe. In an instant, the young man was turned into a pile of charcoal. The scene was absolutely terrifying. Those who stood closest to the young man were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies, and their bodies started trembling. Bastard! Wu Ningzhu, who was standing far away, immediately became furious. With a sway of her body, she dashed toward the Nether Demon King. The genius who was poisoned to death just now was a genius disciple of the Profound River Palace, and Wu Ningzhu couldn't just watch the Nether Demon King kill a genius of the Profound River Palace without doing anything. If she didn't do something, many more people would die in the hands of this toad. Let's go! Jiang Qin shouted. He was the first one to fly toward Wu Ningzhu. De Huang Dog was also extremely fast and he followed closely behind them. The people from the Nangong family had also caught up, and soon they arrived in front of the Nether Demon King. Stinky Toad, let go of that man! Wu Ningzhu shouted at the Nether Demon King. The sudden appearance of this group of people startled all the demon beasts, and even the Nether Demon King was shocked. Especially the demon beast, who reported that there were no humans within a 1,000-mile radius of the Nether Mountain. The demon beast's expression darkened. These people had been hiding outside the Nether Mountain all this time, and he hadn't even noticed them. The Nether Demon King didn't blame the demon beast, because even with his Demon King cultivation, he didn't notice that there were people hiding in the Nether Mountain. However, when he saw the cultivation of Wu Ningzhu and the others, he immediately relaxed. You must be the Holy Maiden of the Profound River Palace. You are indeed devastatingly beautiful. I didn't expect to see another stunning beauty here. I, the Nether Demon King, didn't know that there was such a person in the southern continent. The Nether Demon King looked at Wu Ningzhu, and an obscene gleam could be seen in his eyes. When he saw Yan Qinyu, his eyes lit up. Wu Ningzhu was already the #1 beauty in the southern continent, and he never expected that another beauty who was not any weaker than Wu Ningzhu would show up today. This made the lustful Nether Demon King very excited. Nether Demon King, as the palace master of the Demon King Palace, how could you use such a despicable method to capture the human geniuses? Don't you think you're too shameless? Wu Ningzhu said Lung Lung. At this moment, when those geniuses who were imprisoned in the cages saw the Holy Maiden of the Profound River Palace, the despair in their hearts immediately lessened. However, when they saw that Wu Ningzhu had only brought a few people with her, they couldn't help but worry. Wu Ningzhu, I can't believe that your Profound River Palace actually sent you here with so few people. You're obviously here to die. However, if you promise to be my woman in the future, I won't kill you. The Nether Demon King sneered. Just because of what you just said, you're dead meat. Jiang Qin said with an indifferent tone. When he didn't say anything, no one paid any attention to him. But when he spoke, the Nether Demon King finally threw his glance toward Jiang Qin. 2 green beams shot out from his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Jiang Qin. Obviously, these 2 green beams were extremely poisonous, and not something a combat soul warrior could withstand. Be careful. Wu Ningzhu quickly warned. However, Jiang Qin didn't panic at all, and the smile on his face didn't even change. With lightning speed, he raised his palm and grabbed the 2 green beams. After that, he opened his palm, and the 2 green beams started bouncing around on Jiang Qin's palm like 2 agile snakes. Seeing this, the Nether Demon King's expression changed. He stared at this young man he had never seen before with a look of disbelief. Only he knew how strong his poison was, and no one had ever dared to face it head-on, let alone play with it in their palms. That's all you've got? How ignorant. Jiang Qin said with an indifferent tone. He casually shook his palm, causing the 2 green beams to enter his body through his palms. After absorbing the poison, Jiang Qin looked perfectly fine. What? The Nether Demon King cried out in shock. He could no longer remain calm. A young combat soul warrior had just absorbed his poison, and nothing had happened to him. This was ridiculous. Not only the Nether Demon King, even Wu Ningzhu and the men from the Nangong clan were staring at Jiang Qin with great shock. They only knew that Jiang Qin was extremely strong, but they didn't know that he wasn't even afraid of poison. If what De Huang Dog said was true, he would be Nether Demon King's nemesis. Apart from his poison, Nether Demon King was nothing compared to Jiang Qin. He posed no threat to him at all. Who are you? the Nether Demon King asked. I'm the man who attracted heavenly tribulation at the combat soul realm, the one who killed the 4 great guardians of the Demon King Palace. You should understand now, right? Jianghu revealed his identity. What? It's you? Today's the last 2 days, where's the monthly ticket? The Nether Demon King cried out in shock once again. After that, a sharp expression emerged on his face. Good, you're courting death. Since the profound river palace doesn't have the guts to send a combat king warrior to save us, I'll kill all of you today as well as these few hundred geniuses. I'll take the holy maiden away, make the profound river palace suffer a great loss, and raise the prestige of the Demon King Palace. Chapter 474. Kill? Jianghu let out a loud shout, then he turned into a beam of light and dashed toward Lord Nether. Wu Ningzhu and the others also unleashed their powerful energies and dashed toward the group of demon beasts. Each of these men was stronger than the last, and they were all frightening existences. Jianghu moved with incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lord Nether. He waved his hand and unleashed a beam of light toward Lord Nether. You're just a tiny combat soul warrior, how dare you fight me? You're really overestimating yourself. Lord Nether coldly harumphed. He suddenly stretched out his sharp claw and destroyed the beam of light unleashed by Jianghu. After that, the claw's energy disappeared, and it continued flying toward Jianghu. Right at this moment, Jianghu's speed suddenly increased by more than 3 times. He moved like a ghost, nimbly dodging Lord Nether's attack. When Lord Nether finally reacted, Jianghu had already appeared above the huge cage. Rumble, Jianghu unleashed the true dragon palm and forcefully tore a hole in the cage. Jianghu's target wasn't Lord Nether, but this human genius. This cage was sealed by Lord Nether's spatial force, and no ordinary man would be able to break it. However, Jianghu was able to do it with ease. Kill. Kill all these demon beasts. All the released geniuses immediately let out loud cries. With bloodshot eyes, they dashed toward the group of demon beasts. Each of these geniuses was an outstanding genius of the younger generation, and they all possessed extraordinary combat strength. However, since they were trapped by Lord Nether, they didn't have the chance to fight back. Now that Jianghu had saved them, they wanted to release all the negative emotions that had been bottled up in their hearts. These geniuses had been imprisoned by the demon clan for such a long time and suffered all kinds of humiliation. It was easy to imagine the hatred in their hearts. They had to vent this hatred by themselves, and killing these demon beasts was the best way to vent it. Not only that, many of these geniuses were already prepared to die, and their hearts were filled with despair. Now that there was a day where they could be released, it was no doubt that they had experienced life and death. A person who was reborn from death would not hesitate to attack. Their battle prowess was unparalleled and they disregarded life and death. One could imagine how much damage they would cause to the demon race. After the black-robed young man regained his freedom, he did not charge madly towards the horde of demonic beasts like the others. Instead, he directed his gaze towards Jianghu. His eyes shone brightly as if he had never imagined that there would be such a brilliant genius in the southern continent. Jianghu was fighting against the Lord of Nether, so he did not pay any attention to the black-robed young man. The black-robed young man turned around and dashed toward the horde of demonic beasts. His energy was extremely powerful, not any weaker than Wu Ningzhu's. A golden barrier appeared around his body as he dashed toward the horde of demonic beasts. Bang bang bang, wherever the black-robed young man went, all the demonic beasts would be smashed into pieces. It was a bloody scene. A combat soul demon charged toward the black-robed young man, but with a single punch, the black-robed young man exploded its head. Arg! Blood splattered in all directions from the horde of demonic beasts and blood-curdling screams filled the air. The bloody scene had shocked everyone. Wu Ningzhu and the others immediately threw their gazes toward the black-robed young man. The fuck, this guy is so fierce. Who is he? I've never seen him before. Nangong Wendian couldn't help but widen his eyes. His cultivation is no weaker than mine, there has never been someone like him in the southern continent. If there was, he wouldn't be a nobody. Wu Ningzhu was shocked as well. Let's not think too much about it. He's a human, that means he's one of us. We'll ask him after this battle is over. Nangong Yunfan said while killing the demonic beasts. On the other side, Jianghu, who was fighting Lord Nether, had also noticed the black-robed young man. His eyes lit up. This young man's cultivation was at the same level as Wu Ningzhu, and he was even stronger than the crown prince. This was because he was definitely younger than the crown prince, and he was able to reach this level at such a young age. He had 1 foot in the Combat King realm, which was really rare. I can't believe you're able to tear apart the cage I built. Lord Nether focused all of his attention on Jianghu. The cage he built was filled with the dimensional energy, and no combat soul warrior could break it. But now it was torn apart by this young man in front of him. This made Lord Nether look at Jianghu with a higher level of respect. Tearing apart the cage is nothing, I'm going to tear apart a toad like you. Jianghu shrugged his shoulders and said with an indifferent tone. Brat, don't talk big. Today all of you are going to die in this Nether mountain. Lord Nether coldly harumphed. His energy once again skyrocketed, and he waved his hand, unleashing numerous beams toward Jianghu. These beams were glowing with a green light and were emitting a foul smell. Not only were they extremely powerful, they also contained a deadly poison. Once hit by them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Facing Lord Nether's attack, Jianghu was as steady as a mountain. His fist was glowing with a golden light as he punched toward the beams. This punch was as heavy as a mountain, and no one knew how much force it contained. Rumble, the air was instantly shattered. Jianghu's simple punch had shattered Lord Nether's beams. However, the green poison was like a tarsal bone, it stuck onto Jianghu's fist and entered Jianghu's body. But too bad, the scene where Lord Nether imagined Jianghu would be poisoned to death didn't happen. When the poison entered Jianghu's body, it had no effect on him. What? Lord Nether cried out in shock. Poison had always been his forte, and he was also the most confident in it. His poison was stained with the word, Nether, which meant it was the king of poisons. Not to mention combat soul warriors, even a first-grade combat king warrior would be severely injured by his poison if he was caught off guard. However, this young human in front of him was perfectly fine. This was no doubt a huge blow to Lord Nether's confidence. Lord Nether, if you have any tricks up your sleeves, just use them. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Jianghu said with a ridiculing tone. In his mind, Lord Nether was going to die today. If he wanted to, he could kill this poisonous toad in less than a minute. However, Jianghu wasn't in a hurry to kill Lord Nether. It wasn't because he wanted to play with a toad, but because he wanted to give those geniuses who had been imprisoned for a long time a chance to vent their anger. I don't believe you can really fight a demon king, and I don't believe you're really immune to all kinds of poisons. Lord Nether was furious. With a sway of his body, he transformed back into his true form. A poisonous toad that was more than 30 meters long appeared in the sky like a dark cloud. This poisonous toad had an extremely ugly appearance, and its body was filled with bumps and tumors that glowed with a green light. It had a pair of vicious eyes that looked like they came from the depths of hell, and no one dared to look at it directly. The bump on its forehead had become even bigger. Croak. Lord Nether let out a croak toward Jianghu. The sound was extremely unpleasant and ear-piercing. Layers of light waves were unleashed from its mouth, and each of these light waves looked like a sharp sickle, slicing through the void. Jianghu's fighting spirit was unparalleled. With a pair of iron fists that could shatter the world, he punched toward those light waves. On the other side, the battlefield had reached its climax. Although there were a lot of demon beasts, the number of combat soul demon beasts was limited. For abnormal geniuses like Wu Ningzhu and Han Yen, having any demon beasts below the combat soul realm made no difference. Even if they were facing a combat soul warrior of the same level, they could still fight 10 or even 100 at the same time. On top of that, all the geniuses were filled with killing intent and fury. Therefore, although they were outnumbered, they were still able to kill all the demon beasts, causing them to scream out in pain. The black-clothed young man was like a mad demon king, slaughtering his way back and forth. In just a short period of time, he had killed at least 200 demon beasts and 5 combat soul demon beasts. Bastard, die now. Right at this moment, a muscular man dashed toward the young man in black. This muscular man's true form was that of a male lion, and he had a formidable cultivation base at the late combat soul realm. He was one of the 8 great guardians of the Demon King Palace. Out of the 8 great guardians of the Demon King Palace, 4 were killed by Jianghu in the Dancing Sun City. Today 2 of them came with Lord Nether, and this lion was one of them. Heavenly Astral Wave. The black-clothed young man let out a furious roar and unleashed a powerful punch. In an instant, a gigantic wave appeared in the sky, and countless razor-sharp energy beams were formed within the wave. The energy beams sliced through the air as they flew toward the lion. Rumble, the black-clothed young man was extremely ferocious. No wonder he was a half-step combat king warrior. With just a single strike he was able to send the lion flying away. The lion let out a miserable cry and spat out a mouthful of blood. The black-clothed young man didn't show any mercy. He once again dashed toward the lion. Right at this moment, the other great guardian of the Demon King Palace was also being suppressed by Wu Ningzhu. It looked like it wouldn't take long for her to kill him. The entire scene was extremely horrifying. Mount Nether had turned into a hellish place. Blood and flesh were flying all over the place and miserable screams could be heard. All the geniuses of the human race were fighting in a frenzy. Some of them ignored their own injuries while some of them were severely injured. The battle between Jiang Qin and Lord Nether had reached its climax as well. However, Lord Nether was feeling extremely depressed, because no matter what kind of powerful attack he unleashed, his opponent was able to withstand it with ease. What made him even angrier was that his opponent was really immune to all kinds of poisons, and his venom had no effect on him at all. This young man wasn't using some kind of method to block his venom, but instead he was directly absorbing it. This was extremely frightening. I don't believe I can't kill a little human teenager. Brat, you've really angered me. Chapter 475. That meat bump was the center of all the poison in Lord Nether's body. All the poison in his body was secreted from this meat bump, and it was the true king of all poisons, the one that could strike fear into the hearts of ghosts and gods. The Nether Demon King kept making croaking sounds. The meat bump had already become big enough, and a crack actually appeared in the middle. Immediately, swoosh, that crack was like Lord Nether's third eye. A green beam of light shot out like a fountain at an incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Jiang Qin. This green beam of light was composed entirely of green sticky liquid. It was extremely stinky and it could even corrode the air. Wherever it passed, cracking sounds could be heard. This was Lord Nether's most powerful attack, and it could even be considered as an innate ability. Apart from the fierce poison, the attack was also extremely powerful. Once someone was hit by it, they would definitely die. Even a powerful combat king warrior wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of poison. Great! True thunder fire! Jiang Qin shouted coldly. He waved his hand and unleashed a fire dragon. This flame was the combination of the true dragon flame and the true thunder fire. It could burn anything in this world, and it was also the nemesis of evil. As soon as the fire dragon dashed out, it immediately wrapped around the poisonous liquid, producing cracking sounds. The green poisonous light beam was extremely powerful. After all, it was a powerful attack unleashed by a demon king warrior. However, Jiang Qin's flame was even more powerful, and it directly dispersed the green poisonous light beam. Not only that, the impurities in the poisonous liquid were completely burned away by the flame. Jiang Qin stretched out his hand and grabbed a ball of green liquid. After that, he opened his mouth and directly swallowed it. What? It was as if Lord Nether's neck was being choked. Seeing Jiang Qin's actions made him feel like the world was spinning around him. Apart from shock, he was also extremely shocked. There was no way he wouldn't be shocked. This guy in front of him had just extracted his venom and eaten it. How was this possible? It should be known that the poison that was extracted was the original poison of the Nether Goblin King. Its toxicity was so strong that even a poisonous creature with a highly toxic body would not be able to absorb it. However, Jiang Qin ate it just like that and did not feel any discomfort at all. After the Nether Demon King performed such an attack, his expression became visibly dispirited, and his aura was no longer as strong as before. I don't want to play with you anymore. Nether Demon King, die. Jiang Qin's aura fluctuated wildly. Using the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, he arrived at Lord Nether's body in the blink of an eye and stomped hard on his back. Bang! Accompanied by a mournful scream, the Nether Demon King's body, which was dozens of feet tall, was directly crushed by Jiang Qin's stomp. It turned into a blood mist and drifted down. With just one move, the powerful Nether Demon King was only left with a huge head. However, the Nether Demon King did not die because of this and was still in pain. Jiang Qin's killing intent sword. He pointed his finger like a sword, and a golden light rushed out from his finger like a sharp sword. With a poochie sound, it pierced into the Nether Demon King's head. The Nether Demon King's head, which was as hard as steel, was directly cut open. A green demon spirit the size of a fist flew out from the Nether Demon King's head. Although Lord Nether was dead, his demon soul still had its own consciousness. After it rushed out, it flew far away trying to escape. But too bad, the demon soul didn't have any attack power, so there was no way it could escape from Jiang Chen's grasp. What Jiang Chen wanted was this demon soul. Jiang Chen reached out his hand and grabbed the demon spirit. Under the burning of the true dragon flame and true thunder fire, the demon spirit was quickly purified. Jiang Chen turned his palm and stored the demon spirit into his storage ring, but he didn't refine it right away. Amazing. Brother Jiang Chen is so powerful. The Nether Demon King's poison has no effect on him at all. Nangong Yunfan couldn't help but sigh when he saw Jiang Chen kill the Nether Demon King. Kaka, this kid is getting stronger and stronger. De Huang Dog was laughing out excitedly. Han Yin and Nangong Wendian were also smiling. The stronger Jiang Chen was, the happier they were. King Nether was killed. Right at this moment, everyone threw their gazes toward Jiang Chen, looking at the young man in white who was standing in the sky. Especially those human geniuses, all of them had their mouths wide open in shock. Unlike Wu Ningzhu and the people from the Nangong clan, they hadn't witnessed Jiang Chen killing a combat king warrior with their own eyes. That was why they were so shocked when they saw Jiang Chen kill the Nether Demon King. Aside from being shocked, they were also filled with gratitude. Ever since Jiang Chen tore open the cage and rescued them, they had felt grateful toward Jiang Chen. I don't think he's from the southern continent, he must be a helper brought back by the saintess. He's so powerful. He's indeed a man who attracted heavenly tribulation while breaking through to the combat soul realm. The abilities of this peerless monster is beyond anyone's imagination. He's able to kill a demon king with just a combat soul cultivation base. I've truly witnessed what he's capable of these past few days. Great. King Nether is dead, and the two great guardians were killed by the saintess and that young man. The Demon King Palace has suffered a great loss, and we humans finally have a chance to win this battle. All the geniuses were so excited that they couldn't even speak. King Nether was dead, and today's battle could be considered a complete victory. The Demon King and the two great guardians were dead, and no matter how many demon beasts there were in the Nether Mountain, there was no way they could defend against these ferocious humans. The third palace master is dead. Let's run. The two great guardians are dead as well. We can't defeat them. These humans are too abnormal. King Nether's death was a huge blow to the demon race. The tens of thousands of demon beasts were instantly defeated, and all of them started fleeing in all directions. All of them were running toward the exit of the Nether Mountain, as they were afraid that if they were any slower they would be killed. Kill them all. It was as if all the geniuses of the human race had been injected with chicken blood. When they saw the fleeing demon beasts, they immediately started chasing after them like crazy, especially those demons from the Demon King Palace. Every demon they killed meant one less demon beast, and this was equivalent to getting rid of a hidden danger for the human race. Chapter 476. The bloody scene couldn't contain the excitement of the human race, especially the geniuses of the human race. Each and every one of them looked as if they had been given a new life. Their faces were filled with excitement and joy. The war has ended. Everyone's gaze fell on the white-clothed youth in the sky. In their eyes, aside from worship and reverence, there was also deep gratitude. They didn't know this white-clothed youth, but he had become their savior. More importantly, Jiang Chen killed the Nether Demon King and defeated the Demon Clan's army, strengthening the human race's prestige, allowing everyone to see the hope of victory in this war. Everyone's gaze was on Jiang Chen. No one noticed that the black-clothed youth was at the back of the crowd. He bowed towards Jiang Chen, then floated away. Only Jiang Chen noticed this youth's action. He frowned his brows but didn't put it to heart. The surface of the De Huang Dog's body was emitting a layer of faint golden light. This guy had obtained quite a lot of benefits from the earlier battle. God knows how many demon spirits it had devoured, turning them into the essence that it needed. The one who gained the most was, of course, Jiang Chen. The value of a demon king's demon spirit can be imagined. After Jiang Chen absorbed and refined the demon spirit, not only would he obtain the venomous nether toad's poison, it would also greatly increase his strength. A rank 1 demon king's demon spirit. With Jiang Chen's current state, he would probably be able to condense at least 2,000 dragon marks. Wu Ningzhu approached Jiang Chen. She looked at Jiang Chen with a trace of affection in her eyes. Who wouldn't like such a man? Little Chenzi, there were quite a few demon beasts that escaped earlier. The news of the Nether Demon King's death will soon spread throughout the southern continent and reach the Demon King's palace. In my opinion, we should rush to the Frost Palace and prepare for the final battle with the Demon King's palace. Wu Ningzhu said. All right, I'll listen to Sister Ning. Jiang Qin nodded his head. Wu Ningzhu was a smart and capable girl, and she was always able to make good decisions in crucial moments. Judging from the current situation, the final battle between the Profound River Palace and the Demon King Palace was inevitable. This was the ultimate battle between the two superpowers of the southern continent, and Jiang Qin was here to help. Furthermore, he was drooling over the demon souls of the other two palace masters. Wu Ningzhu turned around and looked at the geniuses who had just been rescued, then she said with a loud voice, "This is Jiang Qin, the strongest warrior in the eastern continent. He's here to help the Profound River Palace fight against the Demon King Palace. All of you come from different regions, and now that you've regained your freedom, you can choose to return to the Demon King Palace or follow us to fight against the Demon King Palace. Kill. Destroy the Demon King Palace and save our lives. From now on, my life belongs to young Master Jiang Qin and the Saintess. I will do whatever you want me to do." That's right. We're indebted to young Master Jiang Qin for saving our lives, and we have no way to repay his kindness. All we can do is to kill the demon beasts and defend the dignity of the human race. We're not going back, we'll follow you to fight against the Demon King Palace. At least we'll be able to provide some help. The demon beasts have destroyed our homeland, and now we have the help of an expert like young Master Jiang. This is the fortune of the human race in the southern continent. As men of the human race, we have no reason not to fight against the demon beasts. All the geniuses were filled with righteous indignation. Their words were filled with gratitude towards Jiang Qin and Wu Ningzhu. The gratitude came from the bottom of their hearts. They had no way to repay Jiang Qin for saving their lives, and since they were going to fight against the Demon King Palace, they had no reason not to kill their enemies. All right, since that's the case, let's go to the Profound River Palace now. Wu Ningzhu unleashed her aura and took the lead, flying toward the Profound River Palace. Jiang Qin and the others followed closely behind her, and the geniuses followed behind. Their speed was obviously much slower than Jiang Qin and the others, and they were soon left behind. However, there were disciples of the Profound River Palace among them, and they knew the location of the Profound River Palace, so they were able to find it easily. Little Qinzi, with your help, we won't have to worry about the Demon King Palace anymore. Thank you so much. On the way, Wu Ningzhu said to Jiang Qin with a smile on her face. She had made the right decision to go to the eastern continent with the Nangong family, and asking Jiang Qin for help was the best decision of all. She believed that the Profound River Palace's palace master would be delighted to see Jiang Qin. Sister Ning, do you still need to be so polite with me? Jiang Qin smiled. Of course, I won't be so polite with you in the future. Wu Ningzhu gave Jiang Qin a flirtatious look in front of everyone. Jiang Qin quickly coughed and avoided Wu Ningzhu's gaze. Thinking about the oath Wu Ningzhu had made, Jiang Qin's heart was beating like a drum, and he cursed himself for uncovering her veil. Why can't we find that black-clothed guy? Only now did the crowd remember that during the battle at the Nether Mountain, there was a black-clothed young man who was extremely powerful. Just like Wu Ningzhu, he was half a step into the Combat King realm, and he was able to easily kill the guardians of the Demon King Palace. But now that the battle was over, that black-clothed young man had disappeared. He's gone. Jiang Qin said. I've never seen that man before, so it's highly possible that he's not from the southern continent, and was accidentally dragged into the conflict of the southern continent. Nangong Yunfan said. That's right, that man's cultivation isn't any weaker than the holy maidens, and it's impossible for someone like that to remain unknown. If he's from the southern continent, he would definitely be known. Tui said. Forget it, no matter what, he's not our enemy. Wu Ningzhu said. After the demon beasts escaped from the Nether Mountain, the news swept across the entire southern continent like a storm. At this moment, the entire southern continent was in an uproar and everyone was talking about it. When the humans heard the news, all of them were celebrating. The third palace master of the Demon King Palace was dead, and for the humans there was no better news than this. Great, this is great. We didn't lose any geniuses from the human race, but the demon race suffered a great loss. We have to thank the Holy Maiden and that young man for saving us. I heard that the man who killed Lord Nether is the genius who went through his heavenly tribulation in the Dancing Sun City, but he disappeared after that. I never thought he would show up again today, and he even killed a demon king. He's truly a monster. That young man is indeed a monstrous monster. He is able to kill a demon king with just a combat soul cultivation. With the help of such a mighty warrior, the Profound River Palace will have enough strength to deal with the Demon King Palace. We humans will most likely win this war. I heard that the Profound River Palace only has 2 combat king warriors, but with this young man's help, it's like they have another combat king warrior. The Demon King Palace originally had 3 demon kings, but now that one is dead they only have 2 left. Their overall combat strength is no longer comparable to the Profound River Palaces, and they will definitely lose in the upcoming war. Ah, this is great. In the various regions of the southern continent, those who heard the news were all extremely excited. There was no way they wouldn't be excited. Ever since the war with the demon race began, the human cities were often harassed by the demon race, causing the human race to suffer heavy losses. If they could destroy the Demon King's palace, then the human race would become the rulers of the southern continent. This was something that all humans desired. The Profound River Palace was located in the holiest place in the southern continent. The Profound River mountain range covered an area of a few thousand miles, and it was a vast and boundless land. It was filled with green mountains and clear waters and beautiful waterfalls. Ancient-style palaces stood in great numbers, and mist lingered above the mountain, making it look like a paradise. It was a place suitable for cultivation. The news from Mount Nether came too quickly. Before Jiang Qin and Wu Ningzhu could return, the Profound River Palace had already received the news. Yesterday, when Su Danian brought back the news about Wu Ningzhu, the palace master and the great elder had been extremely worried. They knew how frightening Lord Nether was, and it was not an easy task to get to Mount Nether. Even if the great elder were to personally rescue Lord Nether, he still wouldn't be able to do so. However, right at this moment in the Profound River Palace's conference hall, all the upper echelons were sitting in 2 rows. Their faces were filled with shock and excitement. An old man wearing a Taoist robe was sitting in the main seat of the hall. He looked to be in his 50s and he had a long black beard. His eyes were bright and captivating. He was the palace master of the Profound River Palace, Taoist Profound River. He was a frightening second-grade combat king, and he was in existence on the same level as the old great emperor of the Martial Saint dynasty. Sitting next to Taoist Profound River was a white-haired old man of the same age as him. His cultivation base was equally powerful, and he was surrounded by the spatial energy. He was also a combat king warrior, and he was the Profound River Palace's great elder. Although he was only a first-grade combat king, no one in the southern continent dared to look down on him. You've all heard the news. Lord Nether was killed by that guy named Jiang Qin. Taoist Profound River said. Finally, a smile emerged on his face. Palace Master, this is great news. That Jiang Qin killed the 4 great guardians of the Demon King Palace, and he saved the Holy Maiden's life. He has made a great contribution to the Profound River Palace. Furthermore, not only did he attract heavenly tribulation when he was only a combat soul warrior, he also broke through to the late combat soul realm in an extremely short period of time. Not only that, he was able to kill Lord Nether with just a late combat soul cultivation base. This is truly frightening. Including Jiang Qin, we now have 3 combat king warriors, while the Demon King Palace only has 2 left. We have the upper hand now. That's right. Once the Holy Maiden brings Jiang Qin back, we'll have to thank him properly. We'll have to let Jiang Qin fight the Demon King Palace. In my opinion, the Profound River Palace should take the initiative and rush to the Demon King Palace, then we'll destroy them. Everyone in the palace was a late combat soul warrior, and each of them possessed formidable combat strength. Right now, all of them were filled with gratitude toward Jiang Qin, because Jiang Qin's appearance had solved the Profound River Palace's biggest problem. I agree with you. The Profound River Palace and the Demon King Palace will have to fight sooner or later, but we need to end this war as soon as possible, so that the southern continent won't be plunged into misery and suffering. However, as for how to fight, we'll have to wait for Ning-Er and Jiang Qin's return before we discuss it. Chapter 477. Jiang Qin hadn't shown himself yet, but his name had already spread across the entire southern continent. Most people didn't know his name, but all the people of the Profound River Palace did, because Su Danian had learned about Jiang Qin's name yesterday. Everyone in the Profound River Palace was grateful to Jiang Qin. No matter what, Jiang Qin had helped them a lot. Without Jiang Qin, they wouldn't know how to deal with Nether Mountain today, and the Demon King Palace's plan might have succeeded, giving the Profound River Palace a fatal blow. The 3 Demon Kings of the Demon King Palace had indeed given the Profound River Palace a great deal of pressure. But now that Lord Nether was dead, the pressure had instantly disappeared. Not only that, the Profound River Palace had even begun to discuss about taking the initiative to attack the Demon King Palace. At the same time, the Demon King Palace was a completely different scene. The Demon King Palace was located in a forest deep in the mountains. The entire mountain range was filled with a gloomy aura, and the sky was filled with a strong demonic aura. Under the demonic aura, there was no sunlight at all. This was the headquarters of the Demon King. Right at this moment, the Great Palace Master Lord Xuanhuan and the Second Palace Master Lord Baozhu were both extremely furious. The two guardians and dozens of late combat soul demons standing next to them didn't even dare to breathe loudly. This is outrageous. What a bastard. Where did that young man come from? How could he kill our third brother? I've never heard of him before. Werewolf Demon King roared angrily. His body was majestic, and he wore a golden armor that was completely evolved from Werewolf's origin energy. His pair of sharp wolf eyes emitted a gloomy green light. It was so eerie and terrifying that no one dared to look at him directly. Damn it. Our plan was going smoothly, and if everything went smoothly, we would be able to destroy the Profound River Palace and rule the entire southern continent, making the human race our slaves. But who would have thought that a young man would appear out of nowhere and kill our third brother? Lord Baozhu was furious as well. He had a muscular body and he was no weaker than Lord Xuanhuan. Lord Baozhu's true form was a flaming stallion, the king of all war horses and a very rare beast. Palace Master, according to the demon who escaped, the reason why that young man was able to kill the third Palace Master was because he was immune to all poisons. The third Palace Master's poison had no effect on him. A protector said. Even so, we can't underestimate this man. That young man attracted heavenly tribulation when he was just a combat soul warrior, and he's a peerless monster. Now, with just a late combat soul cultivation base, he's able to kill the third Palace Master. This shows how formidable his combat strength is, and we can't judge him with common sense. The other guardian said. If these words were said during normal times, the two demon kings would definitely be furious. But now, not only weren't they angry, they even furrowed their brows. They knew very well how frightening a demon king was, and it was not something a combat soul warrior could compare with. Even if that young man had a body that was immune to all kinds of poisons, it was still impossible for him to kill a demon king. But this young man had done it. How could they underestimate a monster like him? Big brother, with this, we, the Demon King Palace, have lost our advantage. The Profound River Palace originally had 2 combat king warriors, a second grade combat king and a first grade combat king, which is equal to us. But now, our third brother is dead, and the Profound River Palace has a monstrous young man, who is now stronger than us. Demon King Baozhu worriedly said. Don't worry, as we are demon beasts, we are much stronger than humans at the same level. I'll be able to suppress that Taoist Profound River, and that great elder is no match for you. As for that young man, I don't believe a young combat soul warrior can be so heaven-defying. I'll definitely kill him with my own hands and avenge third brother. That's right. An insidious glint could be seen in Demon King Xuanhuan's eyes as he spoke with an indifferent tone. The southern continent has fallen into complete chaos, and the war between us and the Profound River Palace is inevitable. What should we do now? Demon King Baozhu turned to Demon King Xuanhuan and asked. The humans have just won a war and their morale is at its peak. Now that the Profound River Palace has obtained the help of this mysterious young man, I'm sure their confidence will be boosted, and they will launch a massive attack on the Demon King Palace. Therefore we'll just wait here, and when the Profound River Palace arrives, they won't be able to leave this place alive. A cold killing intent was unleashed from Demon King Xuanhuan's body, causing the souls of those who looked at him to tremble. Although Lord Nether had been killed by Jiang Qin, the overall combat strength of the Demon King Palace was not to be underestimated. A second-grade combat king, a first-grade combat king, dozens of late combat soul demons, and the tens of thousands of demon beasts below them. This was a force that could shock the world in the southern continent. Therefore, on the surface, even though the Profound River Palace had obtained Jiang Qin's help, it still wouldn't be easy for them to defeat the Demon King Palace. Both sides would engage in a bloody battle and blood would flow like a river. On the other side, when Jiang Qin, Wu Ningzhu and the others arrived at the Profound River Palace, Taoist Profound River, the Great Elder, and all the upper echelons of the Profound River Palace came out to greet them. Brother Jiang Qin, as far as I know, the palace chief of the Profound River Palace has never personally come out to greet someone before. You're really honored by such a grand scale. Nangong Yunfan said with a smile on his face. Taoist Profound River was a second-grade combat king warrior, and he stood at the peak of the southern continent. In the entire southern continent, there was no one who could make Taoist Profound River personally come out to greet them, and without a doubt Jiang Chen was the first. When both sides met, there was no need for introductions. Everyone from the Profound River Palace immediately threw their gazes onto Jiang Chen. No one here was an idiot, and all of them had their own eyes. Among the people in front of them, the one who could stand side by side with Wu Ningzhu was a handsome young man dressed in a white robe. No matter it was his bearing or aura, every movement he made carried a domineering aura that didn't match his age. Without a doubt, this white-robed young man was none other than Jiang Chen. Haha, welcome to the Profound River Palace, brother Jiang Chen. Taoist Profound River was a forthright person. He cupped his fist toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen hastily returned the gesture and said, "Palace Master, you're too polite." Brother Jiang Chen killed Lord Nether, you're truly a talented young man. With brother Jiang Chen's help, the southern continent will definitely be able to defeat the Demon King Palace. On behalf of all the humans in the southern continent, we, the Profound River Palace, would like to express our gratitude to brother Jiang Chen. Taoist Profound River said again. Palace Master, what are you talking about? Sister Ning came all the way to the eastern continent to help me, so it's only natural for me to help her. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Hearing this, the crowd finally realized that Jiang Chen was actually from the eastern continent. However, after giving it a second thought, they realized that if Jiang Chen was from the southern continent with his talent, he wouldn't be a nobody. After that, Taoist Profound River and the Great Elder turned to look at Wu Ningzhu. A look of admiration could be seen in their eyes. It looked like the reason why Jiang Chen helped them was because of Wu Ningzhu. Wu Ningzhu had indirectly contributed a great merit to the human race in the southern continent. Palace Master, Great Elder, these are our friends from the eastern continent. Now that Lord Nether is dead, the demon race's morale is low. We should discuss our next step. Wu Ningzhu said. Palace Master and I have come to an agreement. We're going to attack the Demon King Palace and fight to the death with Demon King Xuanhuan. What do you think, brother Jiang Chen? Taoist Profound River looked at Jiang Chen with an inquiring tone. Of course, the Demon King Palace is nothing to worry about. While the demon race's morale is at its lowest, the Profound River Palace will launch an all-out attack and deal a fatal blow to the Demon King Palace. We'll kill 2 of their demon kings and bring peace to the southern continent. Jiang Chen said with an imposing manner. If the Profound River Palace didn't choose to launch an attack at this moment, they would be really stupid. Alright, since brother Jiang Chen has said so, let's start the war with the Demon King Palace. Everyone in the Profound River Palace is ready, and we can set off at any time. Taoist Profound River's energy fluctuated as well. Although this was the first time he met Jiang Chen's bearing and domineering attitude had won him a lot of respect, and he liked it a lot. After that, the Profound River Palace set off toward the direction of the Demon King Palace. Before Jiang Chen even arrived, the Profound River Palace had been fully prepared, and all their combat soul warriors had been mobilized. They were going to fight the Demon King Palace to the death. The number of combat soul warriors sent by the Profound River Palace was much higher than that of the Martial Saint Dynasty. Because the Profound River Palace represented the entire human race in the southern continent, not only were the combat soul warriors sent by the Profound River Palace, they had also sent a large number of human warriors. Together with those geniuses who were rescued by Jiang Chen, there were more than 1,000 combat soul warriors in the Profound River Palace. Just thinking about such an enormous force was enough to make anyone shiver. Rumble, a gigantic golden battleship from the Profound River Palace streaked across the sky like a shooting star with incredible speed. More than 1,000 combat soul warriors were on the battleship, and it was a majestic sight to behold. Wherever it went, it would immediately attract the attention of all the humans and their allies. Look, that's the Profound River Palace's battleship, and it's heading toward the Demon King Palace. Haha, the Profound River Palace is finally going to war with the Demon King Palace, and they're taking the initiative to attack. This is great. Once the Demon King Palace is defeated, the demon race will be finished. Lord Nether is dead and the demon race's morale is at its lowest. Now, the Profound River Palace has another human genius as their helper, and with this all-out attack, I'm sure we'll be able to defeat the Demon King Palace and establish the status of the human race. The human race was extremely excited, and there was no way they wouldn't be. The Profound River Palace had taken the initiative to attack, and victory was in sight. The chaos in the southern continent was finally coming to an end. The Demon King Palace had also started their preparations. However, the two Demon Kings didn't expect the Profound River Palace to move so quickly, and they only had time to react. Rumble! The golden warship suddenly rushed out of the void and landed in the sky above the Demon King Palace. The dense demonic aura that had accumulated for many years was directly broken by the golden radiance. For the first time, the scorching sun's rays shone into this mountain range. Roar! Chapter 478. Palace Master, this is bad. The Profound River Palace's golden battleship is here. A demon lord shouted out from within the Demon King Palace's palace. They're fast. All demons, listen up. Follow me and face the battle. I'd like to see what gives the Profound River Palace the right to attack my Demon King Palace. Demon King Xuanhuan's monstrous energy soared into the sky. His voice resounded across the entire Demon King Palace's mountain range like a thunderclap. At this moment, the entire mountain range was filled with monstrous energy. Numerous powerful demons could be seen flying out from the mountain range. Some of these demons had transformed into their true forms, and they were over 30 meters tall. There were at least tens of thousands of demon beasts in this army, and all of them were the elites of the demon race. Even the number of combat soul demon beasts was no less than the number of humans in the Profound River Palace. Countless demon beasts covered the sky, and the scene was truly magnificent. Jianghu was shocked. Roar, roar, roars sounded out one after another, causing even the sky to tremble. If it was any ordinary man, just the roars of these demon beasts would be enough to kill him. Once a war of this scale started, it wasn't hard to imagine what it would be like. Blood would flow like a river, and the Demon King Palace would turn into a living hell. It would be even more tragic than the battle at Mount Nether. Dong, dong, dong. When the war began, the Profound River Palace's golden battleship was filled with deafening sounds of war drums. The sound waves were comparable to the roars of the demon beasts. Finally, the gigantic battleship stopped not far away from the Demon King Palace. After that, the battleship turned into a beam of light and disappeared, revealing the Profound River Palace's army. The four men leading the army were Taoist Profound River, the Great Elder Jianghu and Wu Ningzhu. Excitement emerged in Han Yen and Nangong Wentian's eyes. They were extremely excited. Such a grand war was something they had never dreamed of. Just the sound of the war drums and the roars of the demon beasts were enough to make their blood boil, and the blood in their bodies began burning. For them, being able to participate in such a large-scale war was a very exciting thing. De Huang Dog had long been unable to restrain his emotions, and was running back and forth in the camp. Han Yen couldn't help but frown. He was really afraid that this guy would suddenly fart in the crowd. That would be really embarrassing. He would make his own people faint before the war even started. Fortunately, De Huang Dog wasn't that unreliable. He could still control his butt. A true man should fight everywhere and dye the heavens red with his blood. Han Yen and Nangong Wentian had never regretted following Jianghu. They knew that by following Jianghu, they would never be lonely in this life, nor would they be lonely on the path of cultivation. If it wasn't for Jianghu, they wouldn't have the chance to participate in such a great war. This was the pinnacle battle between the human race and the demon race. It was a matter of life and death. They were not of the same race, so there was no need to be lenient. The human race had to defend their own status and dignity. Two valiant demonic energies soared up into the sky. Demon King Xuanlang and Demon King Baoju stood at the forefront of the demon race, glaring at the Profound River Palace's camp. Taoist Profound River, I never thought you would be so daring to attack the Demon King Palace. I really have no idea where your confidence comes from. Demon King Xuanlang looked at Taoist Profound River and said, Lung Lung. Demon King Xuanlang, the fate of your Demon King Palace has come to an end. Lord Nether is dead and you will end up like him. The war between the demon race and the human race will only end in destruction. Taoist Profound River coldly harumphed. He was now bursting with confidence, and he wasn't afraid of Demon King Xuanlang, his old rival. When Demon King Nether's name was mentioned, both Demon King Baoju were instantly enraged. Demon King Baoju immediately shouted, Who killed my third brother? Step out. Demon King Baoju's words immediately attracted De Huang Dog's attention. When De Huang Dog's eyes fell upon Demon King Baoju, a strange light immediately shone in his eyes. He licked his lips as if he had smelled some delicious blood. It's actually a flaming colt. Damn it, what a great fortune. Little Chinzi, help me kill this colt. Let this master dog drink all of its blood and eat its demon soul. The Huang dog said. He didn't try to hide his voice, so when Demon King Baoju heard his words, two sharp beams immediately shot out from his furious eyes. A dog dared to say that he wanted to eat his demon soul and drink his blood? This was preposterous. All right. Jiang Qin nodded. He had also seen through Demon King Baoju's true form. Although a level 1 Demon King's demon soul would be very beneficial to him, it couldn't be compared to De Huang dog. De Huang dog was a dragon horse, a type of colt. However, it belonged to the pinnacle of kings. The flaming colt was a rare beast. If De Huang dog could obtain the flaming colt's bloodline and demon soul, the benefits would undoubtedly be huge. With De Huang dog's foundation, it wouldn't be impossible for him to break through to the Demon King realm. The speed at which a dragon horse's bloodline changed was simply unimaginable. Not to mention, De Huang dog was a strange beast among strange beasts. Even Jiang Qin couldn't predict when this dog would break through. Kid, you're the one who killed my third brother? Demon King Baoju looked at Jiang Qin. I don't know who your third brother is, but I did kill a venomous nether toad. Jiang Qin said with an indifferent tone. With a flip of his palm, the venomous nether toad's demon soul appeared and hovered above his palm. An extremely pure energy was leaking out from the demon soul, causing one's heart to palpitate. Bastard. Demon King Battle Wolf was enraged. He and Demon King Baoju could naturally recognize that the demon soul in Jiang Qin's hand belonged to Lord Nether Toad. Damn it. Return my third brother's demon soul. Demon King Baoju shouted. Jiang Qin didn't pay any attention to the two Demon King's anger. He opened his mouth and put the demon soul into his mouth, then swallowed it with a gulp. This scene shocked everyone, including Taoist Profound River and the Great Elder. Eating a first-grade Demon King's demon soul, this was really domineering. There was a huge difference between humans and demons, and there was a huge difference in their origin. If a human wanted to absorb a demon soul, they would have to carefully remove all the impurities from the demon soul, and only then would they be able to slowly absorb the pure energy within. Therefore, eating a demon soul raw like Jiang Qin was something that no one had ever heard of before. Boom! However, after eating the demon soul, not only did Jiang Qin not show any abnormalities, his aura had actually skyrocketed. After the dragon transformation skill had gone through 2 transformations, its circulation speed had become extremely fast, and the speed at which he absorbed the demon soul was also extremely fast. In just a few breaths of time, the first-grade Demon King's demon soul was completely absorbed. Just like what Jiang Qin had expected, the first-grade Demon King's demon soul had given him another 2,000 dragon marks, bringing the total number of dragon marks in his body to 18,000. He only needed another 2,000 dragon marks to break through to the Combat King realm. Therefore, Jiang Qin threw his glance at Demon King Battle Wolf. The energy contained in a second-grade Demon King's demon soul was not something a first-grade Demon King could compare with. With this demon soul, Jiang Qin would have the opportunity to break through to the Combat King realm. However, there was a huge gap between the Combat Soul realm and the Combat King realm. The closer one was to breaking through to the Combat King realm, the harder it would be to form new dragon marks. If Jiang Qin could obtain Demon King Battle Wolf's demon soul, even if he couldn't break through to the Combat King realm, he would still be able to reach the peak of the late Combat Soul realm. At that point of time, he would be able to fight a third-grade Combat King with ease. Damn it, I'm going to tear you into a million pieces. Demon King Battle Wolf was furious. Without hesitation, he let out a loud shout, "All demons listen up! Kill them!" Rumble, roar, roar, furious roars resounded through the sky, causing powerful shockwaves to sweep across the entire mountain range. The sky above the mountain range was filled with killing intent. Countless demon beasts had turned into a massive wave of demon beasts, and they all charged toward the men of the Profound River Palace. Kill? Taoist Profound River held a long sword in his hand and swung it toward the sky, causing a deep crack to appear in the sky. The warriors of the Profound River Palace were roaring furiously as well, and in an instant, they engaged in a fierce battle with the demon beasts of the Demon King Palace. Rumble. In an instant, the entire battlefield became extremely violent. Powerful shockwaves covered the sky and the space was torn apart. The battlefield stretched on for over 1,000 miles. There were a lot of demon beasts, but most of them couldn't do anything to help. They were simply throwing their lives away. Although the men of the Profound River Palace were few in number, all of them were combat soul warriors, the elites of the elites. Among them there were many geniuses like Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qinyu and Han Yan. Taoist Profound River was the first one to dash forward. In just the blink of an eye, he and Demon King Battle Wolf had opened up a new battlefield. The Great Elder also took the lead and started fighting with Demon King Baoju. Everyone from the Profound River Palace had joined in the battle, and Jiang Qin was the only one who had nothing to do. Facing this situation, Jiang Qin couldn't help but let out a helpless smile. Initially he wanted to attack and kill Demon King Battle Wolf and Demon King Baoju, ending the battle as soon as possible. But he didn't expect Daoist Profound River and the Great Elder to be so hot-blooded. They were the first ones to attack and now he couldn't find any opponents to fight against. Since that was the case, Jiang Qin decided not to be in a hurry. He wanted to see how strong Demon King Battle Wolf was. Demon King Battle Wolf was one of the strongest demon beasts, and no human of the same level could be his match. Perhaps even Daoist Profound River would be suppressed by Demon King Battle Wolf. With Jiang Qin's previous cultivation, killing Demon King Battle Wolf would be much more difficult than killing the old great emperor of the martial Saint dynasty. But after absorbing King Nether's demon soul, Jiang Qin's combat strength had once again increased. Killing Demon King Battle Wolf would be a piece of cake for him. Swoosh. On the other side, Baoju Demon King let out an earth-shattering cry and transformed into his true form. He was a golden warhorse that was 3 feet long. He looked extremely mystical, and a casual movement of his would cause endless waves of air to surge out from his body. Demon King Baoju's aura was too powerful. A sharp horn appeared on his head, and a bright light shot out from it, sending the Great Elder flying away. Puff! The Great Elder coughed out a mouthful of blood. Although he was also a first-grade combat king, the gap between him and an existence like Demon King Baoju was obvious. Demon King Baoju was an unusual species with a powerful fleshly body. It was very difficult for him to find an opponent at the same level as him. Haha, old fool, you want to fight me? Let me show you how powerful I am. Demon King Baoju burst into laughter, then charged toward the Great Elder once again. Chapter 479. The Profound River Palace's Great Elder's face turned pale with fright. He didn't expect Demon King Baoju's combat strength to be so formidable. His demonic energy was incredible and his physique was unparalleled. Even though he was a first-grade combat king warrior, he was still no match for him. Seeing Demon King Baoju launching another fierce attack toward him, the Great Elder quickly took out his king weapon. However, he still felt inferior. It wasn't hard to imagine that after Baoju's attack, the Great Elder's injuries would be even more severe. Of course, as a combat king warrior, it would still be extremely difficult to kill the Great Elder. However, if the battle continued like this, it would only be a matter of time before he died. It's time to strike. In the distance, Jiang Qin loosened his muscles and bones. With a sway of his body, he dashed towards Demon King Baoju with a swoosh. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Baoju, shielding the Great Elder behind him. Seeing Jiang Qin strike, the Great Elder finally let out a sigh of relief. Although this young man in front of him was only a late combat soul warrior, he had killed Lord Nether, who was even more difficult to deal with than Demon King Baoju. Also, according to Su Danian, Jiang Qin had killed a second-grade combat king warrior in the eastern continent. Rumble. Jiang Qin suddenly punched out. His fist was covered with dragon scales, and it emitted layers of golden light as it collided with Demon King Baoju's attack. This punch contained the power of the true dragon palm. All 18,000 dragon marks on Jiang Qin's body rippled, and the energy contained in this punch was more than enough to create a hole in the void. Although Demon King Baoju was also incredibly strong, he was no match for the abnormal Jiang Qin. With just a single punch, his majestic body was sent flying away by Jiang Qin. Swoosh. Demon King Baoju let out a sharp cry and threw up a mouthful of blood. One of his front hooves was twisted by Jiang Qin's punch, and it was bleeding profusely. Even his bones could be seen. As a flaming stallion, Baoju's physique was extremely strong, especially its hooves, which could be regarded as an indestructible weapon. However, it was destroyed by a human's bare fists. This was simply too shocking. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it. So strong. The Great Elder immediately cried out in shock. His eyes were wide open and he couldn't believe what he just saw. He had just experienced how powerful Demon King Baoju was, but now he couldn't even withstand a single strike from Jiang Qin, and was severely wounded by just a single punch. How powerful was this young man's body? Even a first-grade demon king was no match for him. Could this young man really be able to kill a second-grade combat king? The one who was the most shocked was not the great elder but Monster King Baoju. His eyes were burning with anger as he stared at the young man who killed his third brother. His heart was in turmoil. Demon King Baoju, didn't you say you were going to kill me for revenge? Jianghu said with a loud voice. With a sway of his body, he leaped toward Demon King Baoju once again. He raised his arm and unleashed the true dragon palm again. The frightening blood-red dragon claw smashed onto Demon King Baoju's body. Demon King Baoju resisted with all his might, but how could he resist Jianghu's attack? Half of his body was badly mutilated by Jianghu's attack. The two of them weren't on the same level. Demon King Baoju could only be killed. Damn it, don't waste your blood. When De Huang Dog saw that Demon King Baoju was about to be badly mutilated, he immediately turned into a beam of light and dashed toward Demon King Baoju. With incredible speed, he absorbed all the blood that flowed out from Demon King Baoju's body. Haha, this feels great. De Huang Dog burst into laughter as he sucked the blood that flowed out from Demon King Baoju's body. Second brother. On the other side, Demon King Battle Wolf let out a loud roar. Without hesitation he gave up on Daoist Profound River and charged toward Jianghu. Daoist Profound River was prepared for this, so how could he give Demon King Baoju a chance to escape? Without hesitation he stood in front of Demon King Battle Wolf and said, Demon King Battle Wolf, your opponent is me. A bright smile emerged on Daoist Profound River's face. He had finally witnessed Jianghu's abilities. He was able to kill Demon King Baoju with ease. There was no doubt that the Profound River Palace would win today's battle. With a frightening existence like Jianghu joining the battle, the Demon King Palace had suddenly become extremely weak. Get lost. Demon King Battle Wolf was enraged. Without hesitation, he transformed into his true form, a majestic golden battle wolf. His body was glowing with a bright light. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of flame, shooting it toward Daoist Profound River. Seeing that Demon King Battle Wolf was enraged, Daoist Profound River didn't dare to hesitate. A battle spear appeared in his hand, and he thrust it toward the flame. On the other side, Demon King Baoju was screaming miserably. He was seriously injured, and under Jianghu's attack he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Even De Huang Dog could easily trample on him. De Huang Dog's eyes shone brightly as he circled around Demon King Baoju. Finally he raised his head and slammed it toward Demon King Baoju's head. Bam! De Huang Dog's head was extremely hard, comparable to a divine weapon. Anyone who had collided with De Huang Dog before would know this. At this moment, Demon King Baoju was completely defenseless. Even though he had the body of a demon king, how could his head compare to the frightening De Huang Dog? Under the impact, Demon King Baoju's head was directly split open. De Huang Dog's speed was too fast. After splitting open Demon King Baoju's head, he opened his mouth and directly pulled out the demon spirit. De Huang Dog became even more ferocious and monstrous than Jianghu. He swallowed the flaming stallion's demon spirit in one gulp, and that wasn't all. De Huang Dog carried Demon King Baoju's huge body and flew away. You guys continue fighting, I'm going to eat. De Huang Dog left behind these words, then turned into a golden light and disappeared from the battlefield. This dog had obtained a huge benefit today, an unimaginable benefit. He couldn't help but want to properly digest it. The flaming stallion was too useful to De Huang Dog. Even Jianghu didn't dare to imagine what would happen if De Huang Dog refined the flaming stallion's demon spirit and blood essence. Perhaps, due to the change in his bloodline, this dog would directly break through to the Demon King realm. Boom. Right at this moment, Daoist Profound River was hit by Demon King Battle Wolf and was knocked back dozens of meters. His face was extremely unsightly. In a fight between a human and a demon at the same level, there wasn't much of an advantage unless the opponent was a monstrous monster like Jianghu. Jianghu's gaze fell upon Demon King Battle Wolf. In an instant, a boundless battle intent burst out from his body. He didn't get Demon King Baoju's demon spirit, but he would never let go of this Demon King Battle Wolf's demon spirit. Jianghu used the dimensional shift and appeared in front of Demon King Battle Wolf in a beam of light. When Demon King Battle Wolf saw Jianghu, flames of fury immediately shot out from his eyes. Damn human! You killed my second and third brothers. Hand over your life to me. Demon King Battle Wolf was furious. Both Demon King Nether and Demon King Baoju had died in the hands of this young man in front of him, and this made him unable to suppress the anger in his heart. He had to kill this young man to vent the hatred in his heart. Not only that, after killing this young man, Demon King Battle Wolf would annihilate the entire Profound River Palace, as well as all the people who came here today. A layer of golden armor emerged on Demon King Battle Wolf's body, and numerous golden beams shot out from his body. Every single movement of his was enough to tear the space apart. Demon King Battle Wolf bravely charged toward Jiangchen. Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Jiangchen suddenly let out a loud shout and unleashed the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Previously, he had used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps to kill the old Great Emperor. Although the old Great Emperor's true combat strength was not as strong as Demon King Battle Wolf, with the addition of 2,000 dragon marks, Jiangchen had made up for the gap. Therefore, there wasn't much of a difference between Jiangchen's fight against Zhanlong and his fight against the retired emperor. Boom. Jiangchen's speed was incredibly fast. With the first step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, he landed on Demon King Battle Wolf's body and collided with him head-on. The power of this step was beyond anyone's imagination. A huge hole was created in the air, and Demon King Battle Wolf's attack was forcefully shattered by Jiangchen. The golden beams were completely destroyed, and cracks had even appeared on Demon King Battle Wolf's golden armor. Demon King Battle Wolf let out a furious roar as his gigantic body was knocked back. So strong. Seeing this, Daoist Profound River was shocked as well. He felt that it was difficult for him to breathe. He hadn't seen Jiangchen's true strength, so he had no idea how frightening Jiangchen was. After killing Demon King Baoju with such ease, he was able to knock back a second-grade Demon King Battle Wolf. And he was only a late combat soul warrior. Jiangchen's actions had attracted the attention of many people. Demon King Baoju was dead and Demon King Battle Wolf was knocked back. All the humans had excited expressions on their faces. They couldn't help but feel excited. This was a battle that none of them had ever dreamed of. On the other hand, the demon race's morale wasn't high to begin with. Now, another demon king had been killed, and even their strongest palace master was no match for Jiangchen. Not to mention this young man who came out of nowhere was so frightening. They had no hope of winning and their fighting spirit was quickly disappearing. Ignoring Demon King Battle Wolf's shocked expression, Jiangchen coldly harumphed. He didn't show any mercy and without any hesitation he immediately unleashed the second step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. This was a truly frightening true dragon combat skill. Every step Jiangchen took could cause the sky to collapse and the earth to crumble. After taking the second step, Jiangchen disappeared from the spot. In the next moment he reappeared above Demon King Battle Wolf's gigantic body. Boom. The foot landed squarely on Battle Wolf Demon King's body. Battle Wolf Demon King, who was like a small mountain, immediately let out a shrill scream. The sound reverberated through the entire mountain range. Everyone saw that the armor on Battle Wolf Demon King's body was directly shattered. Blood spurted from his body like a fountain. Three demon kings had been killed, so what could the rest of them do? The men from the Profound River Palace invaded the southern continent and looted all the treasures of the Demon King Palace. After that, they set the entire mountain range on fire, burning it to ashes, making this place history. The war was over and it ended very quickly. In this war, the human race basically didn't suffer any losses. No one would ever forget that young man in white who was as valiant as a god of war. This young man who appeared out of nowhere had killed the 3 demon kings of the Demon King Palace all by himself. Instead of saying that the Demon King Palace was destroyed by the Profound River Palace, it would be more accurate to say that it was destroyed by Jiangchen alone. Daoist Profound River and the Great Elder brought over 1,000 warriors of the Profound River Palace and approached Jiangchen. Representing the human race of the southern continent, they bowed at Jiangchen. Brother Jiangchen, the human race will never forget the kindness you've done for the southern continent. Daoist Profound River said in a very serious and sincere manner. Gratitude could be seen on the faces of the other warriors as well. They knew very well what Jiangchen had done in this war. If it wasn't for Jiangchen, who knew how many of them would have survived this bloody war? Killing Demon King Zhanlang and Demon King Baoju would have been impossible. Palace Master, please don't say that. As a human, it's my duty to help. Jiangchen cupped his fist. He was telling the truth. Since he had encountered such a situation, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Furthermore, he was the biggest beneficiary of this war. A first-grade Demon King's demon soul and a second-grade Demon King's demon soul could bring him great benefits. Soon Jiang Qin would have to enter the Divine Continent. If he could break through to the Combat King realm before leaving for the Divine Continent, it would undoubtedly increase his foundation, and he wouldn't be too weak in the Divine Continent. Looking at Jiang Qin, who was regarded as the hero of the human race, the happiest ones were, of course, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qinyu. Needless to say, in her heart, her Qingij was the best. As for Wu Ningzhu, she had her own reasons to be happy. Jiang Qin's performance had proven her foresight, and at the same time, it made her feel lucky that the person who unveiled her veil was Jiang Qin, and not someone else. Now that the war has ended and the human race has won a great victory, brother Jiang Qin, you must come to the Profound River Palace as a guest, so that I can show you my hospitality. Taoist Profound River was in a good mood, so he invited Jiang Qin. Alright, you guys go back first, I'll be right back. After saying that, Jiang Qin turned into a phantom and flew off in a certain direction. Where did brother Jiang Qin go? The great elder asked curiously. He went to look for his dog. Nangong Wendian said with a smile. Only now did the crowd remember that there was an incomparably courageous Dahuang dog that flew away with King Baoju's corpse on its back. If they remembered correctly, that Dahuang dog even ate King Baoju's demon soul on the spot. The reason why Jiang Qin left was indeed to look for the Dahuang dog. This dog had swallowed King Baoju's demon soul, and had even drunk all of his blood and essence. He would definitely need some time to digest all of that. According to this dog's habits, he might be sleeping somewhere, and that would be too dangerous. Therefore Jiang Qin was worried about him. 2,000 miles away, within a secluded valley, Jiang Qin could see numerous golden lights floating in the sky. Due to the high altitude, the lights were dim, but Jiang Qin could still sense Dahuang dog's aura from the golden lights. Without hesitation, Jiang Qin descended into the valley and saw Dahuang dog lying on top of a huge rock, sleeping soundly. However, Dahuang dog was a smart man. He didn't forget to deploy an invisible formation around his body to protect himself. Right now, Dahuang dog's entire body was glowing with a golden light, and a huge golden cocoon had formed around his body. Jiang Qin could clearly feel that Dahuang dog's aura was rising rapidly, and it was much stronger than before. His cultivation base had reached the peak mid-combat soul realm, and he was just one step away from the late combat soul realm. This guy has really benefited a lot from this. Jiang Qin smiled. It hadn't been long since Dahuang dog obtained King Baoju's demon soul, but he was already breaking through to the late combat soul realm. It wasn't difficult to imagine how much benefit the Flaming Colt's demon soul and blood essence would bring to Dahuang dog. Jiang Qin guessed that if Dahuang dog could rely on the Flaming Colt's bloodline to stimulate the evolution of his bloodline, Dahuang dog would have a very high chance of breaking through to the Demon King realm. This place isn't suitable for cultivation. Jiang Qin waved his hand and unleashed a few defensive mechanisms, breaking the invisible formation set up by Dahuang dog. After that, he unleashed a gentle beam of light that enveloped Dahuang dog. After that, he brought Dahuang dog into the sky and flew toward the Nangong family. Jiang Qin didn't go to the Profound River Palace. Instead, he went to the Nangong family, which he was more familiar with. What he did could be considered as doing a good deed for the Nangong family. The Nangong family was one of the biggest families in the southern continent, but compared to the Profound River Palace, there was still a huge gap. Furthermore, there were more than one superpower like the Nangong family in the southern continent. Currently, Jiang Qin's name was very famous, and he was a benefactor to the entire human race in the southern continent. Jiang Qin had already established a high and mighty position in the southern continent. Therefore, Jiang Qin didn't go to the Profound River Palace, but instead went to the Nangong family. This would undoubtedly tell the world that he had a close relationship with the Nangong family. With this, the status of the Nangong family would rise along with the Profound River Palace, and they would also be valued by the Profound River Palace. This could be considered as Jiang Qin's compensation to the Nangong family for taking away the broken Heavenly Saint sword. Another reason was because of Dahuang dog. According to Jiang Qin's original plan, he would immediately return to the eastern continent after settling the matters here. After accompanying his father for a period of time, he would then leave for the Divine Continent. However, there were always unexpected things. Jiang Qin didn't expect that Dahuang dog would fall into a deep sleep at this moment. Furthermore, it was the most crucial moment for him to fall into a deep sleep. Jiang Qin knew that Dahuang dog was, in fact, cultivating and breaking through. Under such circumstances, he had to find a good environment. The changes in the natural energy couldn't be too drastic, or else, it would affect Dahuang dog. After all, returning from the southern continent was different from coming here. There was no teleportation formation and they would need to fly back. The journey was long and it would take a long time. If he brought the Huang dog back like this, the natural energy would constantly change and it would affect the Huang dog's breakthrough. Therefore, Jiang Chen would rather stay here for a while and wait for the Huang dog to completely break through before leaving. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.